something the matter, Schutzelt?
Worry not. I shall handle these ruffians in short order.
I do so miss our castle.
Princess.
I know. It's for the good of the kingdom.
My sympathies, my lady.
If only I'd been born a man. Then I could rush headlong into battle with you.
That is quite enough!
Then I shall ask you but one question. You dare stand in the way of Lady Masheri's carriage?
I do not answer to you.
I see. Then there's but one explanation. You lot are from Leonis, are you not?
In that case, may the Leonisians bear your enmity! A report from the border, sire. A brigade is under attack by bandits near the border of Hourne. Bandits?
Father, allow me!
No, I will be the one to go.
But why? Do you believe me incapable?
Do not be so quick to seek glory.
I couldn't care less about glory. Please provide a reason!
In due time.
You always say that, Father. But when?
Soon enough. We need not discuss this further.
You always say that fighting on the field is the only true way to train. Is that not so, Father?
Precisely.
Then...
The Leonis line shall live on, even should we fall afoul of gods to defend it. Take those words to heart, and not else. Mont, begin preparations. Call together your swordsmen. Calum will march.
Yes, Father.
Helena, hold the castle in our absence.
As you will, my king. I pray for your safe return.
Kitone, keep watch over Stern. Ensure he does nothing rash.
As you wish.
Why does Father doubt me so? Will I never be more than the second-born prince?
This many monsters are roaming just beyond the castle walls.
It's a prime opportunity to display the results of your training.
The ancient ring!
You do know how to wield it.
Of course, Father. It can call forth visions, the spirits of heroes. Murmur, whisper, breath, trance. I did it!
Contain yourself. You are the Elder Prince of Leonis.
Right.
Let us press onward.
Excellent work, Lord Mont. Your command in battle was admirable.
I beg to differ.
You shouldn't be so quick to make light of your abilities, my lord.
But
I'm saying that you ought to be more sure of yourself.
more sure of myself?
No one doubts that you're growing stronger. Other than you, that is. Your abilities are unrivaled.
Unrivaled? Save that kind of talk for Stern.
You may not look alike, but there's no mistaking your twins all the same. You're like two peas in a pod.
Stern and I, 2 peas in a pod? That's ridiculous.
Have I ever been one for falsehoods or flattery?
Well, no. But no one has ever said that he and I are alike. I've always wanted to be as strong as Stern so that I can be of use to Father.
And you will be, Lord Mont. I guarantee it.
Why the delay? We make haste.
Right. Let's get going.
Rain. I doubt even you would be able to read the stars in this weather, Ramada.
Stars are neither for reading nor seeing, Your Majesty. Those who rely solely on their eyes will overlook what is of true import.
Then how is it done? By closing your eyes?
If it serves, yes. But if you listen closely, you can hear it. The whispering song of the stars.
And what do the stars sing of?
Blood and ruin. A song that will illuminate the world in radiant light at the end of it all.
Blood and ruin? Must be the ever-growing menace the monsters damn us with. And a radiant light at the end of it all, you say? How interesting. Could mean wealth, or maybe glory.
Monsters are not the only beings capable of bringing about blood and ruin.
Could it be that a great war is on the horizon?
It may be just so, Your Majesty.
A war with Venice.
Venice is not alone in targeting our homeland. The great houses of Hourne and Wizette also share our borders.
That may be so, but we harbor no ill will toward Hourne or Wizette.
For the time being, should that balance be destroyed, what then would come to pass?
Havoc would run through our humble nation. More monsters!
Cut them down, Mont.
Yes, Father! That carriage!
Opportune timing.
Your Majesty, they wear the armor of Hourne.
What is a carriage from Hourne doing in Leonis territory?
They must have crossed our border while being pursued by bandits.
That is not out of the realm of possibility.
It matters not. Let us seize this opportunity to win Hourne's favor.
So, the King of Leonis graces us with his presence.
You failed to distinguish between friend and foe?
Silence! I'll cut you all down at once. And who is this witch?
Lilith, commander of Leonis' infantry. Calum.
Schutzelt, first sword of Solidus, Hourne's royal guard.
Oh, I've heard a thing or two about you. The reckless first sword, am I right?
As have I about you, Blaze of the Battlefield. You certainly look the part.
And if you don't watch your tongue when addressing His Majesty, I'll be sure to burn you to nothing but ashes.
Amusing, aren't we? Shall I befoul the fallen rain with your blood?
Enough.
But, Lady Marcherie...
Did he say Marcherie? Well, if it isn't the Princess of Hourne herself.
She's the beautiful Steel Maiden?
It seems this is Leonis territory. We apologize for the trouble caused.
Pay it no mind. It's fortunate that Leonis and Hourne are not on hostile terms. It would be our pleasure to have you as honored guests.
You have my deepest gratitude.
Mont, take care not to embarrass yourself in front of a proper lady.
I won't!
Mont, where have I heard that name before?
Now, to make these bandits regret setting foot in my kingdom.
Enemy reinforcements!
They don't seem like just any old bandits.
It could be that a foreign power is pulling their strings.
You might be right.
Do you truly believe such a thing?
What reason would we have to lie?
If not Leonis, then could they be in the service of Wizette?
It's possible. Hourne and Wizette are at odds with one another after all.
Choose your words wisely, Mont. Lest you have forgotten, Wizette and Leonis are on friendly terms.
Forgive my carelessness.
Right now, it doesn't matter from whence these thugs hail. The problem is their numbers. Any thoughts, King Elda?
Meeting force with force is not the Leonis way.
I take it you have a plan.
Abandon the carriage. Retreat to the forest.
You can't be serious. In this reign, Lady Macherie will...
Be just fine. We are in Leonis after all. Let us do as the lions do.
Mont, guard Lady Macherie.
Yes, Father.
Mont. Mont. Oh, that's right. You're the Prince of Leonis.
Yes, but...
I've heard the Prince of Leonis is one of the finest swordsmen in the land, with a temper to boot.
Lady Macherie, I believe you are mistaking him for the other prince, Prince Stern.
Oh, now I remember. Twin princes, as similar as a Moogle and a Marlborough. I see that now. Well then, Crown Prince, give us a show.
More reinforcements.
It looks like they won't rest until they've taken my life. I've never been pursued so passionately before.
Pursued, you say?
King Elda, at this rate...
Our enemy does not falter. Prepare to respond in kind.
You speak of the ring, correct?
Ring?
Where the devil did they all come from?
Leonis, a small nation surrounded by major powers. This ring is how you've maintained your independence.
Very perceptive. As expected of Lady Macherie.
That ring. I suppose it is an ancient relic.
Indeed. And something that I would show only to you, Lady Macherie. Let this be proof of the trust we have for one another.
Yes. Proof of our trust.
Lady Macherie!
It's nothing. I'm fine.
Does something trouble you?
Not in the least.
Father, the enemy has further reinforcements.
Unlearning savages. Let us retreat for now and strike back at our own advantage.
Naught but ruins. All wiped out by monsters?
Nay, the villagers were moved elsewhere before they met a grim fate.
A true king of the people, you are.
It was all at Mont's urgency. He insisted upon it.
That's quite a surprise.
Surprise? What do you mean?
I'd taken you for little more than your father's pup. No need to be upset. If anything, my impression of you has improved. Just a tad.
Here they come!
There's just no quitting them.
I bear new tidings, Your Majesty.
Out with it.
It appears the bandits are gathering in the forest just ahead. We estimate they have thrice our numbers.
These are no common cutthroats. Their forces are too great.
Then whose orders are they acting on?
Would Lady Macherie not hold the answers we seek? There's little doubt who is their prey.
Unfortunately, my enemies are too many.
The time has come for you to share your knowledge.
What do you want to know?
Why did you trespass into the land of Leonis, in lieu of sending me word of your travels?
I did trespass in your kingdom. I suppose an explanation is in order. My carriage was en route to Fennis.
To Fennis? But you must know that they are an enemy of Leonis.
For what purpose?
To wed Moraga.
What? You're to wed King Moraga of Fennis?
Dejection doesn't suit you.
Dejection?
Very well. It seems our suspicions weren't unfounded after all.
Yet you knew nothing of this marriage, King Elda. Is that not true?
Wait a minute. Though you'd have to traverse the mountains, you would be able to enter Fennis without stepping foot in Leonis.
Precisely. However, our coachman chose this route so as to avoid monsters. In doing so, we entered your territory.
And that's exactly when the bandits decided to strike? Isn't that convenient?
No word of this is a lie.
More of them are coming.
Father, we should retreat before our allies suffer any further losses.
I can't abide that.
What are you...
I've not the slightest interest in weak men.
Weak men?
Mont, it would seem Lady Macherie has taken a liking to you.
Lady Macherie.
Show me strength that can move even the most hardened of hearts.
Wonderful. We're surrounded.
If we had retreated, we could be eating by now. These fools from Hourne have entangled us in a right old mess.
Don't speak around your complaints. Spit them out.
Enough! This is my fault. If only I were stronger, this wouldn't have happened.
Your strength has naught to do with this, Lord Mont. It's just bad luck.
This necklace, it's...
Use it.
Is that another ancient relic?
Very perceptive. Father bequeathed it to me as my dowry.
An ancient relic for use as a dowry?
What's the matter, Mont? Use it, quickly.
Whoa!
Impressive for your first time. I never thought you would be able to wield it so well.
Maintain your focus, Lord Mont. Here they come!
Strike them down with all your might, Mont.
What?
If my eyes don't deceive me, you could become even stronger. What is it? So my eyes are mistaken, I take it?
No, I believe you! There's no end to them.
Are you going to suggest retreating again?
We have no choice. Your life is of the utmost importance.
Don't make me laugh. You think me intimidated by these whelps?
How brave, Princess.
Allow me to show our gracious king and his son how a lady conducts herself on the battlefield. Schutzelt, to arms!
Yes, my lady.
You mean to fight? You can't be serious.
You've certainly gotten better.
As have you. Solidus could make fine use of someone with your talents, Lady Marjorie.
Oh, Schutzelt, you've been working on your flattery as well, I see.
Those two are incredible.
Her talent is on par with the first sword of Solidus. It would seem she is not simply some insufferable princess.
Something you'd like to say, King Elda? Please speak freely.
You've made this warrior's blood run warm for the first time in an age.
Then we shall fight together. Look.
Their leader shows his face.
The one orchestrating this attack.
You'd best be on your guard, Lord Mont.
Lilith.
Their leader, no doubt, will be more skilled than the rest.
Right.
Mont, to battle! The time has come for the Elder Prince of Leonis to demonstrate his worth.
Yes, Father!
Well, well, well. It looks like you're really going to protect me from this rabble. What is it? Has the cat got your tongue?
I'll protect you. I swear it.
Do you desire me?
That's...
Or maybe you simply want to keep the ancient relic of mine currently in your possession.
I've no interest in your ancient relic.
And I've no interest in weak men. If you want me, then prove your worth. Before I forget about you completely.
Have we failed? Even with our numbers?
They're not human!
After them!
I've grown tired of this.
Huh?
What are you saying? This is our best opportunity to rid ourselves of the bandits.
Did I not make myself clear? I'm telling you that I'm tired. This freezing cold rain has soaked me to the bone, and this needlessly long fight has left my legs stiff as planks.
Are you certain? If we let them off so easily...
That's no concern of mine. I'm a princess of Hourne. Is this the hospitality Leonis has to offer?
Then let us withdraw to a warm hearth.
Enjoy this victory while it lasts, for it is not over yet. On the contrary, it has only just begun.
The territory of Finis lies due north of here.
So the hospitality of Leonis was for naught.
King Elda, you have our deepest gratitude. Alas.
Enough! There's no need for that. The relationship between Finis and my beloved Leonis remains at odds. If Lady Marjorie were to wed into Finis, it would doom us to a relationship of hostility as well. In that case...
Stop this madness at once and put your swords away.
Lady Marjorie, the day must wear on you.
What are you insinuating?
To be blindsided by these
Monsters!
Huh?
King Elda, can we truly trust you?
Schitzelt, is this how you thank the king that saved your life?
My duty is to escort Lady Macherie to Fennis without fail. I will gladly suffer your accusations of insolence to keep my lady safe.
Enough, Schitzelt. I've no intention of setting foot in Fennis.
But Lady Macherie, what of your engagement to King Moraga?
Surely you've noticed something amiss. These raids of late are suspicious.
Yes, my lady.
King Elda, I'd like to see Leonis Castle. Would I be welcome?
Very well. Pray, come and feast your eyes on our most celebrated den, the Castle of Lions.
The alliance between Hourne and Fennis will be tested if Macherie refuses to wed.
Naught will come of it. The alliance is not so fragile.
How can you be so sure?
Not a fortnight has passed since the daughter of King Moraga of Fennis.
Unbelievable. You mean to say this daughter has wed Prince Dario?
Yes, Your Grace.
Unsettling words. Mention of a daughter had not even crossed into my kingdom.
Truly?
Curiouser and curiouser.
Lady Macherie, your purity misleads you. You give them too much faith.
We speak naught but the truth.
Perhaps, but in Hourne, Lady Venera has already...
That cur Moraga. What in the world is he planning? What's the matter, Schitzelt? It'd be rude to keep King Elda waiting any longer.
Suspicion haunts my thoughts, my lady.
Suspicions about the daughter of Moraga?
I see no reason why King Moraga would deceive us.
Deception leads to betrayal. Maybe Hourne will not find a true ally in Moraga.
You speak of treachery.
Hourne would bow to them if they took me hostage. Are you still not convinced?
Then tell me, whose hand directed those bandit scum? King Elda insists that King Moraga is lining their purses. Yet, if he truly intended to take my lady hostage, or worse yet, end your life, then there are much easier methods.
You're right. And yet, I've no desire to return to Hourne for the time being. I'm not certain of King Elda, but his son Mont doesn't strike me as villainous.
Understood, Lady Macherie. If you truly believe so.
Apologies for all of this, Schitzelt.
You are too kind, my lady.
Promise me that no matter what happens, you will return home safely. Your wedding day draws near, does it not?
In 3 days.
I wish both you and Naya all the happiness in the world.
We have all we could wish for.
In that case, I wish for more happiness than you could ever wish for.
We humbly accept it.
Well then, let's be off. We'll win no favors keeping them waiting. Once we get through this forest, we should be able to see Leonis Castle. I'd heard tales of it being a remote castle. Alas, I never expected it to be quite so wonderful.
You are as adept with flattery as you are with a sword.
I only speak the truth.
You must forgive me. I have some business to attend to.
Fennis.
Moraga's lack wits. It appears that we've become Lady Masheri's abductors. Mont, ready yourself. We shall meet the Fennis army in battle.
But father,
Have you some objection?
Fennis is our enemy. I have no qualms about doing what needs to be done. But can we not resolve this with diplomacy, rather than needlessly risk the lives of our soldiers and people?
So you believe this fight to serve no purpose?
No, that's not what I...
Then allow me, father. Give me the order.
So this is the second-born prince, Stern.
Correct, my lady. His skills with the sword are said to surpass even the king's. For reasons unbeknownst to me, it seems he has never deployed in wars with foreign powers.
Is that so?
Father!
You shall keep watch at the castle. Kitone, keep a close eye on him.
As you wish.
Why do you hold me back?
My answer remains unchanged. The Leonis line must live on, even should we fall afoul of gods to defend it. That is all. We march to war! Let Fennis hear our roar!
Father, this war will take all the power we can muster. I can feel it.
Do you believe Stern should shed his blood alongside us? Spit it out.
I do, Father.
You fear routing Fennis without your brother's strength?
If Fennis marches their main force, you shouldn't take them lightly.
What are you doing here?
Beware the Legion Ruina. A direct blow by that force means certain defeat.
Father, what is Masheri doing here?
Lady Masheri is accompanying us into battle of her own volition.
Your fears are unfounded. I can take care of myself. Maybe I should protect you, too.
Make haste before it's too late. Return to the castle at once.
It was more comfortable than I'd expected. I'll give you that. But I'm not one for staying put.
We beg your pardon, Lord Mont.
Besides, isn't it better for me to accompany you?
What do you mean? I am worried about the alliance Fennis has struck with Hourne. As a result, we will surely have to battle against Hourne as well.
I see. Was your intention to lock me up inside Leonis Castle as your prisoner, then?
Of course not.
It wouldn't be a bad move.
Father, tell her that we would never. Of all the cowardly tactics.
Mont, don't be such a whelp. Schitzelt, do the honors for me.
We are the pieces that will greatly influence this war. The only choice other than winning is death.
Understand now? There are no cowardly tactics. Nothing is forbidden. If you do wish to take me hostage, then we must flee back to the castle before meeting Fennis's army.
Do you have no fear of death?
You shouldn't be afraid to die. You should fear others dying for you.
Your Majesty, the Fennis army readies for battle ahead!
So they have come. Unleash the proud lions of war! Fight to the last!
How fares the battle?
Though their numbers are small, the soldiers of Leonis take to war like those born for it. They have the advantage of the land. You could see the accomplishments of commanding with precision.
If Prince Mont were to continue growing in this way.
Yes, he could definitely become a threat. Just give the order, and I'll gladly wander into the fray and unhead his body.
Do no such thing.
Lady Marjorie, you cannot mean... That shall not do.
Why? Because he's an enemy? Answer me this. Do you think that we really have an alliance with Venice?
Well, yes, of course. I believe it to be true. The daughter of King Moraga has wed to Hourne, and soon you shall wed to Venice.
King Elda's words play on my mind.
He claims that King Moraga has no daughter, yet he must be mistaken. My lady watches Lord Mont, does she not?
Like a hawk. I have a keen eye for people. Father would have benefited from that skill himself, but alas.
You have my sympathies, my lady. If it were not for the threat to the west...
The sun has set.
We know the lay of this land better than any other. Press our advantage.
But it's no use, Lord Mont!
Enemies!
Mont, use the necklace!
Right!
It seems like we got here just in time.
I take back what I said. It appears as though my eye for people is a little misty. I must take after my father.
You are too harsh on yourself.
Do my ears deceive me? Or are you vouching for Mont?
Well, at a glance he seemed to be just another frail prince raised in luxury. However, with the courage he has shown since, my stance has changed. I find that purity of heart to be truly radiant.
Radiant, you say? That light. It could summon forth the dawn of a new day, or be lost to the all-consuming darkness of war. I hope I get to see it. To see what fate holds for the man named Mont.
That was it. Right there. There is no mistaking it.
Yes. That Esper came out of nowhere and obliterated the 1st Battalion.
No one in Leonis should be in possession of a relic that summons forth an Esper. Meaning that Marjorie is somewhere on this battlefield.
I shall locate her immediately.
Stand down. I'll take care of this myself.
But King Moraga...
War is for fighting. There is no place for gawkers. The true pleasure of battle lies in death throes and bloodbaths.
Leonis has my pity, your fierceness.
They'll not need it for long.
Sir!
You're King Moraga of Venice!
Now's our chance! Bite off the head of Moraga!
Even a demon could not stand a chance against our numbers! Ready yourselves!
Silence, you slugs. I want to hear naught but the rending of screams! Hear me, Elda. I'll take my pound of flesh for your crime of taking Marcherie. Hold on, my sweet Marcherie.
Are you all right? Hold firm!
Forgive me, my lord.
This wound is deep. No ordinary swordsman wielded the blade that cut this.
It couldn't be.
It was Moraga, my lord. He's here.
Lord Mont, take this soldier and leave now.
You're telling me to retreat?
Moraga is no ordinary foe.
But I have you, Lilith.
I am but one person. Victory is far from certain.
Do you find me of no use to you at all?
I'm afraid so, my lord. Apologies, of course.
Moraga is bloodying his blade to take back Marcherie. That's why I can give him no quarter.
I've told you already, Lord Mont. This fight will cost you your life.
The Leonis line shall live on, even should we fall afoul of gods to defend it.
King Elda's words.
I'll defeat him, so just lend me your strength.
Is that an order?
And if it was?
Then I would obey, gladly. After all, I swore to be Lord Mont's blade till I draw my last breath.
I sure am hungry.
You would speak about your stomach at a time like this? So scared you just want to turn tail and scamper back to the castle, huh?
Well, yes. I'd like to return. No enemies at the castle and food aplenty. Don't you want to go back too, Leart?
Don't group me together with you. I'd like to get a reward for proving myself in battle.
Reward? Didn't you say you only wanted honor?
Did I?
Also, remember saying you wanted to be led by Stern and Fordham rather than being in Calum?
Hold your tongue. Someone might hear you.
True though, isn't it? You'd get a closer view of Stern after all.
I want nothing of the sort. I think I finally realized.
Oh, then is Lord Mont the new object of your affection instead of Lord Stern?
You flat-mouthed fool. You are truly dense. You intend to serve your whole life?
You saying the life of a soldier isn't for you?
Well, I could save up enough money to buy myself a peaceful place somewhere and just retire.
Oh, I never thought of that.
What about you? You don't have any concerns about the future?
Whatever will be, I say.
How could I fall for this big oaf of all people?
Did you say something?
Nothing at all. On your feet. The enemy approaches.
So, this is where we lay our ambush. Seems a good plan to me.
We have thorough knowledge of this land. We must use that to our advantage.
This is true, and yet...
There are so many stars out tonight.
each one tells of danger. Shadows lurk in the darkness.
What do you mean?
Allow me to show you.
What the?
Don't move.
A shinobi from Hourne?
That necklace you hold, I believe that belongs to Lady Macherie. What has become of her?
Do your eyes fail you, shinobi? Can you not see who stands right there?
Lady Macherie, she's not alone. Schützelt is by her side, too.
Does it look as though they are our prisoners?
I see. Then I shall spare your lives. However, next time you will not be so lucky.
She vanished.
Apologies, Lord Mont. This is inexcusable.
I hope that shinobi gets a proper explanation.
Explanation?
If Macherie explains that we helped her after her carriage was set upon by those bandits.
Maybe this fight would be over. But when next we fight Fennis, will not Hourne aid them in battle? Should that come to pass, we would stand little chance of victory.
That's right. So long as we're at war with Fennis, Hourne will also be our enemy.
As would Lady Macherie.
Then what should we do?
The only way for us to survive is to defeat Moraga before Hourne's reinforcements arrive. And it must be done by whatever means necessary.
Lynx?
You are unharmed, my lady.
I see that my ever-worried father has sent you.
It was my decision to come, my lady.
What is it?
I have a message for Schützelt.
It couldn't be. Is it about Naya?
What is it? What happened? Out with it.
Naya is no longer with us.
What are you saying? That's impossible!
There was talk of you being a Leonis spy, conspiring with bandits and taking Our Lady Macherie hostage.
Who would breathe such foul lies into existence?
One of King Moraga's shinobi claims to have seen the whole affair take place.
Gather yourself, Schützelt.
Lynx, I need to hear it. Who murdered my beloved Naya?
Sharing that information won't be necessary, Lynx.
Loosen your tongue, or else I'll strike you down here and now.
Lady Macherie.
Lord Mont, they're heading straight for us!
His Majesty King Rob still has faith in Schützelt. However, King Moraga flew into a rage when he defended Schützelt. He spoke of treachery, a secret alliance with Leonis in an attempt to destroy Fennis.
Ridiculous.
He took it as a great offense after having married his dearest daughter to the House of Hourne. King Rob could not utter a word in kind.
And so he offered Naya as proof of his loyalty?
No. Without so much as a word to King Rob, King Moraga gave the command to a shinobi in his charge.
There can be no mercy.
Perhaps this very upheaval is what Fennis was hoping for. Schützelt, you are turning your blade against Fennis. That was precisely Moraga's goal. Do you not understand? Father will not be able to oppose Moraga. And to add insult to injury, now Moraga plans to get rid of me as well.
His last breath will be drawn before my blade, I swear it.
Even if by doing so, you destroy our homeland?
Forgive me for speaking so plainly.
There is no fault in speaking of what has already passed. But alas, we will not raise our swords against Leonis.
Leonis is the enemy, my lady.
Should you disobey me, you will die. Understood?
You have my loyalty, my lady.
That mangy Moraga. I'd heard tell of his savagery, but never his wits. We must prepare ourselves for the worst. Mont.
Wow, someone is looking for a fight.
Shitselt.
Are you not Lady Ma Sherry's escort? Just where do you think you're going?
To slay Moraga.
Moraga is our enemy as well. We should stand together and...
No, he is mine and mine alone. Out of my way.
The stars are unusually boisterous this night.
Should I go after him?
The answer to your question is not an easy one to give. Should one choose to live on, even though one suffers in despair? Or should one seek death, to afford one's soul its respite?
You aren't truly suggesting that it's better to let someone die, are you?
Who is to say? Fickle is the wind that fills the sails of a ship.
I can't leave that fool to go off on his own like that.
Then what do you plan on doing?
I request your permission to go after him. I'll bring him back here, or I'll fight at his side. No telling which it will be. But we mustn't leave him to his own devices.
Very well.
Thank you, Lord Mont. I'll be back before you know it.
Lilith sees her former self reflected in Lord Shitselt.
You're...
What are you doing here? Lady Ma Sherry.
Whatever has become of your knightly guardian?
She's gone off somewhere in search of Shitselt.
I see.
Has something happened?
The truth of it is...
most terrible.
But why would that knight go to such lengths to help Shitselt?
Lilith lost someone precious to her in the war with Fennis, too.
A lover?
No, a brother.
That makes sense. I suppose it is pain that bonds them. Then there is naught else we can do.
Just a moment. What are you planning?
With one knight gone, you'll need another to fill her place. I'll be your bodyguard. Just be grateful. What? Not happy about it?
No, it's great. I mean, it's fine.
Then let's be off. Follow my lead. You've proven yourself to be more capable than I thought. What troubles you, Mont? You will gain nothing by getting lost in your thoughts.
Apologies, I'm just... worried.
About Lilith and Shitselt?
No, about... you.
Worried about me? Perhaps you finally become a man.
You mock me. Moraga will catch wind of us soon enough, should we continue fighting like this.
Are you concerned about the alliance with Fennis breaking apart?
The alliance isn't my concern, but rather what the future holds for you. I fear it is dark.
You are not long for this world, Mont.
Huh?
The battlefield is no place for a kindness such as yours.
It doesn't matter. I've no desire to be a hero.
Then what do you want to be?
Nothing in particular. I am who I am. I don't want to slay 1,000 enemies. I want to keep one person safe. That is why I fight.
Keep one person safe. Are you talking about me?
Yes. I'll protect you, no matter what. You have my word.
I shall hold you to that, Mont.
I heard what happened.
And so you abandoned the prince to hound me out of pity?
Pity. Perhaps.
What would you know of what I'm dealing with?
What would I know of it? More than you realize. I lost somebody to Fennis, too. My brother. Slain in battle.
Your brother?
Desperate to take Moraga's head, I left Leonis. I couldn't rest until he lay dead. Alas, I never did get my revenge.
Your warning falls on deaf ears. I know he is to be feared, but there are some fights from which a man can never back down.
And there are fights from which a woman can never back down. Maybe I can put to rest one of my oldest desires, if we work together.
Do as you please.
There he is, the cur.
Moraga! Oh. Well, if it isn't the backstabbing knight who betrayed Fennis.
Wave your forked tongue elsewhere! We see through your lies!
Brought another brave knight with you too, huh? Come to unhead me before Hourne's troops arrive, have you? Lilith, was it? I remember you. And there's something you should remember. You don't have the mettle to beat me.
I've changed. And this time, I'm not alone!
What's changed? Nothing. 1 slug, 2 slugs. You cannot lay a finger on me.
Enough of the boasts! Ready your blade.
The first sword of the solidest royal guard. Been a while since I had a bit of fun.
Is that...
Even together, the two of them did not stand a chance.
There you are, my sweet. Start begging for your life. Tell me you can't wait to bear me a son. Do it, and you might save your own skin.
Revolting. You make me sick.
Revolting? Me? Then you can die with the rest of them!
Lynx!
What the? Damn it! A smoke bomb! You slugs!
Thought I'd come unprepared! This is our second dance!
Craven slugs. This isn't the last of me. I'll pay you back in blood for this!
Damn it. Great timing.
There you are.
That voice.
King Elda.
The king?
You've crossed blades with Moraga.
We've certainly mucked things up.
Then there's not for it. I must go.
No, King Elda. We must retreat for now.
Oh, the brave princess deigns to retreat? But alas, first we must dispose of this filth.
Schützelt, how are your wounds?
Forgive me, Lady Macherie.
It's okay. Don't apologize.
Hooray! Reinforcements!
Reinforcements! It couldn't be.
Hourne! The reinforcements hail from Hourne!
Then it is too late.
Oh.
It's daybreak.
What are you dithering about for? We need to get out of here now, else they will catch us.
Macherie, could you not return to Hourne alone? If the situation were explained to your father, surely we could come to an understanding.
So much for your royal education.
Pardon me?
Do you not comprehend, Mont? The only one spared in such a plan would be Lady Macherie herself.
Precisely. Taking me as your hostage will allow you to negotiate with father.
As our hostage? But that would...
Did the words not fall out of your own mouth? I thought you swore to protect me. Well?
I swore it then, and I'll swear it again now. I will protect you.
As you should. Then let us retreat. Leonis Castle awaits my return.
A brigade was being set upon by bandits near the border. King Elda and the Crown Prince Mont of the Kingdom of Leonis headed out to perform a rescue with the 2nd Division, Calum, in tow. Whom should they find under attack but Princess Macherie of the Kingdom of Hourne? Mont and Macherie joined forces to rout the bandits, and only then did they learn the truth of the assault. Macherie had been en route to marry the King of Fennis, whose kingdom is a political enemy of Leonis. Now, under the pretext of reclaiming his bride-to-be, King Moraga has launched an invasion into Leonis territory. Whereupon, Hourne, ally of Fennis by marriage, has called its armies to unite under Moraga in this effort. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Mont promised Macherie that he would protect her at all costs. Alas.
Your Highness, during the battle with Fennis, the Hourne army.
Father's plans may be to cut down Moraga before Hourne's reinforcements arrive. Alas, if things continue at this rate, a battle with their allied forces will be unavoidable.
A moment, Stern. If the misunderstanding with Hourne were to be resolved, then we may be able to avert battle. The Princess of Hourne survived her encounter with the bandits by virtue of Leonis's aid. Favors oft beget favors.
Our relationship with Hourne has thus far been amicable. Perhaps if the truth reaches their ears, they'll withdraw their soldiers. For the time being, at least.
For the time being.
Yes, it may solve the problem, but only temporarily.
Smart lad, that one.
Oh, you are in agreement?
King Rob seems to be a wise general with a strong respect for righteousness. They should cease their attack for now. However, should Fennis assail Leonis again...
Hourne would march onto Leonis Castle at full strength. Your counsel is much appreciated. Then it appears there is no scheme that can abate the threat of Hourne.
Not entirely accurate, Your Highness. There is one option.
Indulge me.
We must end Moraga's life.
Master, will you not lend us your strength? I heard tell that not even Lilith stood a chance against him. But with your help...
Please, we humbly request your aid.
Here we go again. Just as I was thinking about retirement, too.
Master.
It's not like I can refuse, now is it? Let's see how far we can push this aging sword, shall we?
You have my deepest thanks. It's reassuring to have you fight with us.
But you'd best strengthen your resolve. Moraga will not be defeated unless one courts death.
That cannot be allowed to happen. From King Elda himself.
Stand down, Kitone.
But...
Kitone, you must understand. When swords are drawn, Lord Stern will never back down.
Beg pardon. His Majesty has already completed preparations for the retreat.
Inconceivable. Father would have us hole up in the castle. But unfortunately, we are unprepared for such a situation.
Even if we were to begin preparations now, we would not be able to finish in time.
It seems we have but one option left after all.
Then let us depart.
Mother! You cannot be serious!
What is the value in survival if it is mine alone? It would be better to reach our graves together.
But...
You speak of yourself as a grand warrior, yet you are unable to protect your own mother?
They will not touch a hair on your head, Mother.
My thanks, Stern.
Fordham, move out at once!
I'm sorry to ask this of you, but could you report back to King Elda?
I'll see it done.
Well, you can do better than that. Try saying it again, with a smile. After all, you get to be at Lord Mont's side. That's quite a windfall for you, isn't it?
Not another word.
I'll protect Lord Stern with my life. I expect you to do the same for Lord Mont. Lord Stern.
I know. That mangy Moraga. I'd heard of his savagery, but to think him capable of such devious plotting.
Not what you'd expect from a man who takes what he wants by brute force, is it? Be that as it may, our enemies don't appear to be as great a number as I'd expected.
It has been a while. Shall we give it our all, Master?
Let us indeed. It's time we struck the fear of Fordham into the hearts of those who follow Moraga.
Well, does it hurt?
Get away from me, or I'll cut you down.
My, how gallant.
You have my deepest sympathies. But alas. Are you so naive as to think I can turn a blind eye to threats against my lord?
Schützelt, calm yourself.
You think I won't strike you down just because you're a prince? Trembling, are you? You spineless royal fool!
You are right. I do not have what it takes to be a prince.
What did you say?
But you do not have what it takes to be a royal guard either.
Shut your mouth. Why didn't you move?
A man like you cannot fulfill your duty to Ma Cherie. I shall be her shield.
My sincerest apologies. My subject was not himself.
Pay it no heed. Mont antagonized him. The wounds are mere scratches.
I apologize further for speaking freely. However, it seems that Mont has come into his own rather quickly.
All thanks to you, if I hazard a guess.
Thanks to me?
Let's get out of here. Revenge has slipped our grasp. We should lick our wounds and bide our time.
Prepare to retreat! Cocoon, by your pale hue, I presume you bring dark tidings.
Forgive me, Your Grace. Stern has departed to do battle.
With Stern's aid, we can turn this war around.
Stern. You mean the heir to the Leonis crown? Oh, my apologies.
No need for apologies. Stern's skill with the sword is true enough, and far outmatches my own.
Then you have given up?
Given up what?
Is it not obvious? The throne of Leonis.
Who shall sit upon the throne will be decided by me. Cocoon, relay this message to Stern. Retreat to the castle at once. What in the hell is the boy thinking? Leaving Helena to march to war?
Beg pardon, Your Grace, but Queen Helena is with him.
She's what?
The enemy is coming! A report from the field, Your Grace. It seems that Fennis reinforcements are heading this way, one after another.
Reinforcements? From Fennis?
Seems word of our leaving the castle has already reached Moraga. There's more to him than I thought.
Master, what do you make of Moraga's movements?
That savage? It would seem that he's wary of you.
Of me?
King Elda stubbornly refused to send you into the battle against Fennis. That's why Moraga is afraid of you, Lord Stern. You must be what they call a secret weapon.
You're saying that Father kept me back for a time like this.
Well, now we have a chance to seize victory, slight as it may be.
What do you mean?
That means Moraga could be underestimating Lord Mont's abilities.
Insightful as always, Master. I reached a similar conclusion myself.
Maybe his skill with a blade is lacking in comparison to yours, Lord Stern. However, he has seen war more times than one could count. Sometimes flowers bloom even on the battlefield.
I think so too.
Well then, shall we? I really must get loosened up. Oh, I've grown stiff from serving in the castle.
Does it hurt?
Is whining a specialty of the Royal Guard in Hourne?
I've given up my position and my honor. I'm no longer a royal guard.
You don't say. Well, I guess that can't be helped.
Now you could use me as you will.
Use you? Who's going to do that?
Now that I've lost everything, I expect you'll use me for all I'm worth.
I think you're mistaken. You can be the one to use us.
What are you blathering about?
There exists no war without bloodshed. However, there is certain blood that should never be spilt. Do you not agree? Moraga Fennis has done something that should never have been done. Are his sins not worthy of punishment?
Are you crying for my family? For Naya?
War be damned and taken from this world. I have faith that Lord Mont, and he alone, can achieve that for us all. For that purpose, I'd use aught I have. So you should make use of us as well. I fear you don't know a thing about how Lord Mont feels, do you?
How Lord Mont feels?
Didn't he just tell you? You don't have what it takes to be a royal guard. Most likely, because he couldn't bear to see you suffering from the restrictions that come with that title. To use or be used, to be friend or to be foe. Such things are of no relation to what is right and wrong, is that not so?
He's a kind spirit, Lord Mont.
He is. But that's why I always worry.
Commander Lilith!
What's the matter?
Soldiers from Hourne are arriving one after the other. Our forces are being pushed back. At this rate...
Wait. Where do you think you're going?
Lord Mont still fights on the front lines.
Don't go!
Oh, suddenly you're going to treat me like some frail little girl?
Do you know what you're up against? Fighting Solidus is absurd!
Escort these two. Escort Lady Macherie and Schittzelt to Leonis Castle and make haste.
Yes, Commander.
Stop! Are you trying to get yourself killed?
I'm not going to die yet. I'm doing this to live. Unlike you.
Lilith. She's a fine woman. Not as much as me, though, so perhaps second best in the world.
I think you mean third. Forget not about Naya.
Fair enough. If you've a mind to jest, you can walk on your own 2 feet.
What of Macherie and Schittzelt?
No need to worry. I've commanded an armed escort to deliver them safely to Leonis Castle.
I'm glad to hear it. Thank you.
Well then, let's smash this enemy brigade and beat a retreat.
Sounds good to me.
Pardon my intrusion. Fordham has arrived.
Stern, you came for us.
Brother, it seems the battle has been grueling.
That's because my skill with the sword is not up to par with yours. Yet. Today alone, I have tiptoed the edge between life and death so many times. I may have gotten a little stronger.
Only a little. Brother, you underestimate yourself.
Underestimate, you say?
Save your breath for more peaceful times. We shall retreat at once.
There is no need to retreat. We shall separate Moraga's head from his body!
It must be done, Father. With Stern by our side, not even Moraga.
Conceited fools! Hourne's main force, Solidus, is meeting to join Moraga as we speak. There's no time to waste.
However, the preparations to hold within the castle are...
We will do no such thing.
Then why head for the castle?
Because you have me as your hostage.
Macherie, what are you doing here?
I think I'm valuable enough to stop Hourne's invasion. Don't you agree?
No, I won't allow it.
Mont, hold the rear during our retreat.
Me?
That's impossible. Mont isn't ready.
Lady Macherie, you are our prisoner, are you not? I would like you to leave the planning to us. Hold off the enemy here until we, the main force, are out of your periphery. Thereafter, make for the castle while evading their pursuit. Understood?
Yes, Father.
And Mont, don't die, all right?
Of course.
Brother.
Have faith. I'll see it done. Watch over Father. I'm sure he has some kind of plan in mind. It'll come to light soon enough. So...
Soon enough, you say?
Ramada, what do the stars say?
What do they say? I am not sure if I should answer.
You don't want to tell us? That must mean...
Is our unit that hopeless?
That is not my meaning. Once the future is known, it betrays you. That is why it should remain unsaid.
I don't get it.
Were I to declare here and now that our escape is to be a success, what would be the outcome? Perhaps the soldiers would be relieved and become overconfident. On the contrary, were I to declare that no man would be left alive, they might falter and flee before it even begins.
You make a fair point.
In either case, knowing half of what the future may hold can make it slip through your fingers like fine sand.
So you're trying to tell us ignorance is bliss?
Oft it is better not to know, yes.
Well then, let's go and grab these unknown futures with our own hands, shall we?
Ah, King Rob. My thanks. You fought hard.
Enough with the pleasantries. Tell me, why did you slaughter Naya?
Do you think I'd kill her without reason?
You had a reason, I'm sure. Alas, I've heard no mention of it.
Chitzelt isn't alone in this. There are others in Hourne who ally with Leonis.
Do you speak the truth?
I needed to make an example of the woman to show those slugs who's boss.
But...
traitors to their country are to be judged and damned. That's the way, isn't it? This should have guaranteed the peace of Hourne for now. Something's still troubling you. Are you not yet content?
King Moraga. Are you truly King Moraga?
Tell me, why are you asking?
It's not, but... the impression you left during our previous engagement, it was markedly different.
I am me. No one else can stand in my place.
And the battle?
The goddess of victory showers her blessing over us. We are mighty.
What is Marjorie's status?
She's safe, of course.
Where is she?
On this battlefield.
Unbelievable. What are those Leonis scoundrels plotting?
Nevertheless, Fennis will not yield. Their tails are already between their legs. No doubt they'll hole up in their castle.
If they succeed, it would be more than a nuisance. It is decided then. The pride of Hourne will play its part. Solidus shall join the fray. Wretched Leonis, you shall be devoured, one and all.
Oh, there they go. Can't see our main force anymore. I wonder when we'll get to set off. If we don't hurry, the enemy forces will be upon us.
Your brain is as dense as your belly. It's our duty to hold those forces off.
Huh? Oh, right. It is, isn't it?
And not simply hold them off. Once we've bought the main force some distance, we'll retreat and do this all over again.
So you're saying that all the way back to the castle?
Yes. No one is going to play savior for us, no matter what trouble may befall us.
If your fear has the best of you, then you can run ahead.
Run ahead? And join the main force?
Yeah, no one would blame you for doing so. Joining up with the main force would guarantee a safe return to the castle. What's the matter?
Oh. It appears not even one will take the offer.
Here they come!
A fight it is, then.
Let the stars grant us their divine protection.
We are Calum. We will not fail!
Lady Marjorie?
Lynx, what's the matter?
I seek your permission to return to King Rob's side.
Do as you will. You're in my father's service, after all. You plan to tell father of me, don't you?
Yes. I will tell him that Lady Marjorie is going to Leonis of her own accord.
I wonder, what's gotten into you?
What?
It is pointless to deny it, Lynx. Your true concern is Mont.
It is nothing of the sort.
No matter. It's not as if I don't understand how you feel, after all. Alas, the journey will not be easy. The road is rife with danger.
I understand the risk. Though I did not inform you, I was attacked on my way here. I believe they were soldiers of Fennis.
Perhaps they are planning to separate me from father. But if so, they would try again. Yet you still wish to return to father's side?
Leonis is our enemy. There is naught that will change my thoughts on this matter. That said, I do not wish to toil in a senseless battle. Besides, Mont put his own life at risk to protect you, Lady Marjorie, as well as Chitzelt. That is why I, too, wish to be honorable.
That is just like you, Lynx. Then let me ask one more thing of you.
Whatever you wish, my lady.
Tell father that Chitzelt has done nothing wrong. What is it?
Is there nothing you wish to tell Mont?
If he dies here like a dog, then that is all he will ever be.
Understood, my lady. I will not fail you.
Not once did I underestimate Calum, but...
This will not be an easy fight. Survive, Mont.
News from the battlefield, Your Majesty. Fennis' 1st Division. in pursuit of the enemy, has been completely annihilated.
So it would seem our enemies fight in earnest as well.
There's nothing to worry about. The fight's only just getting started.
That is not all, Your Majesty. The enemy's main force has already begun its retreat.
Then they are surely preparing to hole up inside the castle. In which case, Prince Stern will no doubt lead the rear guard. It is said his sword arm is rivaled only by King Elda himself, and yet the prince has never appeared in battle.
He must be too scared of me to step foot out on the battlefield.
That would be fine if it were the case. However, King Elda must surely have some scheme in mind.
Your Majesty, it is not Stern commanding the rear guard, but the leader of Calum, a man called Mont.
Prince Mont? The clawless cub of the Lion Twins?
Yes, Your Majesty.
So that swine Elda plans to keep Stern in reserve. If that is the case, then he has assured our victory. Solidus, move out! Strike down the enemy ranks and show no mercy!
The enemy's 2nd Division is advancing!
Do not falter! Engage the enemy!
What's become of our main force?
They are no longer visible to the naked eye from here.
Then I'd say they've gained enough distance.
Let's ready our retreat, but don't let your guard down. I'm counting on you, Lilith.
Right. We're the rear guard. We'll hold our ground even as we turn our backs to the enemy.
The time has come, huh?
It seems we'll be confronting Hourne's main force soon.
Hourne's main force? You mean Solidus?
It would appear so. We could fight this battle head-on hundreds of times without a single victory.
But we shall fight as we withdraw. In other words, with our backs to the enemy.
A fighting retreat? Can we really pull it off?
We can. Or rather, we must. Well then, let's get started. Maintain your focus.
You're a shinobi of Hourne. Weren't you with Macherie?
I am returning to King Rob.
I see. Then I hope you get back safely. What is it?
If you die here like a dog, then that is all you will ever be.
Was that a message from Macherie?
No, Lady Macherie was merely speaking to herself.
Is that so? Thank you.
Try not to die. It would really sadden Lady Macherie if aught were to happen to you.
The same goes for you.
Do you think anyone would shed a tear for me?
I would.
Lord Mont, we must hurry.
I know. Let's get going.
Mont, what on earth are you doing? I don't think I can tolerate waiting any longer.
Just as I thought. Here you are. You should return to the castle tower. The evening wind weakens the strongest amongst us.
It's said that Mont is the Elder Prince of Leonis.
Indeed he is. What of it?
Are you not worried?
Mont would cease being a prince should the kingdom fall.
Is there not a trace of a filial bond between you?
No father would wish for the safe return of his child. But alas, one cannot expect to fulfill his duty as guardian if he allows his heart to waver by dwelling on such things.
His duty as a guardian? Whatever do you mean?
It is none of your concern. Now, into the castle tower. After all, Mont's return to the castle is not guaranteed.
The castle! I can see the castle!
At last. Almost time for a good long snooze.
Don't lower your guard yet.
I think we're safe since we made it this far, Lord Mont. Reinforcements could join us in short order.
Is that truly the case?
Am I missing something?
If the king had that in mind, Fordham would be at the ready. However...
Naught stirs in the castle. The silence is chilling.
Surely the king's busy preparing the castle for a siege. So...
Father said he has no intention of holding the castle in a siege.
It won't be long now till the enemy forces surround the castle. With the preparations incomplete, the provisions inside the castle won't last long.
So, our choices are an honorable defeat or our unconditional surrender.
Hang on a second, everyone. After fighting desperately, we finally made it back to the castle. Even so, there's nothing but despair awaiting us. What's happening here?
Is Father really planning on using Macherie as a hostage to bargain with Hourne?
It's not totally unbelievable.
I cannot let that happen! I refuse to.
But there doesn't seem to be any other way.
More soldiers from Venice!
I see. So, if I want to get back to King Rob, I'll have to hack through them first. There's no other choice.
Welcome to hell! Prepare yourselves!
This bloodlust. Show yourselves! Perfect. I'll make you pay for destroying my village right here and now.
A remnant of Saiga, just as I thought. Thought I'd get the chance to meet you if I hung around with Finis.
Ryu. Unforgivable. For what you've done, I'll show no mercy. I know it was you. You're the lowlife who killed Lady Naya.
What of it? You're next. Then it's Macherie's turn.
How daring of you to share such plans.
Not at all. Because this is the end of the line for you.
No, I cannot die here, no matter what happens.
Too bad. This is where you shrivel up and die in your regrets.
Daybreak. Perhaps we should consider not walking through those gates as an option.
What are you saying? You do not plan on returning to the castle? Lilith, what do you mean? Please explain.
I think King Elda may not have a plan this time.
But... You're right. I suspected the same thing.
Hold on a second here. If we're not going back to the castle, what exactly is our plan?
We could always run.
You're honestly suggesting that we just abandon the castle?
Whether we take refuge inside the castle or not, Leonis will fall sooner or later. But if Lord Mont survives, then the Leonis bloodline can live on.
Our time is running out.
The decision is yours, Lord Mont. As is my sword. My prince, make a choice.
More enemies!
We cannot delay any longer, Father! Allow me to fight!
I will not.
Why? If I do not fight, Mont will...
Must I repeat myself? Stop, Stern!
Do you intend to stand idly by and let my brother die?
That depends on Mont.
Must you be so merciless to those who do not share your ideals?
Do not misunderstand me. My wish is for the Leonis bloodline to survive. I would gladly lay down my own life for that cause. Even so, I do not intend to show mercy to those who do not understand the worth of their blood.
Are you saying that you want brother to abandon the castle and flee?
Is that... Mont?
Fool. So he has chosen to return.
Gates left wide open. No reinforcements being marched out.
I wonder what King Elda intends with all this.
Maybe he's really eager for Lord Mont to go inside.
But Lord Mont is...
If you want to run, then run. I will not hold your decisions against you.
Wait, are you telling us to flee?
It is your best option. I cannot think of any other way.
Then allow me to do as I please.
Allow me the same courtesy.
I am sorry. Thanks for everything. If only you had been placed under Stern's command instead, none of this would have happened. What is it? Why are you still here?
I wish you wouldn't underestimate us like that. We're Kalim, Lord Mont's sword and shield, are we not?
We will be by your side, no matter where the road may take us.
Let's show them what it means to be the pride of Leonis.
I too serve only Lord Mont.
All of you?
No need to get emotional now. We've got soldiers to deal with.
Mont.
That flag!
It's the flag of Hourne's main force, Solidus!
Mont!
That all you got? I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed. Was expecting to have a bit more fun with you. Such a pity.
King Rob must hurry.
Still got some life in you, huh? Not yet ready to die? Well, what's the matter? Plead for your life. Huh. How boring. Already at your dying breaths. Let me put you out of your misery. What's so funny?
There's no one easier to defeat than a cocky little lowlife.
Why you... What the... She went and jumped off the damn cliff. Now things are getting interesting. Cling to life, if that's how it is. Next time we meet, I'm going to make you beg for death.
What?
Lord Mont, what's wrong?
I heard Marjorie's voice.
If so, then you must respond.
What?
It doesn't look like Lady Marjorie is anywhere to be found. And yet, you heard her voice all the same. A revelation from the gods, perhaps.
Impossible.
Lord Mont, the wave of enemy forces has stopped.
Seems we've earned a brief respite, eh? My prince, it's time to make a choice.
Yes. We'll enter the castle and discover Father's true intent.
As ordered, the castle gates remain open.
That will do.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but will that not allow the enemy to breach the castle?
Do you not understand? With our gates closed, the enemy will strike at full force. However, open gates give off the scent of a trap, causing them to doubt their next move.
Understood, Your Majesty. Forgive my impudence.
That said, this situation cannot be maintained forever. Helena and Stern shall remain in the castle.
Father!
Mont and I shall leave. There will be no quarrel.
What of Marjorie?
It'd be folly to take her with us.
Marjorie, this is where we must part.
I leave Schützelt in your care. He's in no state to return to Hourne yet.
I understand. He's in good hands. I will return for you. You have my word.
But can you keep your word?
If you have faith in me.
What?
Your faith will make me stronger. Stronger than I've ever been.
Then you shall have it. Become stronger than anyone else, Mont. Then come and claim me, before I forget you. Understood?
Mother and I are to remain here while you escape. Is that the way of it, Father?
Disappointed, I take it.
Your ploy is to make hostages out of us.
Make of it what you please.
Why do you refuse to fight? And if we are to escape, then why not do so together as a family?
Never forget. The Leonis line shall live on, even should we fall afoul of gods to defend it.
Father, I've but one request. I will gladly remain here, so I beg of you, please take Mother with you. If aught were to happen to her, and
Helena stays.
No matter what?
Enough!
I cannot abide this! This is no more than a sad excuse to save your own skin!
Stern!
If my life is to be forfeit, may my enemy be one or many. I'll slay them all.
Stern.
I'll stain the earth red with my own blood.
You plan to die?
Never has the thought of dying crossed my mind, but I forsake Leonis. That is all.
Helena. Protect the bloodline of Leonis at any cost.
At any cost?
That is my wish. Yes.
King Elda, requesting permission to depart for the front.
Granted. My apologies, O. To have embroiled my honored guest in all of this.
I'm afraid this comes with the territory of being a knight, lowly as I may be. But that's fate, isn't it?
Let us depart. Seize the proper opportunity to surrender. This bloodline is all, remember?
I am well aware.
Mother, I beg of you to yield as soon as you are able.
Are you a half-wit? What time would an early surrender buy us?
You put their lives in danger for the sake of our own.
It's for the sake of the Leonis bloodline.
Mont.
Stay safe.
Safe as I can.
It is time.
Schützelt, are you all right?
Yes, my lord.
King Elda and Lord Mont have escaped through the rear gates.
Damn. Lord Stern, do not despair. Surely King Elda has a plan.
Do not talk as if you know how I feel!
Forgive me, Master.
Don't forget, I was abandoned too, by my own father.
I had not forgotten. Have you ever thought ill of your father?
At first, my heart was ruled by nothing but hatred. However, now, I think naught of it at all.
Why is that?
Because I was taken in by you, Lord Stern. I met you because I was abandoned. I'd say I was pretty lucky, wouldn't you?
Then please return to the castle. Don't waste the precious luck you found.
Shed your terror, my lord. I have no intention of throwing my life away.
Huh? You came here in order to live.
Of course. A master always wishes to put on a show for his apprentice.
Ready for a challenge? He who kills the most wins.
I'm always game for some friendly competition. Beware, I will give it my all.
Lady Marcherie.
Queen Helena!
No matter what befalls us, I wish for Stern to live. Please, I require your assistance.
Queen Helena. No, Queen Mother. Please rest easy. My life is already indebted to your son, Mont, so I will return the favor.
Wait! Stay your swords, we shall not fight.
But Lord Stern, I can still fight. I will protect the Queen Mother.
My apologies, but we shall not go further. I am not like father. I'm not like that man. I would never abandon mother. Never!
What are you doing here? We're to take Helena and Stern.
We think not.
What did you say?
Any grievances can be taken up with me personally. And just to let you know, I have a hard time settling grievances gently. These two are my guests. Treat them with our greatest hospitality. Is that clear?
Yes, Your Highness. It shall be done.
We have news, Your Majesty. We have custody of not only Lady Marcherie, but Queen Helena and Prince Stern as well.
I see. So Macherie is unharmed.
What do you wish to do with the Queen and Prince of Leonis, Your Majesty?
I want them handed over to me. They're bitter enemies of Fennis, the pair of them. I've always dreamed of ending the Leonis bloodline myself. Same goes for any that get in my way.
I have word from Lady Macherie to welcome the Queen and Prince of Leonis with the greatest of hospitality, Your Majesty.
Of course, I never considered this a one-sided trade. I'll allow sweet Lady Macherie to return to Hourne. Do we have a deal?
You have left me no choice. Then if that is settled, I shall check on Macherie. Excuse me.
Ryu, what happened?
I dealt with a shinobi from Hourne.
Just what I'd expect of a master from Goga. That's why you're worth top coin.
It seems that shinobi was sent to Rob courtesy of Macherie.
Then there's no way of Rob knowing what Macherie and Schitzelt have been through yet.
That should be the case.
What of Elda and his other princely runt?
It seems they fled through the rear gate of the castle with Calum.
Leaving behind their beloved to scurry off into the night.
A brigade has already been dispatched in pursuit.
Just what I wanted to hear. I'll join them after.
Understood.
What's wrong?
I just got the strangest feeling that we were being watched.
It might be Moraga.
Right.
We should hurry. There's no time to waste. Schitzelt, can I ask you something?
What is it?
Why did Hourne join swords with Fennis?
A fine question. I too would like to hear your answer. Fennis's military might is indeed impressive, but an alliance with a country like that will lead to naught but problems.
It was because of Rundal, which lies to the west.
Rundal? The so-called dragon-eating stag? That House Rundal?
Rundal's invasions to the east become a more menacing reality by the minute. Hence...
I see. You sought desperate measures to curb Rundal's aggression.
That is when Sadali stepped in to be the mediator.
Sadali! Isn't he the founder of the Crystal Sanctum?
So it was his scheme. Be that as it may, to agree to wed one's precious daughter to that savage of a man.
We were told that Moraga was not but a barbarian with a lust for battle. Alas, that was before we met. The Moraga I saw was fluent in our tongue. So much so that he seemed a different person entirely.
I know what you mean. I felt the same way. Not to mention, his skills have improved remarkably since we last crossed swords. Though it pains me to admit it. Even with Schitzelt by my side, we couldn't put an end to him.
Perhaps that feckless swine has used some means to gain more power.
To gain more power? It couldn't be. An ancient relic?
Macherie,
Father!
you are safe. I can rest assured at last.
King Elda treated me as an honored guest. More importantly, I ask that you protect Queen Helena and Prince Stern. Father?
They are to be delivered to Fennis. A deal was struck with King Moraga not long ago.
Why would you do that? Why would you strike such a deal? Oh no. You never heard from Lynx?
From Lynx? No, she has been missing for quite some time. What am I missing here?
Actually...
Moraga has been pulling the strings all along. Alas, is there no proof of this conspiracy?
Proof is hard to come by.
Moraga doesn't strike me as capable of such devious plots. It is possible that Sottily gave him the idea.
Are there no means with which to reclaim Queen Helena and Lord Stern?
Perhaps if you were to take their place in Fennis, an agreement could be reached.
Then that is what I shall do.
No, I'll never submit to those terms.
Father!
But I'll persuade Moraga not to do them any harm. It would not be wise for him to refuse my terms. We still have his daughter.
Father, about Moraga's daughter. According to King Elda, he doesn't have one.
What? That fiend! What on earth are you planning?
Mont.
Lord Mont, please accept my sincerest apologies for my many instances of discourtesy to date.
I can't let you go.
Pardon?
You wish to part ways with us and go it alone, don't you?
But if we are to keep our current course east, we'll enter Wizette territory.
Worry not. Leonis and Wizette are bound by an alliance.
Alas, I am not...
Of Hourne any longer? Is that not so?
I don't understand why you all treat me so. And not just you, Lord Mont, but even Lilith.
Have you heard that Lilith lost Volca, her brother?
Yes, Lord Mont.
Upon his death, Lilith fell into despair and vanished. To this day, she refuses to speak at length of what happened during the 2 years she went missing.
But one day, she came back.
Yes. She told me of how the people she met while wandering the lands helped her realize what she needs to do.
She must have had good encounters.
Because of that, Lilith must wonder if she has what it takes to carry out that duty herself. That memory inspired me to take you with me now. So, I understand. It's none of my concern. But I could not leave you in that state.
I am truly thankful.
Schitzelt.
To think that someone finds even my broken self to have purpose. I must take solace in knowing that.
Lend me your strength, and together we'll defeat Moraga.
He's powerful. Our lives may be forfeit in another confrontation.
I am ready. Have no doubt.
I understand.
Oh, so this is where you have been. You are sought by King Elda.
Father needs me?
It seems we are under attack.
What? Shouldn't you have said that sooner? Schitzelt!
I'm with you.
Well, well, well. Leonis Castle has fallen.
That is not all. The Queen, Helena, and the younger Prince, Stern, are both in hand.
The real message here is that Elda and Mont have slipped out of our net, is it not?
Yes, Your Holiness.
No matter. Then perhaps I, too, should greet Leonis Castle with my presence.
You would go in person, Your Holiness?
Little birds have been telling rumors of Stern for quite some time now. I have long desired to have him under my control by any means necessary. And lo, to realize that dream at so soon a juncture.
Against the combined forces of Hourne and Fennis, Leonis was forced to call a retreat. Declaring that he will not prepare for a siege, King Elda instead decided to abandon the castle and flee with Mont. He intends to seek aid from the allied kingdom of Wazette to the north. Meanwhile, the younger prince, Stern, and his mother, Queen Helena, chose to become hostages of Fennis. The Leonis line shall live on, even should we fall afoul of gods to defend it. Thus, the Leonis bloodline was cut in two. A smug grin adorns the face of Lord Sodali, the founder of the Church of the Crystal. For he orchestrated the alliance between Hourne and Fennis.
I'm sorry. I'm ashamed to have made promises I couldn't keep.
But there is no need to fret. I guarantee your safety. From what I have heard, you have done Marjorie a great service. Hourne is indebted to...
Hourne has allied with our bitter enemy, Fennis. Our safety can never be guaranteed as long as that alliance with Fennis stands. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not condemning you. The only thing I want is for you to save my mother.
Stern, I'll do as much as I can. I can promise that, at least. So...
I'd say it's about time you wrapped up this little conversation.
You are the shinobi in Fennis's employ.
I've heard tell of you. You're Ryu, if I'm not mistaken.
Gotta take these two. No hard feelings, right?
Let me ask you one thing. Have you seen Shadowlinks?
Shadowlinks?
Are the people of Goga not sworn enemies of the shinobi of Saiga?
Ryu, these people are Hourne's honored guests. If there is any...
Who the hell do you think you are?
What?
Why should I take orders from the likes of you? You want something from me, it's going to cost you, so pay up. I hate people like you, always trying to order me around without paying a single gil.
Why, you...
You should be careful how you speak to me, unless you want to end up like...
Like Lynx, you mean?
Who's to say?
What is the matter?
I still fear for Mother and Stern. I wonder how they're doing now.
You lackwit.
Father, are you not worried?
You worry for others at a time like this?
But we will soon enter Wazette territory. Once we do, the pursuing Fennis forces will surely give up chase.
That would be favorable, but alas.
Are you saying that Fennis intends to invade Wazette?
With Hourne joined in alliance, it is not implausible. There is much ground we must yet cover before reaching Wazette Castle to the north. That much is apparent from the lack of Wazette's guards in this area. If our pursuers were to catch us before reaching the castle, it would be our demise.
Yes, Father. I've heard that Sottile brought together Hourne and Fennis as allies.
That's correct. He used the threat of Rundal to the west to compel King Rob's decision.
This Sottile, he must have a great deal of influence to sway the King of Hourne.
Sir Schitzelt, what is the truth of the matter? We have no connections with Lord Sottile.
He is the founder of the Church of the Crystal. Near the northwest border of Hourne stands his cathedral, the capital of the congregation.
I've heard of the Church of the Crystal, but what exactly do they do? Could it be they're actually gathering crystals?
That they are.
Seriously?
Crystals are the source of various powers. It is said that they're collecting them for the benefit of the people, but...
That's just a front, right?
A front? Then what is the true purpose?
They plan to use them for war. Or so I've heard.
There must be a sense of impending crisis. The great kingdom of Rundal strongly opposes Sottile.
It seems that King Jaden of Rundal is eager to expand his territory to the east. He coerced Hourne and Fennis into an alliance to protect both himself and the church.
Indeed. I see no other reasoning.
Then let us continue northward. The longer we stall, the closer Fennis comes to nipping at our tails.
What's the matter? Do your wounds still hurt?
No, it's not that. It would be best if I didn't go to Wazette.
There's no cause for concern.
But surely they would suspect me for a spy of Hourne. It would cause naught but problems for Leonis.
Fear not. I do not lose face over such trivial matters.
On the contrary, they might seek to make a vassal out of you.
Me? Under the command of King Kuri of Wazette?
It could happen.
The King of Wazette hasn't been blessed with a leader of note for generations. No doubt, the very thought of attaining the first sword of Solidus would have the man licking his chops.
I find that hard to...
It's a fair comment. He may even want you to inherit the throne of Wazette someday.
Me? The King of Wazette?
Forgive me. You've only recently lost your betrothed.
Wait a moment. The Prince of Wazette.
There isn't one.
Precisely speaking, he was assassinated. It seems a dispute over succession to the throne broke out with the birth of a concubine's child. That was almost 20 years ago.
Then that means the successor to King Kuri.
Oh, there is one. Her name is Glaciella. Another valiant lady. Well, not that I'm in such a position to say so.
I had thought to wed one of my sons to Glaciella.
Lord Mont, is that true?
No, Father is just saying that.
It seems only Lady Macherie will do. Even so, I see no ill in sitting stern upon the throne of Wizette.
In other words, the alliance between Wizette and Leonis is bound by...
That's right. It's a matter of heirs. But that's not all there is to it.
I have absolutely no intention of being a vassal of Wizette. That said, I will gladly offer my assistance if it brings us closer to defeating Moraga.
Well then, let us make haste.
It's a village.
I wonder if there's any food.
Is that all you think about?
Balo, I hate to tell you this, but we're not stopping by.
Huh? We're not?
We must reach Wizette Castle as soon as possible. Besides, those villagers will get pulled into our war should our pursuers catch up to us.
Right as always, my lord.
Cocoon, what news?
The pursuing forces from Fennis are drawing near.
No way! They have already caught up to us?
Damn barbarians. Their legs are as strong as beasts.
Father, let us make haste. At this rate.
Let us go. We shall stop by the village.
Huh? We can't do that! If we do that, the village will...
I have spoken with the village chief. He says to stay as long as we please.
I see. Then let us depart.
Please, wait! If we are not staying, then why did we come to the village?
Did you not hear me? We are leaving the village.
What is King Elda thinking?
The enemy must know we've entered the village. If that's the case, they're likely planning an attack on the village.
You can't mean King Elda intends to buy us some time by sacrificing these people? I cannot allow it! Such a heartless...
I know. I understand how you feel, but...
You cannot defy your father. So, I shall go in your stead.
That's madness.
I am well aware, but if my life can save several others...
Lord Mont, can't you try to persuade King Elda somehow?
I'll go.
What? No, you can't!
Shitelt has opened my eyes to the truth. You know, the people of this village saved my life once. It happened when I visited Wizette as an envoy. My men and I fled to this village one night as we were pursued by a pack of murderous bandits. If they hadn't helped us, I wouldn't be here right now. That's why.
I will go by your side.
No, Shitelt. Your wounds are not yet healed.
This little scratch?
That's no scratch. You're staying right here. I'll go in your place.
You have my thanks, Lilith.
Then let's go, before King Elda finds us.
What are you doing? Where are Mont and Lilith?
They left the village to attack the pursuing Fennis troops.
Damn those half-wits!
If it isn't the younger Prince Stern and Queen Helena, I vow to exterminate every last one of that putrid Leonis bloodline. I'll start by soaking the soil of Leonis with the blood of you two.
Just like that? I don't claim to know or really care what you're up to, But the King of Hourne ordered me not to mess with these two, right?
Does Hourne frighten you?
Quite the opposite. You intend to eventually bare your fangs at Hourne too, don't you?
Ha ha. We'll see, won't we?
It's a shame that you can't afford to betray Hourne then, isn't it?
Oh? And why would that be?
You've left us armed, completely underestimating us.
So, what do you plan on doing?
Wiping your blood from my blade.
Will you now? It seems you missed the reason why I left you armed. That way, if you start a rebellion, we'll have no choice but to shut it down with our military force. Ha ha ha.
I don't care what you were planning. Master!
This has gotten quite interesting.
For them! To arms!
Well, isn't this a surprise? I thought he was all talk.
I see. Now I understand why Elda was holding this one back. Killing him would be such a waste.
Begging for your life already? Don't hide behind your soldiers! Come out and fight! Once I've felled you, I must head for Wazette.
Already missing your old man?
In a manner of speaking. I'll never forgive him for what he's done.
What was that?
Poor cub was abandoned by his daddy, wasn't he?
So that's how it is.
There's nowhere left to run!
Run. Don't make me laugh. From this moment forward, Leonis is mine!
Lord Stern, Moraga is rather skilled.
I know. If I should fall, take care of Mother.
Wait one moment.
Who?
Lord Sodali.
Did he say Sodali?
That's the founder of the Church of the Crystal.
Allow me to settle this conflict.
But...
What's this, Moraga? Do you intend to disobey me? Life should not be wasted. Am I understood?
I've no idea what the founder of the Church of the Crystal could be plotting, but... it's clear that you were the one who arranged the alliance between Hourne and Fennis. That's why. I'll start by killing you first!
Brainless slug. Do you think you can match the likes of him?
You never know until you cross blades!
Oh, this is gonna be fun! Have at it then. I'm looking forward to seeing just what this Sodali is capable of.
Watch your mouth, Ryu. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Master.
Quite strong, this one.
Yes, and yet...
True. Beheading the enemy leader here would certainly turn the tables in our favor. A fight I can stake my life on. It's certainly been a while.
Sorry for dragging you into this, Master.
No apologies needed. I should be thanking you for bringing a little excitement back into my life.
These people are not to be harmed. Understand?
Are you mocking us?
Most excellent. The rumors were not untrue. If anything, they did not do you justice.
I've barely broken a sweat.
Subtly, you're next! What the?
What is it? What's happened? What? Elda sprung a surprise attack? The first pursuit force got sidetracked in a battle?
Who are you talking to?
It takes getting used to. I was surprised the first time as well. He's got some sort of device for speaking with those who are far away. Good for giving orders and such.
Another ancient relic.
If he can give commands to those out of earshot...
I think we just discovered the secret to Moraga's power.
Elda. That rat. Ambushing us when I thought he was resting in the village.
That sounds like brothers. Mon's tactics, all right.
What are you saying?
That even with such a powerful relic in your possession, you weren't skilled enough to wipe out Leonis. If I'd been in command, Elda's reign would be over.
You would take King Elda's life? Is he not your own father?
That callous man is no father of mine! Not only did he abandon me, but he abandoned his own wife, my mother, to save his own damn neck! My sword is yours, Moraga. I will prove more useful than that washed-up shinobi Ryu ever could!
Who the hell do you think you are?
You think I'd fall for that, do you?
You believe that I would betray you.
I'm afraid it is I who bears full responsibility for this situation. I simply proposed an alliance between Hourne and Finis so as to resist Rundal to the west. Alas, where have I erred? By what manner of fate did it come to this? Allow me to step in, and perhaps I can effect some sort of reconciliation between you and your father.
Reconciliation? There will be none of that. Besides, you're not to blame. Whether or not war was on the horizon, it would have come to this eventually.
However, I am still to blame for your future being stolen from you. Is there nothing I can do to make amends, to put my mind at ease?
If peace of mind is what you want, then allow me to strike down my father. Do what you will with me in the aftermath. But you must give me your word that my mother will be safe.
So it must be then. Moraga, you will do all within your power to assist Stern in defeating Elda.
But... Your Holiness...
It's not a request, I'm afraid. Do you understand?
Yes, but Fordham isn't coming with us. They're staying right here. Stern, and Stern alone, joins us in the pursuit. Those are my terms.
I see no problem with this. Oh, and Stern, I have a gift to give you later on.
A gift?
Yes. One that, I believe, will be well suited to your tastes.
What are you...
May the light of the crystals guide you.
Your plan worked without a hitch, Lord Mont. I never would have thought that we'd be the ones to lay an ambush.
Neither would I.
Fools! The both of you!
Father...
Engaging an enemy without first assessing the threat? You know better than that!
Forgive me. However, there was no other way to keep the villagers out of harm's way.
Please forgive his kindness, King Elda.
Kindness, is it? That kindness will lead only to an early grave.
Maybe it will. But this is the path I have chosen. I'll gladly give my life for the needs of the many.
If that is the path you have chosen, then who am I to object?
Father.
But take heed, for you must never stray from it. You must always remain true to your conviction, no matter what. Show your enemies no mercy, even should they plead for their lives. One enemy shown mercy could bring hellfire down upon this village. Understood?
Yes, Father.
Most of our foes have been taken care of. Now, let's finally depart this village. A young maiden.
You needn't worry, miss. Your village is safe now.
We'll be out of your hair in no time.
Actually, I wondered, might I join you?
Join us?
Sorry, but I think you'd be safer with other people. We've got Fennis hot on our trails right now.
I will not be a burden, I swear it. You may call me Meanwoo.
Father, no. We mustn't drag any more innocent villagers into our war.
You are headed for Wazet, are you not?
We are.
I could be your guide. I am well versed in the lay of this land.
Why would you go to such lengths to help us? We almost threw your entire village to the wolves.
I was moved by the way you have chosen to live your life, Lord Mont. That is why.
Who, me?
Then join him on his chosen path. Lead the way.
Yes, Your Majesty. Please, do follow me.
Father?
Another report from your allies?
You mean to tell me now that we lost the entire pursuit force?
Your soldiers prove more useless by the hour.
Elda's still making his way north, isn't he? Then stay put until I arrive. Do you understand me?
A lukewarm strategy as always.
What's that?
You're too slow to act. Are you trying to ensure that Elda and Wazet join forces before we arrive?
I didn't ask for your opinion, slug.
Sadali gave you an order. You are to do all in your power to help me bring down Elda. Surely even you have not forgotten that already. Tell your men not to halt their pursuit.
Heed my orders. Don't halt the pursuit.
Good. Let's move.
To think I'd see the day the mighty Moraga loses face to a mere boy.
Shut your mouth, Ryu.
Settle this business with Elda, and I'll take care of your little Stern problem for you. How about that? And you can keep your coin. It's on me.
What's this box?
A gift from Lord Sadali.
Well, would you look at that? He wasn't just blowing smoke. It's huge, too. What on earth did he put in here?
armor.
What rubbish. Does he expect me to kill Elda dressed like a gaudy prince?
Do you really harbor such hatred for Elda, Lord Stern?
Harbor it? It flows freely through me. I'll see him dead.
There is no hint of falsehood in your words?
Do not insult me.
Very well. This armor is imbued with magic that amplifies the wearer's hatred, turning it into power. If your hatred is true, then I expect you will become quite powerful, Lord Stern.
You're saying that I must wear this armor to fight Elda?
Lord Sodderly has prepared this armor for that very purpose. What the? Power! Unlimited power! So another ancient relic comes out to play.
This way, please, and swiftly. Lord Mont?
Is there something amiss?
I don't know. A sudden chill just came over me.
You're not losing your nerve, are you?
I would be glad if it were just nerves. Ramada, would you read the stars for me?
The moon and stars are divided by malicious intent. One that will call forth a radiance of destruction upon these lands.
What is that supposed to mean?
I cannot say for certain, my lord. I merely relay what the stars whisper to me.
Stern. Mother. I hope you're safe, wherever you are.
Cocoon, are you there?
Here, Your Highness.
What of the pursuit?
The battalion that was in pursuit has but a handful of soldiers remaining. I was under the impression they were going to wait for reinforcements, but...
Are you saying they haven't given up on the pursuit?
It seems not, Your Highness.
To continue the pursuit in that condition, they must think us weak.
We cannot let down our guard.
I haven't the slightest intention of doing so. That said, we will soon have crossed the mountains, putting us closer to the kingdom's settlements and thus Wizette's influence. They must intend to end us before then. We cannot allow that. Take heart, Mont. Soon you will be with your dear Glaciella.
Lord Mont, is this Glaciella perhaps...
Certainly not. Surely she has already forgotten all about me. More importantly...
What has you so worried this time, Lord Mont?
I'm just not sure. Do you truly think Wizette will answer our call for aid?
Of course they will. They're our allies, after all.
I can only hope so.
Your Highness, foreign intruders have been spotted at the border.
More barbarians from Venice?
Actually, it appears to be King Elda of Leonis, with Prince Mont and his company. It seems Hourne and Fennis have formed an alliance and invaded their kingdom.
So they have come to request our assistance, have they? Without so much as paying me the courtesy of sending a messenger in advance.
Orders, Your Highness.
King Kuri, if I may. Assisting King Elda now would make him indebted to us.
And if a war with Hourne looms over the horizon, we must begin preparations.
I am of the same mind, Your Highness.
Your Highness, I have one more item to report.
What is it?
There appears to be a Knight of Hourne in King Elda's company.
He is consorting with a Knight of Hourne?
Yes, Your Highness. It is believed to be Schitzelt, first sword of Solidus.
Sanchez, take your men and move out.
As you wish.
What? Moraga is leading his army Ruina in pursuit of Elda?
Yes, Your Highness.
From their actions, it's safe to assume that Leonis has gone to seek Wizette's support.
Father, aren't things moving a little too fast? Diving into war is exactly what Sadali and Moraga want.
Yet, it also presents the perfect opportunity to strike down our sworn enemy, Wizette. What I cannot fathom is Moraga's intent. Why hasn't he informed us of his actions?
Perhaps it serves him better for us not to be there. Or maybe...
Yes?
Father, forgive me. The ancient necklace you gave me for my wedding. Mont still has it.
Is Moraga aware of this?
He's surprisingly quick-witted. I wouldn't put it past him. To make matters worse, Mont also has an ancient relic from Leonis.
So if Moraga were to crush Elda's army...
He would then become the proud owner of 2 more ancient relics.
That would be unfortunate. We must prevent that from happening.
Leave it to me, Your Highness, my lady.
Adelard and Salir. Perhaps the 2nd Division, Nitor, could prove valuable in this effort. Very well. Set out immediately.
Yes, Your Highness. You can count on us. Thanks for the send-off. This is as far as you go.
What are you talking about? I'm coming with you, of course.
Not happening.
You say that, but it's not like you can stop me. Besides, I'm not going to be separated from my big brother.
Salir, this is a mission, not a game.
That's why I'm going too. You know how talented I am, don't you, brother?
Well, yes, I'll admit that, but...
Then, it's decided. So, are you going to do it?
Do it? Do what?
Save Mont, of course. What else would I mean?
Are you suggesting that we side with Leonis?
Well, Lady Mashari is in love with Mont, right? It was written all over her face.
Yeah, she does seem smitten. But alas, we are Hourne, and so we are allied to Fennis.
Huh? So we're going to fight Leonis?
Not necessarily. Our mission is to retrieve the ancient relic. But if anyone gets in my way, then I'll just have to take them out.
So if that someone who gets in your way just happens to be Moraga...
You really, really don't like Moraga, do you?
Nor do you. Right, brother?
Unfortunately, I don't think King Rob would approve. Perhaps I will sabotage the pursuit, deal him a serious wound or 2.
But would that really be enough?
There will come a time for us to settle our grievances with Moraga once and for all. That day is not today. Got that? You can only come if you promise you won't go on a rampage.
Ugh, fine. Whatever you say.
Minwu, a moment?
Yes, my lord. How may I help you?
Are you sure we are on the right path?
Mont, you have no need to worry. And do not question the guidance of one who is familiar with this land.
Yes, Father.
We must reach the other side of the mountains before our pursuers catch up with us. That is all you need concern yourself with right now.
You don't look convinced, Lord Mont. Why is that?
I've been to Wazette Castle before.
Yes, as I recall, it was 3 years ago now?
Yet I am certain that I never took this road, neither on the way there nor upon my return.
What? You think that village girl is leading us down a false path?
I know I should give her the benefit of the doubt, but I can't bring myself to trust her.
Could it be you're overthinking things?
That's not all. When I visited the village, she wasn't there.
Give the word and I'll make her talk, Lord Mont.
No. Let's observe the situation a little longer, shall we?
Are you sure? We should act before it's too late.
Please, just trust me on this.
Yes, Lord Mont.
Hourne's army is on its way.
Yes, sir. It seems that the 2nd Division Nitor has been dispatched.
What could that slug Rob be up to?
You're allied with Hourne, aren't you? It seems natural that they'd send reinforcements. What's the problem? Even if Wazette tries to raise an army, with Hourne's forces there, they'll be pushed right back into the ground.
Know your place. This has nothing to do with you.
I get it.
Oh?
Clearly, obtaining the ancient relic is the real goal. Go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong.
My, how shrewd. If so, I dare say the Hourne scum are about to get in our way. The 2nd Division Nitor, huh? Are they strong?
That's a stupid question. Nitor is led by a red mage of the name Adelard. I've heard rumor he's exceptionally strong.
Sounds like fun. Let me be the one to kill him.
You can't be serious.
You've got no problem with that, right?
What you do with Hourne does not concern me. However, lay a hand on Elda, and I'll kill you as well.
Well, well, what a merry lot you all are.
Who the hell are you?
They are Durando and Gargus, loyal subjects of Lord Sadali.
Is that so?
Our words are Lord Sadali's orders.
And don't you forget it, huh?
You got a problem with that, boy?
Caught Lord Sadali's eye and now he thinks he's better than us, huh?
I couldn't care less who either of you are.
What was that?
But hear this. Don't lay a hand on Elda. Understood?
And what if we refuse, huh? What'll you do then?
I'll send you to your graves.
Huh. Seems like you don't quite know your place yet, boy.
Maybe we ought to teach you a lesson, huh?
Fine by me. Have at me.
I hear you've gutted plenty of monsters in your career.
But humans, that's a different story entirely, huh?
Everyone goes on and on about how great you're supposed to be.
About time they saw you for what you really are, huh?
Why, you little...
Who do you think you are?
You don't want us to get serious.
That's enough. You don't want to know what happens if you wound the little rat.
Of course.
We know that.
But tell me, how does that make you feel?
He's from Leonis, huh? Aren't you meant to be bitter enemies?
Yeah, that's exactly the reason why I let him come. Elda is going to die at the hands of his own son. Just imagining it gets my blood going.
Really now? Well then.
After he's taken care of Elda, we can have our way with him, huh?
Do whatever you want.
Hear that, boy? That's how it is.
Get rid of Elda for us nice and quick. We'll save our fun for after that, huh?
Does something concern you about that necklace?
I almost forgot I still have it. I regret not giving it back.
You do? Why is that?
I can't help but worry that if anything were to happen to Macherie, then maybe this necklace would protect her. What are you laughing at?
Lady Macherie entrusted it to you out of concern for your welfare.
My welfare?
She is terribly concerned for you, Lord Mont. Your kind heart.
Father said something similar.
First Minwu, who joined our company, and then Glaciella of Wazette. It seems that you have a way with the ladies, Lord Mont.
That's not true at all.
I want you to remember me whenever you look upon this necklace. I dare say that's what Lady Macherie was also thinking.
Even without the necklace, I could never forget her. Ever. What's the matter?
Something just occurred to me about that villager, Minwu. I get the uncanny feeling that we have met somewhere before. Where, though?
You're underestimating Leonis. Do you really think that you can claim Leonis simply by taking Lord Stern hostage?
Still your tongue and walk.
And if I refuse?
Then I'll make you regret it.
What would you have me do, Queen Helena?
Perhaps it would be best to demonstrate the pride of Leonis.
I wholeheartedly agree.
What the? Are you serious?
Serious? Ha! This is exactly what your leaders were hoping for. What other reason would they still allow us to keep our weapons? I'm sure this was their plan to end us once and for all.
If you know that much, let's just get this over with. Draw your sword. Show me what you've got!
You've made me an offer I can't refuse. Seems they were all talk. What would you have us do now, Queen Helena?
We should make haste for Anvil Castle.
Anvil Castle, Your Highness? You don't wish to follow King Elda?
That's correct.
Anvil Castle. That was the main residence of the previous king, as I recall.
Yes. It is also close to the border of Fennis.
That castle is abandoned. I fear it will be little more than a ruin.
We never abandoned that castle. There are still several relics hidden beneath it.
hidden relics? If we possessed more ancient relics, might we be able to turn the tide of this war?
As I said, let us make haste for Anvil Castle.
I must inform King Rob.
Sorry, I can't let you do that.
You're...
Looks like Ryu was right after all.
He said you'd turn up if we waited here long enough.
You're not getting away this time. Prepare yourself.
Despite Mashari's best efforts, Prince Stern and Queen Helena have fallen into Moraga's clutches. Not only that, but Sadali has schemes afoot. He has cleverly made use of Stern's hatred, with the intent of him killing his own father, King Elda. Having been separated from Stern, Queen Helena and the 1st Division, Fordham, make for the abandoned Anvil Castle in order to obtain the ancient relics buried beneath the time-worn fortress. Meanwhile, Mont and party follow the villager Minwu and head toward the frigid kingdom of Wazette, with the belief that if their kingdoms unite, they may yet reclaim the mighty Leonis of yesterday. However, Ramada hears ominous whispers from the stars above. It seems that the moon and stars are divided by a malicious intent, one that will awaken a radiance of destruction from the bowels of the earth.
This village.
Do what you will with it.
What is that supposed to mean?
These villagers are devoted to that filthy Elda, aren't they? Are you saying you'd pardon such treacherous scum? That worked better than I expected.
Enjoying it?
Enjoying what?
Don't act like you can't hear it. The shrieks and cries of the villagers. There's gonna be no coming back from this for that Leonis whelp.
That's the plan.
There should be a cave just ahead.
A cave?
Perhaps we should rest there for a while.
Does a river flow nearby, Minwu? We really should draw some fresh water.
There is a place to draw water down that way, my lord.
Then I will go fetch some. Father, please go ahead to the cave.
Right. But don't take too long.
Lilith.
I see them. Fennis soldiers.
It's supposed to be around here somewhere.
Yeah, keep looking for the cave. They'll be holed up in there.
Did he say the cave?
Seems they're aware of it.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
We should make our way back to Father at once.
What happened?
We've spied soldiers from Fennis.
That can't be.
I wish it weren't. They've already drawn near.
It would appear we cannot afford to rest here. We must leave this place at once.
Our hands are bound. Let us keep moving.
Lord Mont, why didn't you tell your father that the soldiers knew about the cave?
Because Minwu was there.
You find her suspicious as well, Lord Mont?
It's just something Schützel said. He said that they had crossed paths once before.
It's natural for people to cross paths during their travels, though, isn't it?
That's true, but I still can't shake this feeling in my gut.
I understand. I'll keep an eye on her.
Queen Helena, why would there be ancient relics hidden within Anvil Castle? It lies within a stone's throw of the border with Fennis. Might a better place not be found further from hostile eyes?
The decision was not ours. I am told that was an edict from the gods themselves.
The gods? I'd heard that the relics were bequeathed to the world by the gods, but...
It is true.
To think that they were given to us by those who reign supreme over all kings and their kingdoms.
However, we were permitted to use only one, the ring. All relics besides the ring were ordered to be sealed away until the time came to use them.
And you believe now is that time?
Perhaps. That said, I fear that acquiring the relics will be no simple task.
Why is that?
It appears that the king before last released countless monsters as he abandoned the castle. And those of the most fearsome and violent ilk at that.
So as to ensure that the relics were not acquired by Fennis, no? This sounds like it's going to be quite enjoyable, Your Highness. Whether Lord Stern is with us or not, we are still the pride of Leonis. We are still Fordham. So, shall we slay some monsters and get our hands on some relics?
Please, Lord Mont, do not proceed in that direction.
Why not? Is this not the shorter route to Wazette?
Be that as it may.
What does it mean, Wu?
Answer him.
It may be the quicker path, but it has become infested with fierce monsters of late. As we are being pursued, I presumed the road with fewer obstacles would be best.
A wise assumption. We shall continue to follow Minwu. Do you object, Mont?
No, Father.
Those of you that value your lives may take your leave here. Know that there is no shame in doing so.
None within Fordham would turn tail before any enemy, my queen.
Perhaps you are wondering why I ask such a thing. Look upon the gate, and consider its appearance.
The gate? Oh, I see. It bears the signs of countless would-be intruders. From Fennis, I assume?
I fear that may be true. It could be they instinctually sense that something of value lies within.
And so they attempted to enter Anvil Castle.
Alas, they had to abandon their wishful plundering. The reason being...
No doubt they were driven away by whatever terrible creatures lurk within.
Now you understand that those creatures are not to be taken lightly.
I shall bear that in mind, Your Highness.
Good. Let us proceed. We shall break down the castle gates and head straight into the castle. For Leonis!
For Leonis!
Huh?
It's just as the legends say.
Then the ancient relics reside here, under the castle?
Yes.
Does something trouble you, Your Highness?
Do you not feel it? The presence of something unnatural.
Yes, I feel it. And strongly, Your Highness. Whatever awaits us below, it is surely more terrible than any monster we have faced before.
Huh.
But fear not, Queen Helena. You have my word that no monster will keep us from those ancient relics. We've finally found them! Queen Helena, these ancient relics will ensure our victory in the battles to come! Something continues to trouble you, Your Highness. What has you so concerned?
I suppose I'm having second thoughts. Is it truly acceptable for us to remove these relics from here?
Why wouldn't it be, Your Highness? The gods themselves bequeathed us these gifts for when the time was right.
That's true. These relics will lead us to glory. We must have faith in that.
Who knows what kind of relics might be in here?
Do not touch it! We do not know what unimaginable relics lie within. There's no telling what might happen were you to handle them carelessly.
Forgive me, Your Highness.
Carry out the stone chests.
Yes, sir.
You heard Her Majesty. Make sure you handle them with care.
So that's his long-distance listening device.
What is it now? They went to Anvil Castle, did they?
Whispering with your friends again.
What'd they want from you this time, huh?
They say the captured Leonis soldiers rebelled against the guards.
Oh? They still had some fight in them, did they?
And? What happened then, huh?
Word is, they went to Anvil Castle.
Huh. So your soldiers were all defeated? What a sorry lot.
Within expectations.
No need to act all tough.
Who's acting? I wanted them to go to Anvil Castle. The two of you should head that way too.
Us? Why should we go to the trouble?
Yeah, what he said, huh?
Helena is going to be the key here. You can't go hurting her, but as for the rest of them, do whatever you like.
Wasn't Sir O one of the captured Leonis soldiers?
Did you say O? You're saying we can do whatever we want to Sir O.
You heard me. There's just one more condition. If either of you find something, anything, report back to me. Got that? Now get a move on.
Looks like Ryu was right after all.
He said you'd turn up if we waited here long enough.
You're not getting away this time. Prepare yourself. Are you laughing?
Have you gone mad?
I can't help but laugh. It'd be one thing to face the assassins of Goga. But you lot, what a farce.
You appear to be under the impression only we three are here.
There are many more of us.
I have only to give the signal, and you'll see just how many.
I don't care how many of you there are. Show me what you can do. You come from neither Goga nor Saiga. Just Fennis soldiers playing pretend shinobi.
Silence!
It would appear you still do not understand. I'll not be defeated by some sham shinobi, no matter how many of you there are.
And what if we do defeat you?
Then I will acknowledge Fennis as home to the third great shinobi village.
We have your word then?
Come and see. What's wrong? You dare hesitate now? Then allow me the first strike.
Queen Helena.
Yes, I feel it as well. The presence of an untold number of monsters.
It's as if they know we have the stone chests and intend to prevent us from taking them.
Alas, we will not bend to their will. We shall break through with force if we must.
Yes, Your Highness. Let us return to the castle gate as quickly as we can.
Well fought, O. Now, to take these relics.
I fear not, Your Highness. The true test of our skills begins now, it would appear.
Oh.
Looks like we got here just in time.
I recognize you two. Durando and Gargus.
Oh! Looks like we're famous.
What an honor, huh? To be known by the great Sir O.
How did you know to find us here?
Seemed like a good day for fresh air is all.
And fresh blood, huh? How about it? A little skirmish to celebrate this happy coincidence?
Oh, who are these people?
They serve Sadali, and yet they lead Fennis's troops.
So, they have come here at Moraga's behest, then.
What are your soldiers carrying back there?
Ah, that must be what Moraga wanted us to report back on, huh?
I assume that retreat is not a choice at this juncture.
Queen Helena, please step back. Allow me to handle these two.
Gonna stand and fight? How gallant.
What a day, huh? I never dreamed I would get to take O's head.
Go ahead and take it, if you can.
Is that all you got? You hardly put up a fight at all.
Are you lot really the best Leonis has to offer? You call yourselves Fordham, huh?
Queen Helena!
Do not concern yourself with me.
But this wound... You wretched curs!
Oh, you must retreat.
I cannot. Such would be unquestionably...
It's an order.
What's that? Not talking retreat already, are you?
No way! The great Sir O would never run from a fight, huh?
Now, let's get back to it.
Yeah, the fun isn't over yet, huh?
Still standing, huh? Just what I'd expect from the great Sir O.
But we still have plenty of Fennis soldiers to throw at him, huh?
Oh, you must leave me here and get to safety.
I will not.
What will come of continuing this fight any longer?
How could I face Lord Stern were I to abandon your highness here?
But to Stern, you are irreplaceable. Were you to fall here, it would certainly crush his spirit.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, your highness. If I died here, it would surely light a valiant fire in Lord Stern's heart.
That's nonsense.
Death does not scare me, so long as my own might prove useful. It is for that very reason that I serve. Your Highness! Listen well, soldiers. You are to depart and make way for Wizette at once.
But what of you and Queen Helena?
You all will prove invaluable in the battles to come. To die here would serve no purpose. But cast aside any regrets. Reconvene with King Elda and rally Fordham. And then you must kill Moraga.
But the ancient relics...
We've no choice but to abandon them.
You can't be serious.
If you've no ears for orders, then I've no hope for your souls. I'll strike you down myself if you disobey me. Now go!
And just what do you hope to achieve by fighting alone?
I must apologize in advance.
Apologize? For what?
Never have I wielded my sword in hatred. Until now. This is the first time I've desired to hear the death cries of my enemies. I admit that I am no longer in control of my emotions. Any pleas for mercy will fall on deaf ears. And for that, I apologize.
Why, you?
Now, let us begin this dance of blades and blood.
That's the Suro I wanted to see! What a show!
Not a single one of those soldiers stood a chance, huh?
I guess that means it's our turn now.
A fight with the great Suro. What fun, huh?
What?
He died where he stood.
Victory to Durando and Gargus! Time to take O's head!
Halt! Don't lay so much as a finger on O.
You weaklings don't have that right, huh?
You're planning to take all the credit.
Credit? Look here. We may be some of the dirtiest scumbags around.
But we still know to give respect where it's due, huh?
We'll let O and Helena rest here in peace.
Let them return to the earth, huh?
What make-believe innocence are you going on about? Your recklessness led to Helena's death.
I must tell King Moraga of all that has happened here.
Tell Moraga? Oh, we can't have that now.
No. No, we can't, huh?
You wouldn't.
Oh, but we would.
I hope you're ready, huh?
You would betray King Moraga? Then I'll kill the both of you!
You heard what the Leonis soldier said earlier, right?
Oh yeah, you bet I heard it. Every last word, huh?
So, in here is... Oh, well.
They really are ancient relics, huh?
This should make up for the fact that we let Helena get killed.
But wait, brother. These ancient relics would be wasted on Moraga.
What are you thinking?
The answer is obvious, huh?
You're saying we offer them to Lord Sodali.
He might even consider us a bit more valuable if we do, huh?
You two are out of your minds!
The ancient relics will be handed over to King Moraga. Step away from the stone chest.
Oh no, we aren't going anywhere.
Got a problem with that, huh? Then bring it on!
Mother.
What's wrong? Homesick already, are you?
Sick of waiting to kill Elda, maybe.
Good to hear. Let's get moving then.
That's that then.
That was the Royal Guard? Moraga's army isn't much, huh?
Nope. We're just too strong for the likes of them. Now, to present these big old stone chests to Lord Sodali.
They sure look heavy though,
huh? Silly us, killing all the people who could have helped us.
But hey, Lord Sodali will understand when we give him these, huh? Moraga will look like a worthless turd compared to us.
Let's get going then, brother.
Right there with you, brother.
Oh, why must you have died while I survive? The king must know what transpired here at once. Or no, perhaps not. Durando and Gargus believe me dead. Sodali will no doubt believe their report as well, and if so, there may be a way to use this to our advantage. O's life will not have been spent in vain. The Queen of Leonis is dead, they'll say. Yes, I shall return to who I was before my marriage to King Elda. Back when I was feared as the Black Rose of the battlefield. Their carelessness will become my strength. Both Moraga and Sottile shall fall before me, and Leonis will rise again.
Soon, dawn will break.
Father,
I will not allow it.
I've said nothing yet.
You wish to set out to join Mont, correct? Wizette will soon be the stage for a battle most fierce. Do you really believe that I could send my own daughter out under such circumstances?
But, Father, as things stand,
Have I not already sent forth Adelard and Nitor? Adelard will ensure that Leonis' ancient relic does not fall into Moraga's clutches. Hopefully this will also keep Moraga from getting out of hand. Ma chérie, I understand your concern for Mont. However, Hourne is still bound by its allegiance with Fennis. We mustn't stoke the flames of conflict between our kingdoms any further. Please understand.
Oh, Mont, please be safe.
Father! What is going on here? You assured us this path was not overrun with monsters!
Ah, now I remember. Minwu, the last time I saw you was on the battlefield, wasn't it? You're a white mage of Wizette. Don't try to tell me I'm mistaken.
I was once, but that was before.
Before what?
Before I found myself on the run from Wizette.
Why would you agree to guide us to the very place you're running from?
I'm acting under the orders of Lady Glaciella.
Glaciella? Just what is going on in Wizette?
Turning back is no longer an option for us. Should we attempt to return, we would no doubt encounter Moraga's main forces.
You can't mean...
I do. We have no choice but to continue on this path.
Reporting in, sir. Lord Sottile and his party...
Show me.
They are visible from here.
I see them. It is indeed Sottile.
Brother, let me see! Let me see!
You don't need to see.
Why are you so mean to me?
Now, how do we deal with this development?
This Sottile guy is our ally, isn't he?
For now, he mediated the alliance between Hourne and Fennis. It would never have been achieved otherwise.
What do you mean, for now?
You know that Moraga is attempting to betray us, don't you?
Uh-huh.
What if even that is part of Sottile's master plan?
Which means he would have control over not only Leonis and Wizette, but Hourne too.
Perhaps he's planning to attack Rundal after consolidating all that power. That said, it's nothing more than conjecture at this point.
So, what's the plan?
There are two paths we could take. We could continue swiftly down the path we are already on, wherein we fulfill our duty, thereby preventing Moraga from obtaining the ancient relics. Or, we could keep a close watch on Sottile. There's no mistaking that Moraga is Sottile's pawn.
Basically, keeping watch on Sottile might give us a clue about what Moraga's up to.
Exactly. What would you do, Solir?
I like
like the second option.
Why?
The fastest way to defeat an enemy is to go for the head, right? If it comes to that, of course.
Great minds think alike, I see.
You're saying I have a great mind too? We're a perfect match. Aren't we, brother?
I wouldn't go that far.
Sir, if I may, it appears some monsters nearby have become aware of our presence.
Then we must exterminate them discreetly, so as not to draw attention from subtly.
And then?
We observe subtly's movements from a distance.
And if worst comes to worst, I get to kill him, right?
If worst comes to worst, yes.
I sure hope the worst comes soon then.
I see. These stone chests you claimed from Leonis contain ancient relics.
Yes, in these 3 chests.
3 of them, you say?
Yes, 3. No doubt about it.
That lackwit Moraga was planning on taking these for himself.
He really is despicable, huh?
You both have my gratitude. It was clearly for the best that I had you keep Moraga under close watch.
Did you hear that, brother?
I sure did, huh?
By the way, what has become of Helena?
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 Your expressions are answer enough. You've killed her. Helena's life was essential to bend Stern to my will. I assumed that you would realize this, and yet...
It's not like that, Lord Suddenly. It wasn't us.
Helena and O got caught up in Leonis' infighting and lost their lives, huh?
Oh, is that so?
At least Stern will be none the wiser if that's the story he's fed, Your Holiness.
And then he would never forgive Elda for causing this situation, Your Holiness.
I can see that you've thought well in advance about the consequences of your actions. In deepening his hatred for Elda, we may be granting Stern even greater power. Let us be on our way, so that I might meet my beloved son, Stern.
What? Did he just call Stern his son?
He's quick to let that fatherly affection spill out, huh?
We're Lord Suddenly's personal guards, aren't we?
We'd be more than a match for that whelp.
What to do, brother?
What to do indeed.
Should we kill Stern? That worm?
We should kill that worm, Stern.
Brother, things are getting pretty interesting, aren't they?
They sure are. It seems like everyone is in one big mischievous family.
So now what? Do we kill them?
Why is that always your first choice?
Oh, come on. It's the best way to deal with obstacles, isn't it? If only I could magic away everyone in the world. Except for the 2 of us. Of course, brother.
It seems like more monsters have followed us. You'll have to make do with just them for now.
Whatever you say, brother.
Lynx! You're wounded. What happened? Wait here. I'll call a white mage right away.
I'll be fine. I know how to stop the bleeding. This wound, it's not so...
But...
Who is responsible for this?
Ryu. a shinobi of Goga in the employ of Moraga.
Father.
Yes. It would appear we no longer need to stay our hand with Moraga.
Then...
There is one more thing. I caught sight of Sadali's entourage making their way north.
North?
So, they are headed for Wizette.
Nitor is also en route for Wizette. We must inform them at once.
I will go and inform Sir Adelard.
Don't be foolish. Your wounds must be allowed to heal first.
There's no time for that, I'm afraid. No one is better suited for this mission than I am.
Lynx! Lynx. Father.
No. I shall be the one to go to Wizette.
Father!
I will lead Solidus and set out immediately. Should Moraga or Sadali take any suspicious actions, I will crush them at once. I do have one request to make of you, ma chérie. I am concerned about Dario.
About my brother?
Moraga is most certainly aware that our main military forces are away from the castle. If what you say is true, and Dario's wife Venera is not truly related to Moraga by blood, there is little doubt she will see this unrest as an opportunity to act. You must put a stop to whatever scheme she may enact.
I understand. I shall pay him a visit at once.
I believe you to be a better judge of character than I.
Father.
I hope someday that I might share a drink with this mont of yours. Now, we must both depart.
Yes, Father.
Halt! Where are you going?
That's none of your concern. Step aside. Should you choose not to.
Planning on returning to Hourne Castle, are we? So, you'll have to go through us.
I won't let these wounds stop me. Someone sniffed me out, have they?
Huh. You look worse for wear.
That voice. It can't be. Ketone. What are you doing here? Were you not sent to Wizette?
I've returned. Without the king's permission, of course.
But why? Come to finish me off while I'm down?
I have no interest in taking your life. Are we not fellow shinobi of Saiga?
In this moment, we are enemies.
Is that honestly what you think? If that is what you believe, we have nothing left to discuss. I'll kill you here and now.
What happened?
I went back out of concern for leaving Queen Helena behind. There I found that she... and O.
No.
I saw it with my own eyes. Her face, covered in blood and mud, contorted in pain.
Moraga, that beast.
It is beyond unforgivable. I will have my revenge, I swear it. No matter what it takes.
I understand. I am headed to join Sir Adelard. He's on his way to join Moraga's group. He must be informed of Moraga's betrayal before that can happen.
Adelard, the commander of Nitor. Can you reach him in time?
I have to try. I am certain I can do it. Although it would be much easier with your help.
Then you will have it.
We'll catch up with Sir Adelard. And then we'll take Moraga's head.
Agreed. Let's go.
You wish to know what is happening in Wizet?
Of course I do.
For what reason?
I'm worried about Glaciella.
Lady Glaciella has no desire to see you become captives of King Kuri.
What do you mean by that?
Did you not know? Lady Glaciella plans to usurp the throne.
Nonsense! Glaciella is already heir to the throne. Why would she need to do such a thing? The throne is hers by birthright.
Lady Glaciella requires your aid. It is for this purpose that she sent me to you.
And if we refuse?
Refusal is not an option.
That is not for you to decide.
Yes, it is. Because you would not survive a journey to Wizet without my assistance.
You call this assistance?
Helena's party traveled to the abandoned Anvil Castle. Their purpose was singular: reclaim the ancient relics and turn the tide of this war. Alas, they were set upon by Durando and Gargus, and the ancient relics were taken. Meanwhile, King Rob of Leonis' rival kingdom, Hourne, has learned of Moraga's treachery from Shadowlinks and begun to consider severing his alliance with Fennis. As for Mont, while heading north, he receives surprising news from Minwu. It seems that Princess Glaciella of Wizet has rebelled against her father, King Kuri. The nation of Wizet holds the key to Leonis' restoration, but what is underway there?
Oracle, Chapter 23, Passage 5. The Hour of the Red Lion. The transition from somnolence to awakening may be upon us. Once more, the transition from somnolence to awakening may be upon us. And so soon after being deprived of a blood supply.
So, the time has come again. Though I like it not, I fear we have no choice but to intervene. To squander the ripe potential of this hour would be reprehensible.
Ramada. Huh? Were you stargazing again?
Yes, my lord.
I've said it before, but I am amazed that you can see the stars amid such a bright sky.
I do not simply gaze upon the stars. I also listen to their whispers.
So, what are they saying? What will happen to us? Can we continue down this path?
A countless number of stars twinkle in the infinity above. Their light ripples through the darkness, and the darkness stifles their light. It is an endless cycle. Hands reaching out, both light and dark. Taking hold of either will greatly alter the course of one's fate.
You imply that there are also some who would take hold of the darkness?
Do not let the past mislead you in the present. I will say naught but that.
There is little doubt that fighting alongside Minwu has been heartening. And yet, I can't help but worry about Father. He is already exhausted, his body covered in wounds. At this rate, he may.
Lord Mont.
If only I were stronger.
Strength, while it may be important, it is not enough on its own.
Not enough on its own?
The soul is more powerful than the sword.
I understand, Ramada. Let's get going to Wazette. If we bare our souls to them, surely Wazette will lend their power toward the restoration of Leonis.
The time has come.
So you really intend to do it?
Venera should have already received the order to take Dario's life, leaving us with only Ma Cherie.
Don't forget about Rob. Hourne remains a threat until both Solidus and Nitor are obliterated.
We must be sure to keep Ma Cherie alive.
As a prisoner?
Surely even you're aware. Rob's adoration for Ma Cherie is blinding. He would gladly sacrifice his life if it meant saving hers.
Could you leave Ma Cherie to me?
Oh? Why exactly?
She's humiliated me more times than I care to admit.
Then be sure to make good use of her, piece by piece.
I intend to. Let's get going. Lingering will only bring unwanted attention.
Huh? Master Delusa, what is it?
Princess Venera. What am I saying? Such titles are irrelevant now.
Then you mean...
We've received orders from King Moraga. Prince Dario of Hourne is to breathe his last breath. What's the matter? Why do you look so indisposed?
To breathe his last...
What? Has royal life pulled your fangs? You can't possibly have forgotten. Your mission is to assassinate Dario. You were the one chosen for the job, after all. You know that you'll be thrown back into the slums should you fail. Depending on your performance here, we may even put in a good word for you. And if we do that, who knows? Maybe you'll never have to go back to living like a wild animal.
I understand.
Then stop wasting time and do your job. Your target is Prince Dario. I think you know this, but mercy and pity have no value here. Are we clear?
Venera, what's the meaning of this?
You still don't get it. So it's true. You really are the craven prince who cowers away from battle. As you can see, this wench, your Venera, is no princess of Venice. She is an assassin sent by Venice to take your life.
Venera, is this true?
Yes.
How does it feel, Prince? To die at the hands of a lowly slum rat? Oh, come now. If you truly pity her, then don't bother putting up a fight. Your head is going to keep her well fed for quite some time. That's the deal, after all. Venera, kill him!
Venera. This isn't your fault. I was just born into the wrong place, into the wrong life. Whenever you're ready, do it, Venera.
Why do you hesitate? Has his cowardice spread to you as well? What's this?
Venera?
Lord Dario,
Stay by my side. Because I'll protect you.
King Elda, your stomach.
It is nothing to make such a fuss about.
But the bleeding.
Listen closely, Lilith. This matter shall remain unspoken.
But...
This is an order.
Now that's interesting. Rob's leading Solidus all the way up here, is he?
Yes, your fierceness.
Even if we leave Elda's lot as they are, one of our spies will be reporting their obliteration soon enough. And if so...
It's finally time to pull out Hourne's horns.
What the hell are you saying? We had a deal! I will march on to Wazet from here and take Elda's head.
You plan to just trot on over to Wazet and take out the remaining Leonis forces? What drivel. If you ask me, that little plan of yours has zero appeal.
What?
Now, don't misunderstand me. Elda's all yours. That hasn't changed. Just let me go and take care of King Rob, that's all. No problems there, huh?
Do you plan on going alone?
What is it, old Moraga? What's eating you?
It feels like someone's lurking around here. Someone from Goga.
Observant as ever, aren't you? Come on out. My partner, Zazan.
So you're Moraga, hey? You sure seem strong, but that's it. All brawn, no brains.
Were you hoping to test me?
Oh, looks like I touched a nerve. Relax. It was just a little banter.
Ryu, this is your partner?
What do you think of him? He's a mad dog, isn't he? But gods, he's strong. Wouldn't trust him to watch my back if he weren't.
You said he's from Goga?
Don't I look the part? Not that it matters. As long as I get to rip out a few throats here and there, I don't care what you call me. It's my purpose in life to take as many lives as possible.
Seems more like a rabid dog to me.
We're hounds of the same pack, you and I.
You think the two of you are enough to kill Rob?
Won't know till we try. I guess we'll be on our way.
As will we.
Do what you want.
Hey, brother.
What?
What do you think Soderly's talking about with them?
Huh?
I believe you must have noticed it too. We're being watched.
Right you are, Lord Soderly.
That must be Hourne's army.
I take no pleasure in being stranded here.
In other words, you'd like us to...
Go and kill them all, huh?
Certainly, my loyal subjects. I will even enlist the aid of the Sanctum's monks. Is that a suitable arrangement?
Suitable? It's more than suitable, isn't it, brother?
Yeah, we'll wring them out nice and flat like, huh?
Will you be safe, Lord Soderly?
Without us, your loyal bodyguards?
There is no need to worry. Be on your way.
Who are they?
I've heard rumors about them. Lord Sodali's elite guards.
The rumors just so happen to be true. They are Whisper, Murmur, and Grace. I have trained them to be the best of the best. My life will never be in peril, so long as these three are by my side. Now, I'm counting on the two of you.
They give me the creeps.
We can't allow the likes of them to be Lord Sodali's elite guards.
But first...
We've got some killing to do, huh?
All right! Time to come out and play!
Come and show us what you're made of, huh?
Father!
King Elda.
It is nothing.
It certainly does not seem like nothing.
I'm sorry.
For what do you apologize, Lord Mont? It was I.
Neither you nor Lilith have fully recovered from your wounds after fighting Moraga. But alas,
We're counting on you, Lord Mont.
Huh?
You are becoming even stronger. I guarantee it.
But...
Lady Ma Cherie felt the same way too. Right?
She did. Lilith is not mistaken.
I promise to get stronger. And I'll build a world free from the tyranny of war.
For Lady Ma Cherie as well?
Yes.
Lynx! Hold steady.
Do not worry about me. More importantly, do you hear that?
Metal on metal. The sound of clashing blades. There's fighting nearby.
We've caught up with him, with Sir Adelard.
But your wounds...
Don't worry about me. We must hurry.
Hey now! What's the problem?
So, this is the might of Hourne's 2nd Division. Nitor, huh?
Who are these two? From the look of their faces, you'd think they're not long for this world!
Are you injured, Salir?
Not a scratch. And you, brother?
I'm fine, but alas. The Sanctum's monks far outnumber us. If we don't do something about them...
Allow us.
Lynx!
Who's your friend?
Ketone. A shinobi of Leonis.
Of Leonis?
Sir Adelard, this is no time to fixate on loyalties.
Lynx. I have a favor to ask of you.
What is it?
Keep one of them alive. I want to interrogate him.
An interrogation? Well, you could go ahead and ask right now.
We'll answer whatever you throw at us.
Then I will ask. Which one of you took the lives of Queen Helena and Sir O?
Is that all? How stupid. That's all she wants to know, brother. What a disappointment.
If you know, then answer me.
It was us.
Satisfied?
Yes. I'll be satisfied when I take your miserable lives with my own hands!
Father! You needn't worry.
Minwu, his body cannot bear much more.
Mont, I will be fine.
Father, you cannot go any further.
Even so, we cannot turn back, Lord Mont.
If you're worried about Fennis' soldiers, they have likely lost our trail.
Then you would have us rest here for a while.
Yes, I would. Father can't go on much longer like this.
If we cannot count on your assistance to Lady Glaciella,
you would have us killed.
I would do no such thing. King Kuri would be the one to desire such an outcome.
Surely you jest. Wizette and Leonis are allies.
Leonis is the only party who believes such an allegiance exists. Even as we speak, the elite of Wizette are coming to hunt all of you down.
Why would King Kuri be after us? Could it be that he believes we will aid Glaciella in her revolt?
That is most certainly a factor. Alas, the main reason is Wizette's desire to ally with Fennis.
Unbelievable! You're saying that your king would offer up our heads on a platter to ally with Moraga?
That is precisely what I'm saying. King Kuri has long sought this allegiance. He is not one to decide something in undue haste. Allying with Fennis instead of Leonis would ensure the preservation of his kingdom.
So if we rest here, we risk being discovered by Wizette's forces?
Yes, so we must press onward, whatever the cost.
So you will not let me pass?
King Moraga's orders.
Though I have yet to tell you where I'm headed. Perhaps you intend to prevent me from returning to Hourne Castle.
Dream up whatever story you wish.
Were I to say that I shall proceed with brute force,
then I would not hesitate to fight back. Those are my orders.
excellent. Ready your blade.
You truly wish to fight?
Our forces completely outnumber yours.
Your numbers mean naught. If you intend to withdraw, I suggest you do so while you have the chance.
Retreat? How absurd. The main force of Hourne is broken. Your threats are empty.
I see. At least I gave you fair warning. My patience has reached its limit. You had best believe I will not be holding back!
We still don't know the whereabouts of the Leonis army? How could this be possible?
My apologies. We took up vantage points along the high road to Leonis, but we saw neither hide nor hair of them. Are they truly headed for Wizette?
There is no mistaking their destination. But... Huh?
Elda and party have been sighted.
So, they have finally made their appearance. Where?
Actually, they were spotted on a trail known only to locals.
You mean to say that someone is guiding them?
Well...
Go ahead. Out with it.
We are not yet completely certain, but... it might be Lady Minwu.
Minwu is leading them? Why?
Come to think of it, I haven't seen Minwu around lately.
Haven't you heard? Minwu is being pursued as a traitor.
As a traitor? Really?
I have heard the rumors. Apparently, she let her magical powers run reckless and leveled the Magic Research Institute.
Why would she do something so terrible?
I heard tell that she had been attempting to cast a lost and ancient magic.
And so she has fled the country. Alas, Why would she fall in with Leonis?
I'm not so sure about all of this.
Nor am I. Shall we return to the castle?
We shall not.
But Wizette and Leonis are supposed to be allies.
You would have us take King Elda's life, despite our alliance?
I understand how you feel. And yet, this is the mission that Akito has been tasked with.
If we abandon our alliance with Leonis,
We'll be left to fight off Fennis and Hourne all on our own.
I know not what King Kuri is thinking. However, I fear he might be searching for a way to ally with Hourne.
Huh? You think he'd suddenly form an alliance with an enemy we've been fighting for decades now?
An alliance with Fennis is also not entirely out of the question.
so then he intends to broker said alliance with King Elda's severed head.
Enough conjecture. No matter how many theories we come up with, we will not understand the King's true motives. Focus only on your orders. Understood?
Yes.
It does not sit well with me, but we have no other choice.
Even if Minwu has fallen in with the enemy, we must do our duty, no matter how difficult it may be. Move out.
Father!
This wound is nothing to fuss about.
We cannot continue on like this.
Reporting. Moraga's forces continue their pursuit. At this rate.
How can that be? This road is known only to those of Wizette.
Lord Mont, the risk we discussed.
I know. Listen to me, Minwu. If you truly bear no grudge against Leonis, then I have a proposal.
I am listening.
Our movements have somehow become known to Moraga.
Are you suggesting a spy is in our ranks?
Mont, enough.
Father.
Do you not understand the consequences of casting unwarranted doubt upon those under your command? I believe I asked you a question.
I understand, Father.
Lord Mont, you truly think a traitor exists within our ranks? The decision you make now will influence the future of all present.
There's a fork in the road ahead. I thought to continue down the path to the right, but...
Lord Mont!
Then we will use the left, but only for a short time. Then we will return here.
Mont, will you not heed my words?
I see. You mean for us to take the right-hand path after that?
Mont!
If there is a spy among us, they will tell their allies which path we decide to follow at the fork in the road.
In other words, you plan to use their deception against them.
Perhaps they mark the trees we pass, or pile up stones as a sign. I know not their methods, but they are certainly leaving a trail for our pursuers to follow. And if we can discover it...
Such foolishness.
Father, later you may scold me as much as you like. Alas, now is not the time. You must trust me.
Do as you please. But do not forget that you, and you alone, will bear responsibility for your actions.
Stay where you are.
Lord Mont?
Shitelt, are you sure it's him?
I am sure. He was caught making signs with pebbles just beyond the fork in the road.
I can hardly believe that Moraga's underlings actually infiltrated Calum.
So you finally noticed, huh?
You can't do aught by yourself. Surrender. What's so funny?
A certain someone gifted me with power. Behold my tremendous strength!
An ogre!
Lord Mont, stay back! Lord Mont!
This is not where my life ends. I shall not die in a place like this. The Leonis bloodline is all, even should we fall afoul of gods to defend it! What? Moraga's forces have approached even closer?
At this rate, they will reach us before sundown.
How can this be? The spy has already been dealt with. Yet Moraga still knows that we have chosen to travel this road. How?
I do not know.
Our pursuers must have some means of tracking our movements. Of this we can be certain. Maybe the faintest of tracks are left in the dirt, or the scent of blood lingers in the air, or perhaps a spy remains among us.
Impossible.
Meanwhile, will there be another fork in the road?
No. If we continue along this route, we will need only cross the mountains to enter Wazet.
Then we have but one option. We must confront Moraga's forces.
Could we win such a battle? Father's wounds are deep. He will not be able to fight. Besides, we know not how strong Moraga's forces are.
Lord Mont.
Let's plan a surprise attack. Fortunately, this forest is perfect for an ambush due to the poor visibility. What say you? Perhaps a short rest here to prepare ourselves for the fight would be better than continuing down the road and being overtaken.
I think it is a fantastic plan.
It is comforting to hear that, especially coming from you. Schitzelt?
You have certainly come into your own, Lord Mont.
Mashari said something similar.
It is my honest feeling.
Thank you.
Now, let us make quick work of the beasts inhabiting this area. Then, we will lay out the perfect ambush for Moraga.
Sounds like a plan.
A report coming from the spy in Elda's forces. What is it? Got it. We'll be with you soon.
What did they say?
We'll catch up to them in the forest ahead. The slugs are hiding in the forest, planning to ambush us.
What does that have to do with anything?
There's more. Elda's been wounded something fierce.
Wounded? How? I'm the one who will kill him. I'll be the one to take Elda's life.
Don't panic. No one will lay a hand on him till we get there. I can feel your tremendous hatred. Now get going! Today marks the end of the Leonis bloodline!
Ketone!
Hey now! Don't tell me that the fight's already gone out of you.
Does it hurt? It hurts, doesn't it? Oh, you must be fighting back the tears. Let it all out, huh?
You bastards!
Ketone, calm yourself.
Brother.
Say not. You'll just wind them up.
You think I'm gonna complain?
Aren't you?
I just wanted your permission is all. Can I kill them? Please?
Fine. But keep your guard up.
Oh, you saying you're gonna show us what you're really made of?
Ah, let's do the same for them, brother.
Yeah, why not? Come on out!
How can there be so many of them?
Sorry, Les, but we don't have any interest in the weak.
Once we take care of these two, I'll give you another shot, huh? If you're still breathing, that is.
What's going on? There's no end to them!
Damn it! They just keep coming.
You lot really underestimated the Sanctum.
Do you have any idea how many people worship our Lord Sadali? You couldn't even imagine.
There's strength in numbers. You would do well to remember that.
Well, it's to hell with you from here, huh?
Will Fennis's army really come?
The reports said they would reach us by sundown. If that holds true, then it should be any time now.
Are we certain it's not a trap?
A trap?
You've said that our movements are known to the enemy. If that's the case, then it's possible they also know of our plan to ambush them.
Do you?
They've arrived.
So they have. Then we stand and fight. You two, please lend me your strength.
I am your sword and shield, Mont.
You will hear no objections from me.
Thank you, both of you. Now's our chance! Looks like that's the end of them.
Not yet. More are coming.
What?
It appears we're surrounded.
So it was a trap after all.
It's Venice's main army.
So, we finally run you down.
Moraga! You will be shown no quarter!
Shitzel, don't!
Damn it! All forces, attack! Support Schitzelt!
Honestly, I'm a little disappointed.
This is all Nitor of Hourne has to throw at us? Come on!
I hate to say it, but we might need to consider a retreat.
What are you saying, brother? The fight's only just begun!
I feel the same. We can't let Durando and Gargis go unchecked.
Be that as it may.
This presence. Could it possibly be?
What's this? Discussing your retreat already, huh?
As I thought, you cur.
Lynx? Now this is unexpected.
I crawled through hell and back to get another shot at ending you.
Another shot? Nah, it ends here.
That's my line!
You're eager, aren't you? Come on then, draw your blade.
Who's that in the golden armor?
Stern!
Lord Stern! Why would he wear such armor?
Elder, I finally found you.
Is that Stern?
And yet I find you on your deathbed. Who did it? Who inflicted these wounds upon Elder? He's my prey! You were all made aware of this, were you not? Was it you?
No, I would never. I cannot allow Stern and Father to come to blows. But how do I... Wait, that's it! It was them, Stern! They didn't want you to have all the glory for yourself, and so they attacked Father!
Was this really your doing?
No!
You bastards! You've robbed me of my hunt!
Well played, Lord Mont. As expected.
Now, rally behind Stern! Rout Venice's forces!
You backstabbing bastard!
I don't recall ever working under you!
Filthy slug.
Lord Stern, do not falter! You can take Moraga.
What exactly is going on here?
Lord Sodali, this cur, Stern, he's gone and betrayed us.
The betrayal here is not by me, Sodali. I was promised that Elda was mine to kill.
You are correct. Yours, and no one else's.
Then why? Name the bastard who attacked him!
Stern, enough! You mustn't listen to him!
Mont.
Don't you remember the promise we made?
Promise?
We promised to work together to make Leonis the greatest kingdom in the land.
A short while ago, I received a report. It seems that both Lady Helena and Sir O have breathed their last. Infighting was the cause, apparently.
What did you say?
That's a lie! You speak the impossible!
No word of it is a falsehood. Both Queen Helena and Sir O had been taken captive by Finis. Alas, it appears that they could not tolerate their status as prisoners. Queen Helena discarded the shackles of her own restraint and charged recklessly into combat, whereupon...
So they're really dead? Mother. Master.
I am afraid so. It is a most heartbreaking affair. They may have been prisoners from an enemy nation, but I had given strict orders that they be treated with respect. Alas, I offer my deepest condolences.
Nonsense! You were the ones who killed Mother! I know it!
Do you truly believe that? Queen Helena was the cornerstone of our strategy. So long as she survived, we could force your unconditional surrender. Surely you realize this. This is mere conjecture, of course, but I would wager that they chose to die in the heat of battle rather than remain captive. Was that not what King Elda ordered?
Elda, answer!
I need not answer anyone.
Then it was because of you. You're the reason Mother is dead!
Stern! Cease this madness!
Get out of my way! If you stand between us, I'll kill you too, Mont!
I will not stand aside. I will protect the Leonis bloodline. From my own brother if I must!
Outnumbered and overwhelmed.
I'm sorry, brother. I got a bit carried away.
So this is how Nitor tastes its first defeat. Losing is a cruel thing.
King Rob.
King Rob! And Engelbert!
My apologies for the delay, Adelard.
Adelard, you've held out well.
I would go ahead and take back that part about our first defeat, brother.
Oh, what's this now? King Rob of Hourne in the flesh?
Killing him would have us set for life, huh?
So Solidus and Nitor are both out here in the lineup, are they?
You believe yourself a match for our armies? Do not underestimate them. There is a reason why Solidus is so named. Go ahead. Strike at them with all your might.
Schitzelt, are you all right?
He's a monster. Stern is no ordinary man.
I agree. Lord Mont, do you truly plan to fight Lord Stern?
I cannot run away. Not from this.
Our soldiers are confused.
I know.
Besides, it would be easy to predict the outcome if you fought here outright.
You think retreat is possible under these circumstances? We are without an escape route.
But King Elda...
Moreover, this fight will decide the successor to the Leonis throne.
King Elda...
Despite all that, you would turn tail and run, Lilith?
In that case, I will fight. I would gladly give my life for Leonis.
I do not fear death. My resolution is firm. For what comes next depends on Mont.
Lilith.
I live so that Lord Mont may become King of Leonis. Ramada, I'm sorry to ask this of you, but would you join me?
So I shall.
Witnessing the fall of the kingdom of Leonis firsthand will be the height of glory. Stern, my son. I can feel it. How the armor amplifies your hatred, augmenting your raw power.
That gaudy thing holds such power!
Come, strike them down. Run them through in the name of a new era.
Oh, Stern is mighty to behold! Keep fighting, Stern! Cut them down!
You do not command me!
What?
You bastards are next!
Stop!
I've been waiting, Mont. Finally, you're next!
Hey! Wait just a minute!
Huh? What's with these guys?
Solidus sure is something.
The tables have turned. What has become of your gloating countenance? But alas, it is not over yet. You lot should be condemned to eternal damnation for aiding the likes of Fennis.
Hey, this isn't funny anymore!
There's no way we're gonna die here, huh?
What faint-hearted words are those? Now is our chance to destroy Hourne!
Damn it. You buffoons are completely useless without Sottily.
What are you saying?
We'll be taking our leave now, if you don't mind.
Don't think too poorly of us, huh?
Huh? Wait! Where are you going?
This is what one gets for trying to buy loyalty with Gil. Soldiers, obliterate these dirty sanctum dogs!
Mont, you can't escape your destiny!
No, but I can change it. I know I can.
This is quite a sight to behold.
We'll rid ourselves of Leonis at long last.
I will not allow it.
Gilgamesh!
And so he appears.
Such a decisive contest here and now would make mockery of my plans.
That is no concern of mine.
Have you forgotten? You all live or die at my whim. You will withdraw until the time is right. Then, I shall not intervene. You will have free rein to kill each other all you like.
Moraga's treachery grows crueler still. He has given orders to Venera, the girl sent as his daughter to marry Prince Dario of Hourne. Those orders assassinate Prince Dario. He has also sent assassins after Elda and Mont, who have yet to reach Wazette. And Wazette, though supposedly Leonis' ally, has sent her 1st Division, Akito, south along the snow plains to destroy Leonis' remaining forces. Whereupon, Stern, in his golden suit of armor, driven by hatred beyond malice, has at last come face to face with his elder brother, Mont. Stern, who believes his fate to be inescapable. Mont, who fights to defy his cruel fate. But at this crucial juncture, Gilgamesh the Winged One descends from the skies and unleashes an intense flash of light that shakes the earth as if to rend the armies of Leonis and Fennis in twain.
Glad we got out of there.
Didn't look good, huh?
Happy with that decision? Fleeing?
There was nothing for us but to get the hell out of there!
If we had stayed, we all would have been killed, huh?
But some of those monks may have survived. Got a plan for that?
Who?
Those guys. That's not good.
You didn't stop to think that they might tell Sadali we fled like rats from a flood.
If someone tells Lord Sadali, then our dream of being His Holiness's royal guard
would be completely destroyed.
So now what? Gonna go see if any of those monks are still breathing?
You're right. We better do that.
Though I'm not really feeling it, huh?
How are you holding up, partner?
If you're going killing, I'm going too.
Looks like you're in high spirits.
Should we get going, brother?
Let's go, brother.
A cave. Minwu.
Once we pass through this cave, we will be in Wazette territory.
At last. Moraga's wretches shouldn't follow us here.
Yeah, no one nipping at our tails for now, right? Not after Gilgamesh's brutal demonstration.
All the same,
What troubles you?
I fear we will soon be visible to any guards posted by Wazette.
Even so, it's too late to turn back, right? Not just for King Elda's sake. Schitzelt is gravely injured too. Then again, I guess we should be thankful Gilgamesh showed up when he did. If he hadn't, it would have been the end of us.
Right. Minwu, what do you know about Gilgamesh?
I have heard rumors about him. He is a supreme being who rules over all kings and their dominions.
It seems the ring Father entrusted to me was in fact bequeathed to him by Gilgamesh. That must make him our ally, right?
Let's keep moving, Lord Mont.
Right. So much snow.
So this is Wazette.
Seeing this pure white scenery brings back many memories of the last time I visited Wazette. I hope Glaciella is in good health.
She fares well, my lord.
Are you all right? You're crying. Is it your injuries?
No. That is not it. Uninvited memories lead to frustrations and regret.
Regret that Moraga got away?
I had never thought I could pity myself this much.
Another chance will most certainly come.
Mont's right. That is why you have to heal up. You must be ready.
Venera, you would betray Moraga? Have you forgotten how much you owe him for raising you?
I owe him not. Not after he so cruelly tyrannized my family.
So you bided your time and waited for your chance to stab him in the back.
That is not the case. However, the time I spent with Lord Dario hardened my resolution. Lord Dario!
I'm fine.
What?
Venera, it is not too late to turn this around. If you have any compassion for me at all, I beg you to change your mind.
Even Dario is telling you you're making a mistake. Take the poor fool's life. If you do, I'll overlook your little misadventure here today.
Venera.
I won't do it! I love you.
Venera.
Maybe you'll laugh at the thought. I was sent here for a political wedding, after all. But when we were together, you told me so many stories. That's why
You will not have any regrets?
If it means I can be with you, then we can die together.
No. I cannot let you die.
Lord Dario?
I detest fighting. Loathe it, even. Alas. I will fight in order to protect those whom I love.
Rather bold words coming from the craven prince who hasn't once set foot on the battlefield. Not to mention that cough you have. I presume you've worse ills than a cold.
True. All of it. I do not have long left to live.
Not long left to live. Don't make me laugh. You'll die right here and now.
Care to prove that?
What?
You would be wise not to take Hourne's bloodline so lightly.
Then give me the best you've got.
Here I go, Venera, so that we may never be apart.
Lord Dario. Lord Dario!
Why? Even on the brink of death, he's so strong!
It's almost as if he can predict our movements.
Finally caught on, have you?
It can't be!
Your movements are easy to read. That's right. I know what you're going to do before you do it. That's why I'm craven. It has always frightened me. I locked myself inside these castle walls out of fear of my own power.
Lord Dario!
Now's my chance!
You must go, Venera! I need you to survive, even if I cannot follow.
I will not let you touch a single hair on Lord Dario's head!
Forgive my failure. It is inexcusable.
There is naught to forgive. We were simply outnumbered, nothing more. On the contrary, you held your ground very well.
You offer too much praise, Your Highness.
Boo!
What? Salir! Show some respect before the king!
It is nothing worth fretting over. We always interact in this manner.
But...
Salir, you seem disgruntled.
That's because Durando and his men got away.
Your opponents were highly skilled. It appears that there were shinobi from Goga among their ranks as well.
Hey, King Rob. What are we gonna do now?
We advance north now, with Solidus in tow.
Do you plan to take on Moraga's army in an all-out war?
Indeed. That is my intention.
It seems Sadali is headed towards Wizet as well.
Yes, I heard as much from Lynx. This must all be part of his scheme. We must bring an end to it all.
Hey, King Rob?
I already know, Salir. You wish to pursue Durando and Gargus, correct?
Whoa, King Rob is the mind reader.
Salir, what did I just say?
If you speak of the last battle as a failure, then now is your chance for redemption.
Brother?
We will not fail, Your Highness.
Oh yeah, that's the spirit, brother.
Lynx, and you, the shinobi from Leonis.
In Leonis, I am called Ketone.
What will you do next?
With your permission, Your Highness, there is the matter of Ryu.
I am of the same mind.
You have my leave. Honor is important, but do not think too little of life's value. Understood?
Yes, Your Highness.
It'll be fine, King Rob. I'll make sure to look after my brother.
Sadali, I shall be waiting to inspect your severed head with my own eyes.
Stern, my son, does your wound pain you? Let us leave here at once. We shall give your wounds time to heal, and then start things afresh. What is the matter, Moraga?
I'll kill you, kill them all, kill!
King Moraga?
King Moraga, I beg of you! Can't suppress it. Need to slaughter.
Stern's armor feeds on the power of hatred, while the magic equipment I gifted to Moraga feeds on humiliation. Alas, that was a poor choice. Its power has built up beyond my expectations. He may well explode in violence at any moment. Moraga, how do you fare?
Kill, slay, butcher, kill.
Moraga?
Lord Sadali, please give me a task. This impulse, I can't stop it. Need to destroy. Need to kill.
I understand. Please withdraw at once.
Withdraw? No, I can't do that.
Withdrawing is not the same as fleeing. I would like you to build a fortress at the border.
A fortress? For the Wizet invasion?
Precisely. So long as Wizet surrenders, all will be resolved shortly. Alas, if they do not, then we will destroy them along with Leonis. Naught but their ashes shall remain.
Yes, Lord Sadali.
We're surrounded.
So they have come.
Lilith, keep Shitzel safe.
And you, Lord Mont?
I need to protect Father.
Understood.
Meanwhile, their armor is...
Yes, they are soldiers of Wazette.
Damn. Everything you have said is true.
Hold. We are from Leonis. Aren't you aware? Our two nations have a long-standing allegiance.
It is futile, Lord Mont.
It does seem that way. They're full to burst with bloodlust.
Why?
Sergius.
Of course it had to be you, Lady Minwu. The one to guide Leonis.
You understand why I have guided the people of Leonis all this way, do you not? And yet, even so, you...
I have no choice. This is an order from the king himself.
We are headed for Wazette Castle.
What? To the castle?
Lord Mont.
Do you not understand your current situation?
I do. It is plain that King Kuri thinks it better to cast aside his nation's alliance with the spineless Leonis and ally himself instead with Moraga's savages. Countries rise and fall based on gambles made in times of war. His way of thinking is justified. Nonetheless, Wazette Castle remains our destination. If you think us spineless, then pray, draw your swords, and judge our worth for yourselves.
Is there no changing your mind?
None. To save those precious to me, I have no other choice.
Then it seems we are at an impasse.
Lord Mont, please show them no quarter. They are Akito, the 1st Division of Wazette.
I understand.
Well, looks like Wazette isn't much to worry about either, huh?
Easy as pie.
Sergius, I think you already understand. We may have been routed, but we still have what it takes to confront Akito as equals. I want King Kuri to hear those words directly from your mouth. With your counsel...
Naught will change. I do not think the king's intentions can be swayed.
Then you intend to continue this fight. I am afraid that if you do, Akito will be...
Akito will not be defeated.
Why are you still acting like a puffed-up cockatrice?
Liart?
What is it?
Looks like we're surrounded.
Wazette's reinforcements have already arrived? They must have anticipated this from the very beginning.
This frozen tundra is our garden. And it is also a white prison from which none may escape. Now then, shall we continue?
So close to Hourne Castle, and yet no guards? Why would the kingdom of Hourne be so ill defended? That's... He's royalty, isn't he? What could he possibly be doing in a place like this? Strange. No sign of any fatal wounds as far as I can see. And yet that face... It bears the peaceful expression of one who has been released from all pain and death. Come out where I can see you! Just a remnant of the kingdom of Ovis.
I'm Gia.
I'm afraid to say the situation is as sorry as it looks. Breaking off our siege to call for reinforcements from Hourne was sound judgment. Alas, as you can see, Hourne is nothing more than an empty husk. So, what will you do?
What do you mean?
All hope of saving Ovis appears to be lost. That said, now that I've had a good look at you, I must say, you are quite charming.
What?
Here are your options. I'll let you choose. Either take my hand, or die by it.
I decline both. Instead, I shall cut you down where you stand.
Whoa there! Don't be so eager to die! There's a few things you could learn from me.
Learn? From you?
I may not look like it, but I only work under Jaden because I have to.
You're not one of Rundal's men?
I'm insulted by the very notion. Heinler is where I was born and raised. Us dragons were chewed up by the Bucks, all in the name of allegiance.
Then why don't you fight for your kingdom? And why do you take part in the tyranny of seizing other lands?
To be frank, I've no love for Rundal, but it certainly makes me stand out. With the ladies, I mean.
What are you talking about?
Hey, I'm not saying anything bad here. You should cherish your life, don't you think?
You must be joking!
You're refusing my offer, then?
Of course I am. You make me sick to the pit of my stomach.
Oh, is that so? Shame. Then I guess you die, just like your homeland.
There is news that the forces of our 1st Division at Quito are storming into battle with Elda's men.
So you have finally come to a decision?
As you had hoped, is it not? Are you satisfied?
Am I satisfied?
Why do you laugh?
Our wish was to have King Elda of Leonis' head, was it not?
I have not forgotten.
Are you so certain? If you wish to incur Lord Sodali's displeasure, do be aware that a kingdom like this can easily fall overnight. I would consider your situation carefully were I you. Unless you still do not understand the position your kingdom is in, perhaps.
Are you making a mockery of me? Insolent bastard!
Oh dear. It seems you have taken offense. Perhaps you could release your temper on the front lines, instead of arrogantly barking from upon the throne.
The true intent of your plots and schemes are clear as day. You fear it, do you not? Elda's ring. Just as I thought. Alas, if you desire the ring, then I have terms of mine own.
You have naught to fear. Hourne will be destroyed root and stem. That plan remains unchanged. Yet, that cannot come to pass until Elda's life and that ring has been taken. Personally, it seems to me that you're more likely to fail than anything.
King Kuri, why did you take aim at the Sanctum Emissary?
No one who mocks me will be forgiven. No one.
But...
It is not unusual for emissaries to fail to return. Starving wolves roam these lands from dawn till dusk, after all.
Are you referring to us?
Your Highness, who are these people?
Victora and Luartha. One could say that they serve me well, where others would fail.
Things have gotten rather interesting, haven't they?
I'd say it's just beginning.
Excellent. That is what I like to hear. I'm paying you quite generously. Do not forget that.
I should be the one to remind you of that fact. And there's the matter of our promise. You do intend to honor your word, correct?
About Victora being crowned queen if we win this war? You'll really honor those words?
Yes. That promise stands.
I'll be queen. More enchanting words I've never spoken. So, how many children am I to bear you?
That conversation can wait. First, we devour Leonis and Hourne, shaping this nation into the greatest land in the East. Afterwards, we look west to Rundal. Those who deserted me, those who mocked me, I shall make them all rue the day. Soderly's plots will come crumbling down. Every last one of them.
There are too many of them. At this rate.
Seems I made it just in time.
Who? It's Glaciella!
It's been a while, hasn't it, Mont?
Yes, it's been far too long.
You certainly seem to have grown since I last laid eyes on you. Did something happen?
A few things. Make that a few things too many.
In any case, I'm glad you made it to Wazette in one piece. I knew I could count on Minwu to aid you.
Is that so?
Truly. If you'd gone directly to Wazette, then right about now you'd be...
facing Wazette's soldiers.
To make sure that didn't come to pass, I sent Minwu.
What is going on here? I heard tell of you attempting to usurp King Kuri's throne.
Then you heard correctly. With this, everything is now in motion. Mont, it all began the moment you visited Wazette. The first step is dealing with Aikido. Let's go!
It's the end of the line.
Not yet!
It's over, Sergius. Glaciela's reinforcements have turned the tables on us.
He's right. There is naught that can be done now.
What are you saying?
Alas.
You're not telling me we should just lay down and die without a fight?
Calm down. I've no intention of taking your lives. You needn't worry. This wound is shallow.
It would seem that you are the more skilled combatants. One would have to admit it. And yet, to fail in one's duty means death. King Kuri is not one for forgiveness.
What if we were to surrender?
Surrender?
Mont, what nonsense is this? We've earned our victory.
Glaciella, there is no doubt that we would be dead if not for your aid. But you have to leave this one to me. Please. We will surrender and be taken to Wazette Castle as prisoners of war. Do we have a deal? This way you can save face before the king.
But...
Lord Mont, if you do this, you'll be at the mercy of the king.
You should take more time to seriously consider the consequences.
I'm honestly glad so many of you are concerned for me. However, we have nowhere else to turn than Wazette. Therefore, I'll do anything to keep our alliance alive.
Very well. We will do whatever is within our power to assist you.
Mont, are you prepared to face execution?
I do not plan on leading us to our deaths.
Since we last met, it's as if you've become an entirely different person from the Mont I knew.
I'm the same Mont I've always been. and ever will be.
Minwu, let's go.
Lady Glaciella, are you sure this is a good idea?
If this is Mont's decision, then we must respect it.
Even so, what if King Kuri has a change of heart and decides to aid Lord Mont?
Simple. Then we shall fight. We'll show no mercy.
Glaciella.
She took off without a backward glance, didn't she? Even though you're more or less her betrothed.
Let's go. Wazette Castle awaits us.
Prepare yourself! He vanished.
Maybe it's about time you considered yielding. I promise that I'll be good to you. You'd prefer that to pain, surely.
Listening to you is painful enough.
You really intend to make me go all out, huh?
Just as you said, I do not intend to hold back.
What are you doing in Hourne territory?
Oh my! Aren't you a pretty little thing? What do you say to becoming my woman?
And who are you exactly?
For your name, I'll give you mine 12 times over. I'm Camilo. I hope we get along well.
I am Mashari, daughter of King Rob.
Rob's daughter? That make you the Princess of Hourne.
I'm Dia, from the Kingdom of Ovis. I came here seeking reinforcements.
Reinforcements?
My lady, Ovis is on the verge of complete and total annihilation at the hands of Rundal.
So, that would make this hungry little mutt one of Rundal's.
Oh, please, get it right. My homeland is Heinler.
Lady Mashari, that's...
Brother!
Brother? Now just hold on a moment. Are you telling me that corpse is the Prince of Hourne?
Who did this?
It was not me.
Then it was this bastard!
Hey, calm down,
Ziza, what should we do?
That Camilo fellow will only muddy the waters.
Shall we deal with him?
Filthy Rundal hound! We won't just let you get away!
So that's where all this gets me, huh? Though I'm not the type to hit a woman. If I die here, all the other ladies of the world would end up drowning in their own tears.
Why have you taken pity on these scoundrels?
If I had them killed, the alliance with Wazette would be well and truly severed.
Mont, you are still soft as a newborn babe. A dog left untamed will come back to bite you in the future, boy. We do not know them. The only way to keep our alliance intact is to cut through them.
But father...
King Elda speaks wisely.
You agree with him?
I am simply speaking the truth.
King Kuri believes that only an alliance with Fennis can ensure Wizette's survival.
There is naught he would not do to ensure that it comes to fruition.
Does he feel so threatened by the alliance between Fennis and Hourne?
He does indeed.
Yet that threat is already dissipated. Their allegiance is no more.
What? Is that true?
I too am simply speaking the truth.
If that is indeed the case, then surely you would be welcomed. At least, publicly.
Publicly?
It may sound odd what I'm about to tell you, but I think it would be best if you did not place your trust in King Kuri. After all, the king trusts no one, not even Lady Glaciella.
Wazette Castle still hasn't come into view.
Not yet. It seems that King Elda's wound is much deeper than I suspected.
Yes, it is. We must hurry. I fear that without aid, he will soon be lost.
Let us make haste for the castle.
Come to think of it, you mentioned that King Kuri doesn't trust Glaciella, right?
Right.
Are they not father and daughter? I don't see why.
Lord Mont, you know the truth of Lady Glaciella's birth mother, correct?
I do. She is not a child born of the Queen.
Precisely. Before Lady Glaciella was born, King Kuri's queen bore him a prince. Alas, there was a power struggle regarding the claim to the throne, culminating in the prince's assassination.
So it was then decided that Lady Glaciella, who was born in the aftermath of the struggle, would inherit the throne.
However, like the murdered prince before her, Lady Glaciella became the target of an assassination plot. Against all odds, Lady Glaciella struck back against numerous hardships and won, securing her position as successor to the throne. That is where this tale should have ended.
But there's more to tell?
King Kuri had terms for Lady Glaciella if she were to be crowned queen.
King Kuri had terms for Glaciella? Surely you don't mean that rejecting those terms would cost her the crown?
That is precisely what I mean.
What exactly were those terms?
All of Lady Glaciella's relatives were to be executed.
What did you... Why would King Kuri force such cruel terms upon his daughter?
It really is rather simple. Lady Glaciella's mother was not of royal birth, nor was she noble of blood.
All for the sake of a bloodline? Why would that even be relevant?
But it is. The royal subjects would likely not be very understanding. For them to be made to serve a queen whose blood is mixed with that of a lowborn, those royal subjects would consider it incredibly humiliating. One need not think hard on the matter to understand.
In other words, King Kuri set those terms to seal away the secret of Lady Glaciella's birth. For that reason alone, he ordered the slaughter of her mother and siblings? What a fool!
Naturally, Lady Glaciella refused to go along with such unfair terms.
Causing her relationship with King Kuri to sour?
Would that it were a mere souring.
Lady Glaciella took command of her personal battalion, Spirare, and disappeared from the royal palace.
You jest.
Wazette will likely be split in two before long.
Do you mean there will be a civil war?
King Kuri has made his decision. He believed that your engagement to Glaciella would spur you and all of Leonis to join her side.
So that's why he ordered you to kill us.
That is not the only reason. If Wazette were to gain control of the ring you bear, Lord Mont, then our Ikito would become a mighty army to rival even Solidus, the pride of Hourne.
With such an army, King Kuri would no longer have to bend the knee to Sodali.
Precisely, Lord Mont.
That explains the hasty alliance with Fennis.
The situation is far more complicated than I had foreseen. Bearing all this in mind, Lord Mont, would you still be escorted to Wazette Castle?
Yes. Our options have not grown. So what other choice do we have?
Reporting, Your Highness! A company of monks is headed this way. It is highly likely that they are being led by Sadali.
Oh, is that so? Is it possible that he has grown suspicious of us?
No, sir. We haven't observed any indication that they doubt our intentions.
Then we might catch them off guard. What of Moraga?
There's been no sight of Moraga, or any of Fennis' soldiers for that matter.
Perhaps Fennis remains on the battlefield.
King Rob.
It would seem Sadali plans to return to Dynevor Cathedral. That would be most favorable. Now I, King Rob of Hourne, shall repay them in kind for their crimes of deception. Inform the army! We march in full force! We will storm into battle against the monks of the Sanctum! Trample them into the dirt! Paint the earth red with the miserable bastard's blood!
I guess even I have a limit to how many soldiers I can fell.
Not so talkative now, are we?
Oh, that's nice. Talking down to me like that. It's getting me all excited. Nevertheless, this is where I retreat. Next time we meet, I hope it's just the two of us.
Should we go after him?
Though it is vexing, Camilo is incredibly skilled. I am afraid I am no match for him on my own.
I see. What of your allies?
They are fighting to the bitter end at Ovis Castle. Alas.
It's possible that they now have no reason to fight.
Fear not, my lady. The castle may fall, but the princess and her guards have already fled the kingdom.
I see. Then they'll be needing reinforcements.
You'll really aid us?
Rundal cannot go unpunished. Ready the soldiers at once.
I am afraid that will not be happening.
What is the meaning of this?
This is what I mean.
Monks? From the Sanctum?
You've sold out your own kingdom?
May the light of the crystals guide us.
Lady Macherie.
Get behind me, Dia.
So even the exalted Macherie can't best the two of us at once.
Lady Macherie! Stay back! You must tell King Rob that Ziza and Vistral have betrayed us and joined the Sanctum.
But...
I don't need your worry. Father was headed for Wazette. If you want those reinforcements, then make haste.
Yes, my lady.
Do we give chase?
It's all the same to me. I intended for King Rob to find out anyway. If anything, she's saving us the trouble.
Handle this one with a little more moderation, would you?
Let's take Our Lady here to Leonis Castle.
Not to the Sanctum?
We don't know what's going to happen. Some would consider it a bad idea to bait the enemy to our stronghold.
We don't know what's going to happen, you say?
Indeed.
Very well. We'll take Macherie to Leonis Castle.
Ready a carriage. You're not getting away, scum!
I'll concede to that. I can't keep running forever.
Accepted your fate, have you?
You're like a forlorn mutt, barking loudest in its master's absence.
Who are you calling a mutt?
I believe their names were Ziza and Vistral. It seems you have forgotten that they're no longer by your side.
We don't need them to deal with the likes of you!
Oh, is that so? Mock me all you want for being a samurai of a small nation like Ovis. However, you'll regret it in the next life. Why do you throw your lives away? Such waste. You cast aside life as if it were not, while the people of Ovis clung so desperately to it. I suppose King Rob is in Rosette. I'd best hurry.
Just as the report said, not a Fennis soldier in sight. Do you notice anything, Frederica?
It is as you say, darling.
Don't call me that.
It's not only the Fennis soldiers. Moraga and his subjects are nowhere to be found either.
No one is here. Not the shinobi of Golga, nor Durando, nor Gargus.
Hey now. This is enemy territory you're standing in. Attempting to return to the sanctum without a guard is a fool's errand.
Is Soderly here?
Where is... Oh! I found him. Behind me all along, I see.
Very good, Frederica.
A sweet press of your lips to mine is my prize, yes?
I don't recall offering any such thing.
This is the extent of Soderly's ill fortunes, is it? Scatter these sanctum scum to the winds and march on. Our only objective is to behead Soderly.
I can't wait!
Bang! Yep, one down. Whew. This lad is so pathetic, I've about lost interest.
Do not loosen your trigger finger, Frederica.
Ah, but...
Well, even as I say that, it's not as if these sanctum monks pose any real threat against the might of Solidus.
Naturally.
Alas, Soderly himself is said to be quite formidable.
Not to worry about. With you and I working together, darling, we're untouchable.
Enough with the darling already. The excellence of our soldiers is beyond question. So I can't fathom why. Why can we not pierce through to Soderly's territory?
I am sorry, darling. Did my firepower leave something to be desired?
It's not your fault. There's no need to apologize. I doubt even Schitzelt's presence would have given us the edge to break through.
Over there!
Or maybe it was Whisper.
Whisper? Of Soderly's Divine Guard?
Our advance could never be hindered by one of them alone, could it?
Whatever is the matter, darling. It isn't like you to be so faint-hearted.
Cease with that name.
If you wish for me to stop.
Yes, I know. Onward! I swear in the name of Solidus that we will break through Soderly's defenses!
It's high time you ceased that sniveling, little Lilu.
You got my name wrong again. That marks the 7,989th time.
What are you keeping count for?
Anyway, Do we not have reason enough to be sad? Both Queen Helena and Sir O lie dead.
We all mourn their deaths. Of course we do.
Yet crying for them won't change our situation for the better.
I know that, but...
What we need to do is inform King Elda of this tragedy. Then we shall run rivers with the blood of Fennis' soldiers.
Right. But trekking the whole way through the forest like this...
You want to say that it's taking too much time, right? I understand how you feel.
But we are being hunted. We cannot afford to make our movements obvious to the enemy.
Well...
Huh?
What is it?
Hush. I hear... a carriage. It's getting closer.
Any thoughts, little Lula?
For the 7,990th time! That's not my name! I see 8,000 on the horizon. But, something is strange. The carriage is coming from the other direction, which means... it can only be headed for Leonis Castle.
It's come into view.
Looks like the guard is a mix of Sanctum monks and Hourne soldiers. I remember. Those two are Ziza and Vistral.
Hold on. Isn't there something off about that carriage?
Off?
They're not guarding it at all. They're escorting it. There's no doubt about it. Shall we attack?
Seriously? We must report to King Elda.
I know that. It's just, I'm curious. They're taking something, or maybe someone, to Leonis Castle.
If we capture that carriage, things may swing in our favor.
It's entirely possible. All right, I say we do it.
Then we ambush them and call a swift retreat if we cannot break their ranks.
Got it.
Now, little lolly!
You got it wrong again! For the 7,991st time!
You're the remnants of the Leonis forces, aren't you?
The jig's up! We know what you're up to. You've got something really, really, really important in that carriage, right?
I don't know where you caught wind of that, but don't you know that curiosity killed the cat?
Well, now my curiosity is piqued all the more.
Yeah, it's decided. We're taking the carriage.
Huh? Lady Macherie?
It can't be. She's your prisoner? What's the meaning of this?
You're also of Hourne, right?
It's called treason.
Ah, I knew it.
May I ask your name?
No, you'll just get it all wrong.
Oh. Allow me to change the question, then. How fares the war?
Well, they've kinda got us on the ropes.
Then you must withdraw immediately.
You mean you don't want our help?
I cannot in good conscience involve you in this.
But...
Do not underestimate them. Instead, send a message to Mont for me.
To Lord Mont?
Tell him that I'm waiting.
Is that the whole message?
That is all. Now go.
All right then. Retreat!
It's finally within view. Was that castle?
I will ask you one last time.
What?
Do you really intend to meet with King Kuri?
Yes, of course. That is why we've come all this way.
I see.
You're a warrior too, huh? I'll protect Lord Mont and our group.
I wonder if you will be able to.
Hey now, it would help if you were less ominous in your speech.
The stars are unusually astir.
You can hear the voices of the stars?
Well, what are they saying, Ramada? Should we pull back?
Many lives will be lost.
Such are the perils of war.
However, if we retreat, it may cause far more to fall.
Then we've no choice but to proceed. Onward, for Leonis!
So, this is Wizette Castle. But
nobody is here.
no welcoming party. Wait, Mont. I can sense a dreadful bloodlust.
We're surrounded! What do we do? What do we do?
Commander Sergius.
Get back, all of you!
No. Please leave this to me, my lord. Everyone, lay down your swords. Let it be known that everyone here of Leonis has surrendered to Wizette. Surely you would not turn your blades against those who have surrendered.
We follow the orders of our king.
Step aside, Sergius.
But...
It's all right. I'm sure King Kuri will be reasonable. Just as you were when you believed in us.
Mont's party pushes north into the vast, frozen tundra. Awaiting their arrival is Wizette's 1st Division, Aikido. Shattering their alliance with Leonis, Aikido assaults Mont's party. When it seemed too dire to escape, the prince and his troops are saved by Glaciella, Mont's bride-to-be. Yet, Glaciella has plans of her own to topple her father, King Kuri. Such is the lust for supremacy. A lust that has twisted the land into a state of war-torn bedlam.
Where have you been?
On a walk. I needed some fresh air before I suffocated in here.
You do wish to become my queen, do you not? Perhaps I misunderstood your intent.
That's neither here nor there. I simply despise being confined.
By the way, why was there such a ruckus in the Great Hall?
The Leonis lot has arrived.
My. Then the welcome celebration must be in full swing.
Would you like to greet them?
With open arms? Or open blades?
Sheathe your spear for now. The dregs of Leonis might yet be of some use, unexpected though it may be.
And what happens once their usefulness has run out?
Enough!
That voice!
Here I was wondering what the clamor was about.
King Kuri!
And whom should I find but my sworn ally, King Elda?
There was word of an unidentified troop crossing into Wazet territory, so I dispatched Akito. But to my surprise, it was you.
King Kuri, my father has been gravely injured. There is little time.
Yes, I can see. And that soldier of Hourne is in quite a horrid state as well. You two, bring them inside and treat their wounds. Now.
Yes, Your Highness.
It seems Shitzel's reputation precedes him.
Lord Mont!
Sergius, what's the matter?
I believe that is my line. Just where are you?
I heard from King Kuri that Fennis is building a fortress just beyond the border.
A fortress? And it must be in the province of Sickle where our territories meet. They have attempted construction there numerous times in the past, but we have always impeded their plans. It seems we must do so again.
I see. In that case, I must thwart them at all costs.
Huh? Wait a moment, please. Are you telling me you've been ordered to subdue the Fennis forces?
Not ordered. I volunteered.
But why? Your soldiers' wounds are still fresh. Moreover, forgive my bluntness, but in your party's current state...
Our current state? I understand your concern. Truly, I do. But I can't turn to Father or Shitzel for help this time.
Then why would you agree to such...
King Kuri is testing us. Or at least, that is what I believe. He wants to see which country will best serve Wazet's interests, Fennis or Leonis. We must prove our worth. If we don't, Wazet will abandon Leonis to fend for itself. So we march, as long as there is a sliver of hope for victory.
That gallantry must have been what charmed Lady Glaciella.
It's nothing like that. We're simply good friends.
Is that so?
I must be off now. Keep Father and Shitzel out of harm's way until our return.
Lord Mont, though I can't be of help, perhaps Rubius could.
Rubius?
They are a group of honorable bandits at odds with Wazet. You may be able to hire their muscle.
Even though they fight against Wazet?
They are devoted to Lady Glaciella, so perhaps...
I understand. Thank you, Sergius.
Their hideout is said to lie east of here. And please, return safely, Lord Mont.
So we're really headed east, to the rumored location of Rubius.
Yes.
I suppose we really aren't in the best shape right now. I understand how you feel, Lord Mont. We can't afford to lose this battle.
Right. If King Kuri deems us unworthy, he'll kill Father. And not only that, he would likely take Shitzel hostage to further his conquest of Hourne.
Seeking out Rubius for help. You know, we do have our pride to consider. But if holding on to that pride does nothing more than cause others pain, I'll gladly throw it away. Right?
For our comrades.
For prosperity!
For Leonis!
Everyone.
I hope there's food waiting for us at the Rubius hideout.
You just had to ruin it by talking about food, right when we all sounded so cool.
Sorry.
All right, you lot. Prepare yourselves and let's be off. Come to think of it, King Elda spoke with you before we departed, right? What did His Majesty want?
No matter what may happen, take back Leonis' rightful territory. That's all he said.
He meant after we drive back the Fennis forces. Right, Lord Mont?
Of course. Father seems to be thinking of what lies ahead. There is something hidden within Leonis that must remain undisturbed. I can't tell you how many times I heard such a tale growing up.
Something hidden. What do you think it could be?
I haven't the faintest. But Father said that it is the Guardian's duty to safeguard it. Even this ring, with its power to call forth visions. It seems Gilgamesh bequeathed it so the Guardian could fulfill their duty. Or perhaps so that one could shoulder the burden of that role.
The Guardian, huh? What could Gilgamesh possibly be trying to have us protect?
This cave.
You think this is where that Rubius lot is hiding?
We'll have to find out for ourselves.
Ouch! You guys are really going for it. But don't go thinking your petty little foray is enough to fell us. Yeah, that's right. We're made of a different metal than you lot.
Please, hold! You're members of Rubius, are you not? We're not your enemy.
Quit wasting your breath!
I wish to talk. Stay your swords.
If you're going to make excuses, make them in hell!
It's no use, Lord Mont. We must fight!
Alas. Avoid harming them if you can. They're our allies.
Understood. We'll take it easy on them. As much as we can, anyway.
Damn it! Let's finish this!
Stop! We're not your enemy! Please, listen to me!
Shut your mouth!
Lord Mont, this one is helpless. His ire clouds his reasoning.
But if we continue this fight...
Curry's lapdogs, all of you!
You're mistaken! We hail from Leonis!
Silence!
Enough, Vadim!
Big sister.
Big sister? So you're...
Marguerite. I lead this humble band.
I am Mont, the Elder Prince of Leonis.
Leonis? What do you want with us?
We came to request your aid.
All right.
Huh?
What? I said we'll aid you. Do you doubt me?
But why would you...
You're Lady Glaciela's betrothed, are you not?
Lord Mont, just play along for now.
Something the matter?
That's right. I'm Glaciela's betrothed.
And? What can we do for you?
Well...
I see. You need our help assaulting Fennis' fortress.
Right. What do you say?
I'm not opposed to exchanging blows with Fennis. But if we do, it would be to Kuri's benefit. So I have to ask, whose side are you really on? Kuri's or Lady Glaciela's?
King Elda has suffered grievous injuries. He's being held within Wizette Castle.
I see. In other words, Kuri is using your weakness to his advantage. So after we take down this fortress and save your King Elda, you'll be joining up with Lady Glaciela. Am I understanding this correctly?
Of course. Right, Lord Mont?
Right.
Then we have an agreement. But we might want a little extra firepower, just to be safe.
You perhaps have someone in mind?
I happen to know a dragoon of considerable skill. You go ahead. We'll convince her to join us. And don't worry, we'll catch up.
Very well. Then we shall make our way to the fortress. Are we too late?
Not exactly. Savages or not, they're awfully quick at constructing fortresses. I'm not sure how easily we'll be able to bring it down.
Actually, the fortress may be complete, but their key troops have yet to be posted. If we use that to our advantage.
I see. We just might have a shot.
Who the hell are you?
Huh?
Help!
That sounds like Balo.
The guards spotted him.
We have to go help.
Welcome home, Papas!
How have you been, Nador?
Good. I've been praying with everyone in the village. I didn't miss a single day.
Is that so? How nice. You'll be able to get by just fine with this, won't you?
Thank you, Papa. But can't I live with you yet?
Your papas are real busy at work, huh?
I see. Oh, also, my friend told me that normally there's only one Papa in a family. So why do I have two?
That's...
All right, lad, listen up. You like apples, right?
Yeah, I love them.
Okay then. So would you rather have one apple or two?
Two, duh.
Then it's the same with papas. Two is better than one, don't you think?
That's right.
Now then, what about the stone box?
Don't worry, I haven't shown anybody.
Have you opened it?
Nope. You told me I'm not allowed to open it, so I haven't.
That's right. What a good boy you are.
All right, your papas have to get going.
Come back soon, okay? May the crystals watch over you.
We have to keep trying. Not just for us, but for the lad too.
Right you are, brother.
Well, what a surprise this is. Congratulations, papas.
What are you going on about?
I told you to wait over there, huh?
I got bored. Zazan is getting testy as well. He's been talking about laying waste to this village.
Stop that! Don't lay a hand on any of these people.
Wow. Quite out of character today, aren't we?
Shut your mouth. Let's get going.
To where, exactly?
Rob's men somehow made quick work of the Sanctum monks.
There's no one left alive who knows that we ditched the battle.
There's nothing stopping us from swinging open the cathedral doors and returning to Sottely's side, huh?
Those three. Can we just kill them already?
This is the perfect opportunity, but alas, we're too close to the village. We don't want to drag innocents into this.
Then how about we trail them a little while longer?
Sounds good to me.
What's wrong, brother?
He said something about a stone box. Can't say I'm not curious about what might be inside.
Hey! Wait for me!
Do you need another break?
We just took one. We don't have time to keep stopping like this.
I know that. We need to inform King Elda of Sir O and Queen Helena's deaths. And we have to inform Lord Mont that Lady Macherie has been abducted by traitors. I understand, I really, really do, but...
Okay. Let's take a rest. But only for a short while, all right?
Yay!
Huh? Sosha,
Yes, I noticed too.
What is it?
the enemy.
Are we being pursued?
No, this presence belongs to some kind of monster.
Break time is over, little Lila.
Wrong again. Phew, it looks like we got away.
So it does. For the time being, shall we continue through the woods?
No objections here.
Wait, really? But if we go through this forest, won't we keep running into monsters?
So you really haven't noticed?
Noticed? What?
We're being followed. We have been for a while now, actually.
By who?
If we knew that, we wouldn't be making these unsavory decisions.
So we're driving into the woods to throw them off?
Precisely.
But if we do that, it's gonna take even longer to reach Wizette.
You do have a point.
Should we confront them head on then?
We might as well. Now then.
Come on out!
Wait, what? The enemy's already here?
Don't move.
Are you a Fennis?
Fennis? I'm Dia of Ovis, mind you.
I'm Little Leela.
Little... whatever. Your names matter not.
But I was just introducing myself.
All right. Dia, was it? What have we done to provoke you? Leonis has no stake in the affairs of Ovis.
But what of Leonis' relationship with Hourne?
We'd be happy to answer that. After this lot has been dealt with.
Very well. Now then, I'll ask again. Can I call you allies, or must I draw my sword again? Answer me, little...
Little Leela.
whatever.
We aren't enemies, right?
That's right.
Though I suppose we're at war with both Hourne and Fennis now, them being allies and all.
Shush!
You're at war with Hourne! Then you are no allies of mine.
Oh.
Even if you cast us as enemies, what can you do about it? It's 1 against 3. You don't stand a chance.
We won't know that until I try.
No, I'm pretty sure we know already. Hey, are you all right? I told you that you needn't fight to figure it out.
I admit my defeat. Do as you wish.
You heard the lady.
And shall we leave her here?
Leave me here? Just like that?
Apologies, but we're in a bit of a hurry.
He's right. Lady Macherie gave us an important message to deliver.
Macherie? The Princess of Hourne?
Oh, do you know her?
I do, in truth.
So Hourne has succumbed to infighting.
This might bode well for Leonis.
You're right about that. If we can inform King Rob of the situation, we could end the war.
Well then.
Why don't you come with us?
We should get a move on, for Ovis's sake as well.
Thank you.
By the way, where exactly is Ovis?
You don't know?
It lies northwest of here.
Now that Ovis has fallen, Rundal will likely continue its conquest eastward. Damn them. Of all the nerve.
We should get going. Once we get to Wizette, we'll track down King Rob and Lord Mont.
What should we do, Lord Mont? Do we fight? Or should we retreat for the time being? Lord Mont?
Oh, my apologies. I was looking for them.
Them?
Moraga and Sadali.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen hide nor hair of them.
I don't see Sadali's warrior monks anywhere either.
In other words, neither of them are here?
It would seem so.
Well, well. We could fall back and wait until Rubius arrives to aid us. But doing so may give Moraga the time he needs to return.
At the very least, Moraga's absence means his main force is absent as well. Based on our previous battles, I would wager that we have a real chance at victory. Lilith?
We are your sword, Lord Mont. You need only give us the order.
We can't let this opportunity pass us by.
Very well. Shall we? Reinforcements?
Worry not. We have the upper hand.
Who?
Look no further, for I am right here. Feast your eyes upon me, Oladoa of King Moraga's Imperial Guard!
Well, isn't she peculiar?
There is no need for his fierceness to concern himself with you pathetic worms. Come at me, the lot of you!
Lord Mont.
Sorry. My bewilderment got the better of me.
Do not be deceived by her odd mannerisms. If what she says is true, she's one of Moraga's Imperial Guards.
Right. We show no quarter.
Where did she go?
So she ran off after such big talk.
If she won't come to us, then we'll just have to go in after her.
Just what are you going to do to me?
And so the mask slips.
What? What is this?
Lord Mont, reserve your attention for the Fennis soldiers.
They're even with Uldoa bested, they don't intend to withdraw?
I guess she wouldn't make much of a hostage. If that's the case, now is the time.
Wait, I doubt even that would spur the soldiers to retreat.
So I guess that means there's only one choice left.
What do you intend to do? Spare me, I beg you! I ask for nothing more!
What shall we do, Lord Mott?
Huh?
Lord Mont?
There's a sound coming from this strange device.
Wait, let me see that for a moment.
Oh!
King Moraga! It's me! It's Uldoa! Help me!
Why, you! What are you doing?
Shh! You stay quiet!
Uldoa, has the fortress fallen into enemy hands? If so, take it back. Everyone, stop what you're doing and depart for the fortress.
How is this possible? I can hear Moraga's voice coming from this device.
The strength of the Finnis army lies in this communication device. Do you understand me?
So Moraga can command his soldiers directly, no matter the distance.
How about it? You kindly spare my life, and I offer my full cooperation in return. What say you?
It's your call, Lord Mont.
What do you mean by cooperation?
This device is not just for King Moraga to command his underlings. His fierceness can hear our voices and our reports as well.
What kind of reports?
Leave this to me, but you will stay quiet, yes? King Moraga, can your fierceness hear me?
Uldoa, are you unharmed?
On the contrary, I am to be held captive.
Worry not. I'll be there shortly. What of the enemy?
Just Leonis troops here at the fortress. Their guard is lowered, drunk off their victory, no doubt.
I see. Lucky us. The dense forest east of the fortress makes for rough traveling. We'll use that expectation to our advantage and stage an ambush. Endure just a while longer. Wait for us.
How was that? I fully cooperated, did I not?
I suppose you did.
And?
A deal is a deal. We shall spare you. However, you won't be released until Moraga has been slain. Are we in agreement?
Yes. You will hear no objection from me.
If that is our plan, then we must ready ourselves post-haste.
Let's settle the score with that savage.
Lilith.
What is it, Lord Mont?
Lower your voices, everyone. I have a proposal for our final stand against Moraga. If we know that our enemy is coming through the forest, we needn't wait here.
So, an ambush then?
Right. It would give us an even greater advantage.
What do we do with Uldoa?
Detain her within the fortress, with 3 or so soldiers keeping watch.
I like it. Let's go with that.
I got a good feeling about this.
Balo, I'm entrusting you with her communication device. Don't lose it, all right?
Roger. A surprise attack, huh? But why was it so hushed before?
They should speak up so everyone can hear the plan.
Leonis Castle. What an irksome place to be dragged off to. At any rate, to think that the stalwart kingdom of Hourne has fallen into a state of civil unrest. Well, King Jaden will certainly be pleased to hear about these developments. But alas. Get it together, Camilo. Are you really okay with this?
That Macherie girl. She'll be killed, right? Of course she will. Oh. Damn it, what am I even saying? I've lost my nerve, I have. She's enough to make me shirk my orders, that one. I suppose this is farewell, Jaden. I live for the sake of love now. Wait for me, Macherie. I may not come riding in on a white horse, and I'm certainly no prince, but I won't rest until you're safe. Dusk is already upon us. I thought Moraga's forces would have arrived by now.
Indeed, they should have.
If the sun sets.
We could lose whatever tactical advantage we had. Our enemies are more beast than human. Darkness will not hinder their sight.
You don't think Moraga caught wind of our plan, do you?
It's too late to go back now. All we can do is wait. What of the stars, Ramada? Ramada?
The enemy is coming.
What?
Where are they?
How could they have snuck up on us? How could this be?
The Fennis army should have emerged from the forest, yet we were struck from behind.
There is but one answer for this.
Right. We've been had. Moraga must have heard everything.
Uldoa.
You all are of quite low intellect. While you dithered around with your precious ambush, a separate truth of Fennis soldiers reached the fortress. And now, I shall grant you worms a painful death!
Damn it! Those savages!
What should we do, Lilith? At this rate?
Alas, there's not much we can do.
What about the forest?
I can't agree with such a retreat. These woods run deep, and they would scatter us in our attempt to escape. Are you willing to risk that?
No, you're right. There's naught we can do but fight.
We've endured well. I'm even impressed with myself. Alas.
We cannot take much more of this, can we?
It is as she says, Lord Mont. Do we retreat, or do we fight them in the state? You must decide.
We fight.
Wow. That was unexpected. I thought for certain you'd order the retreat.
I've thought up a plan, and if it goes well...
What kind of...
Balo! Over here! Quickly!
Yes, Lord Mont.
Shh, quiet. Balo, where's the device I gave you?
I have it right here.
Give it to me.
Lord Mont, what are you?
Thank the gods! Our reinforcements are here!
What?
With this many soldiers, our comeback is all but assured!
Reinforcements? Where are they?
Using the communication device to our benefit this time, I see.
Huh?
Relax, Balo. Now the Fennis army will be preparing to retreat.
Let's get going! That should have bought us a little time. We'll change the tide of this battle in one fell swoop.
Reinforcements? Where? Kilfe, what do you think?
It is naught but a bold ruse meant to disorient us.
That cannot be so! You would not dare lie to me, would you?
I simply gave a level-headed appraisal of the situation. Wizette's army will likely turn up if the battle continues to drag on like this.
For the time being, we will fall back.
I do not object, but...
All troops, retreat!
They're retreating.
It looks like they fell for your plan, Lord Mont.
Right. Now we can buy time to rally our troops.
Shall we retreat? Or shall we take this opportunity to launch an assault?
Rubius will surely come to our aid.
Is there any proof of that?
Marguerite hoped to see us join Glaciela's cause once the fortress was toppled. Just as we need their help, they need ours. That's why.
I see.
Moreover, the enemy is retreating. We must press the advantage while we have it.
Understood.
What is it?
You don't hear it? The sound of crossing swords.
A nearby battle, perhaps.
Let's go take a look. This is...
A clash between Hourne and the Sanctum monks.
Then we must have caught up.
So... now what?
Is it not obvious?
We lend Hourne our swords.
Sounds like a plan. I'm getting fired up already.
Then let's move out! A stylish reversal. At least that's what it was supposed to be.
Both sides are perfectly matched.
You mean we're not being useful at all?
You are.
King Rob?
Wait, His Majesty is here? I am Dia. I hail from the kingdom of Ovis.
Oh, of Ovis are you?
I entreat you, please dispatch troops to Ovis. My motherland is on the verge of devastation at the hands of Rundal.
So they have invaded Ovis before continuing their onslaught eastward. Your plea will not go unheeded.
Your Majesty has my gratitude.
Rundal would have to be dealt with eventually. I am simply assuring you that it will be sooner rather than later. And you all are from Leonis, I take it.
Forgive our impudence. However, we have come to explain that...
We of Hourne and Leonis are no longer at war.
What?
Our alliance with Fennis has been completely abolished.
I see. And so you cross swords with Sottely's monks.
Well, that certainly speeds things along. We were given a message from Lady Macherie to be delivered to the firstborn Prince of Leonis, Lord Mont.
From Macherie? Could you let me hear what she had to say?
I'm waiting.
Is that all?
Actually...
What? Macherie has been imprisoned?
As it stands, she's to be taken to Leonis Castle.
I see. So it is Ziza and Vistral. Dia, my apologies. We shall withdraw and make our way to Leonis Castle.
Your kingdom should come first. That is to be expected.
I will send troops to Ovis as soon as this affair has been put in order. You have my word.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Tell Solidus on the front lines, the entire army is to retreat.
I won't allow it. I swear this soil shall be your graves!
And here I thought I might spare your lives. Try us if you might. We will drive you down like lambs to the slaughter.
Uldoa is back.
You've quite underestimated what I am capable of. But your story is ending now. I will mince you, grind you up, and use what is left to feed my beasts.
I would love to see you try.
What a dim-witted fool you are. Behold our numbers!
There are too many of them.
If we don't break through their ranks...
Then we will not hold out for very long.
The choice seems fairly clear then.
Believe in yourself, and believe in your fellow fighters.
Everyone, let's go!
The battle is ours!
Damn it. If I were stronger, this wouldn't have...
I'm glad we could be together in the end, Balo.
Liart.
Enough with the gloomy goodbyes.
As she says, the stars have yet to lose their sparkle.
Lord Mont, what is it?
They're here.
Huh?
You can't hear it? Our reinforcements. They've made it.
I will not fall for such a pathetic trick twice. Kept you waiting, did we? What?
Oh, still alive, I see. Holding out against this many of Fennis's dogs, that's quite the feat. Regardless, you can breathe easy now. Victora and Loartha, they're hired hands you'll likely come to rely on.
So this is Mont.
Rather interesting, wouldn't you say?
Mont's party arrives at Wizette Castle. They are given a warm welcome by King Kuri. Yet Mont knew perfectly well Kuri's hospitality would not come without a price. Leonis must prove itself of value, lest they be cast to the wolves. And so Mont set out with Glaciela's noble thieves, Rubius, to capture the nearby Fennis fortress. Leonis and Wizette. Just what has become of their once steadfast alliance?
Curses. Will none of them budge?
Darling?
Worry not. We'll break through soon enough.
No, I mean to tell you that a messenger has arrived.
What's happened?
We have been given the order to retreat.
What did you say? Sottili's head has remained on his shoulders for far too long, and he lies in wait just before us. Once we've broken his defenses, victory is ours.
Lady Macherie has been taken captive. Ziza and Vistral have defected. As far as we know, they are taking Lady Macherie to Leonis Castle.
I cannot believe that those two would resort to treason.
Darling.
I know. Retreat it is.
Now then, give us all you've got!
Whoa, now. The orders were to retreat, were they not?
That man, Engelbert, was it? It seems that once he returns from the front lines, the retreat will commence.
What's your point?
There's no benefit to needless fighting.
Then let me ask you something. Do you think we've been useful at all?
Huh?
Has anything come from our attempts to support others? I don't think so.
You might have a point, but what do you intend to do?
Is it not obvious? I'll leave my mark on them!
Mark?
Right! I'll carve my name into their hearts, too deeply for them to forget.
I think not.
Neither do I.
Agreed.
You must just still be angry at having your name mistaken again.
What's with your lack of support? You don't know what I can do. I haven't even tried yet.
No, I'm pretty sure we know already.
Then I'll just have to show you. Everyone, charge!
Well, I suppose I can accompany you for a little bit.
Engelbert, you have returned.
So this is Solidus.
You're from Leonis.
I'm little Leela.
Your names are no concern of mine.
How rude!
Hey, we've discussed this.
If it were not for Leonis meddling where it shouldn't have, Lady Macherie and Schitzelt would be...
Hold on! What do you mean, meddling? We came to their aid.
Lady Macherie and Schitzelt would have been perfectly fine without your aid.
Enough, Engelbert. At present, we ought to join hands with Leonis and fight together as allies.
Leonis is Hourne's ally.
The next you meet King Elda, ask that he takes care of Schitzelt for me.
Yes, Your Highness.
So Schitzelt is still at Leonis's mercy. Then I have a message for the king as well. Tell him that if anything happens to Schitzelt, Leonis will have made itself a new sworn enemy.
I said enough, Engelbert.
Forgive my impertinence.
No need. I understand your concern. After all, you and Schitzelt have known each other since long before Solidus was established.
I consider us closer than blood, Your Highness.
Then you should believe in Leonis, for his sake.
Understood.
Now then, we withdraw. It is time we made our way to Leonis Castle.
We shall continue to journey toward Wizette Castle.
I see. And what of you, Dia? Will you accompany us to Leonis Castle?
Apologies, Your Highness, but I will be going to Wizette as well.
Are you certain? But what of the situation in Ovis?
I wish nothing more than to return home as soon as possible. But alas, after claiming the nation of Heindler, Rundal surpasses even the mighty Hourne.
I see. You hope to gain Leonis' support as well.
Yes, Your Highness. But that is not the only reason. I am indebted to these Leonis soldiers for allowing me to accompany them this far. I hope to repay them.
A fair decision.
King Rob, there is one more thing we have yet to mention. We retrieved some ancient relics from Anvil Castle. 4, in fact.
4 ancient relics, you say?
However, all were stolen by Sotley's underlings.
So he has acquired 4 relics. A frightening revelation.
Forgive us, Your Highness. We were left with no choice but to flee, after the loss of Queen Helena and Sir O.
I had not yet been informed. I pray that their souls may find peace.
Thank you, Your Highness.
You must go quite far out of your way to avoid Sotley's forces. Shall I arrange a convoy?
Much appreciated, but we will manage on our own.
Then I shall pray that your blades remain sharp and your shield sturdy. I leave the rear guard to you, Engelbert.
Of course, Your Highness.
With that, I do believe it is high time we embarked.
We're going through the forest again? I can't remember the last time we walked in broad daylight.
What other choice do we have?
If Sotley's forces were to find us...
As she says, we would not be able to handle them on our own.
For the time being, I see no sign of any threat.
So it seems. Though we should stay on guard. No doubt there are plenty of bloodthirsty beasts lurking among these woods.
Hourne's forces have retreated, I see. I knew you could manage, Whisper. You continue to prove your love for me. Whisper, are you injured?
Forgive me.
After being subject to such an onslaught, it is only natural.
I must prepare to give chase to Hourne.
That will not do. If you push yourself any further, your body is likely to break down. Come, let us return. I must reconstruct your corporeal frame.
To Dynevor Cathedral?
Correct. To our castle. Ours, and only ours.
Sternis.
I have been informed that Ma Cherie has been imprisoned within Leonis Castle. Stern is to travel there, to keep the people of the castle in line. Such will allow us to maintain control of Leonis Castle, even should Rob launch an assault. Let us be on our way. Whisper, my dearest, can you walk?
Oh, of course.
Oh, still alive, I see.
You took your time getting here.
My apologies. I must say, though, you held your own against those Fennis dogs. Anyway, you can breathe easy now.
So you've brought them.
As promised.
Victora and Loartha. You can count on both of them.
So this is Mont.
This is interesting.
So you're Mont? Glaciella has told me much about you.
Glaciella?
Victor is like an older sister to Lady Glaciella, you know.
Is that so?
Lord Mont?
Huh?
Why the grave face?
Something troubles me.
I'm listening.
We shall have to talk later. They're coming.
Damn! There's no end in sight! Just what is going on here? Though we were the ones to press the assault, their morale hasn't faltered. Those savages. Can they not comprehend that their numbers dwindle?
Actually, their numbers seem to have only grown.
What? Impossible.
There's no other explanation. Reinforcements have joined their ranks.
That's what you were worried about, wasn't it?
Yes. Why hasn't Moraga shown himself? Did you not find it odd?
Maybe he intends to make a grand entrance.
That is precisely the case.
You wench. To think that you were pleading for your life just moments ago!
How pathetic you must be to have not seen through my performance!
Stay calm, Lilith. Do you sense it?
I know, Lord Mont. He's coming. Moraga is nigh.
The real battle begins now. Be on your guard.
Lord Mont!
Wait, did you just hear?
Why are you here?
Out with it!
Lady Marshally abducted to Leonis Castle.
I can't understand you. Please speak clearly.
Okay, I'm okay now.
Are you sure?
What's happened?
Well...
Lady Marshally has been taken captive?
I can't believe it. Hourne has fallen into internal dissension.
What's more, Queen Helena and Sir O are...
Yes, I know. I had hoped against hope that it were not true. But alas.
Lord Mont.
I have to help Marshally.
I understand how you must feel, but we have other duties to attend to. We cannot leave King Elda and Shitsalt in King Kuri's clutches.
I know that.
For now, let us return to Wizette Castle. We can ask His Majesty for guidance. Would that be acceptable?
As you say, Lilith. We should speak with Father and decide which nation to align with. Hourne or Wizette.
Excuse me, how is Shitsalt doing?
He's fine.
What a relief!
The shield of Hourne himself threatened us. He said that if anything were to befall Shitsalt, it would be on our heads.
You need not worry. He's with Father now, recovering from his injuries at Wizette Castle.
If that's the case, there should be no issue uniting with Hourne.
King Rob said as much. At present, we ought to join hands with Leonis and fight together as allies.
I see. We wish for that as well.
By the way, who might you be?
I hail from Ovis. Our country has crumbled under Rundal's assault, and I have come seeking your assistance.
She has fought valiantly with us every step of the way, so please.
Rundal clearly poses a threat to us as well. We will gladly lend you our swords.
But before that... we have some unwanted company to deal with.
Moraga!
Mont, you worm! I'll kill you. Kill them all! Kill!
King Moraga, what is ailing you?
This humiliation, it's driving me mad. The urge to crush, consume everything. I praise you for your courage to stay and fight. Now die!
You did it, Lord Mont!
No. This isn't over yet.
Prince of Leonis. Is this the best you can do? What a waste.
Well then, how about this?
Lord Mont, don't! Lord Mont!
I feel it. I feel it. The power welling up from my very core. Now is the time to take my true form.
No! You cannot do that, King Moraga!
Get your hands off of me, Uldoa.
It is not yet time!
This battle is yours.
Lord Mont!
I'm sorry. I couldn't fell him.
Do not apologize. Driving him into such a state, that was no small feat.
Astonishing, really.
Truly, to think you've grown this much.
Next time. I promise.
You should rest now, Lord Mont.
We can't. We must return to Wizette Castle. Father and Shitselt must be concerned for us. I would ease their worries as soon as we can.
Lord Mont, you've become so strong, beyond question.
I must inform you of Glaciela's plans.
Her plans?
Tomorrow morning, the break of dawn will be the signal.
The break of dawn? And what exactly will she be doing?
What else? Starting the rebellion. You'll all be standing by within the castle. Glaciela will charge the castle with Rubius in tow. When the time is right, you'll help them make their way inside. You don't appear to be on board with this plan. Are you worried about Princess Macherie?
You know about that?
She is being held within Leonis Castle.
How do you...
Let us just say that I have eyes and ears most everywhere. I know you want to make a quick departure for Leonis Castle.
I promise to protect her, no matter what. Moreover, our alliance with Hourne should be of benefit to Glaciella as well, so...
I see. Very well. You seem to have thought this through well enough. We shall postpone the rebellion.
You're able to postpone?
Don't worry. I'll make sure to explain it to Glaciella clearly. I'll tell her that you'll establish an alliance with Hourne and find a way to rebuild Leonis, after which you shall return to us. But we need your promise. The next time you fight, it will be for Glaciella.
I understand. You have my word. Thank you. We would never have taken the fortress if not for you.
No thanks needed.
We proceed with the plan at dawn. You can fulfill your side of the bargain then.
About that. Victora...
Oh, Victora already told you? Then we needn't say more. We'll go ahead and make our way back to the hideout.
We shall return as well. To Wazette Castle.
So the rebellion begins at dawn's first light.
Actually, it's been postponed.
Huh? But why?
Victora will persuade Glaciella that it is better to hold off for now.
So where does that leave us?
We must rescue Macherie and unite with Hourne as allies.
Are we to return to Wazette after all that?
No. We must first persuade Father, of course.
There are worse ways to proceed. Besides, we all could use a break from the bloodshed.
Daylight has already left us. Let us hurry to Wazette Castle.
Right.
So, how did it go?
Splendidly. As expected, Mont will dash to Leonis Castle to rescue his dear Macherie. He's under the impression that the rebellion has been postponed.
You mean Glaciella will be invading Wazette Castle without the help of Leonis's forces? How easy this will be.
You're right about that. But alas.
Alas?
Wouldn't it be boring to simply leave it at that?
You have something else in the works?
I might.
Hey! What's wrong? Don't tell me you're so hungry that you can't even move.
Oh, my apologies.
It's this snowstorm. We're simply a little chilled.
Chilled, you say? Then I could help you warm up.
Warm them up, will you? All right then, enjoy yourselves.
Liart!
We'll be leaving for the Rubius hideout now.
Right. So please, don't make a fuss over us.
Give Mont our regards.
If it isn't Lord Mont!
Our mission is complete. Venice's fortress has been seized.
Oh! Then we shall report to King Kuri at once!
That won't be necessary. Our soldiers have been run ragged.
But...
The sun has set. I will report to him myself on the morrow.
As you wish, Lord.
Then we shall retire to our rooms for the night.
I see. Lady Macherie has been imprisoned within Leonis Castle. And so you wish to return, I take it?
Yes.
Are you certain?
Have you no desire to save her, Schützelt?
I want nothing more than to rush to her side. Alas, to do so would be an act of treachery against Wizette. If Kuri were to catch wind of this, Leonis' favor with Wizette would...
I agree with Mont.
Father.
Wizette and Hourne. Kings, militaries, domains. There's no need to compare the two. Besides, King Kuri has already betrayed us. Akito was sent to end our lives under his command.
I suppose that is... true.
However, there's still one thing that troubles me. Is King Kuri aware that Glaciella is plotting a rebellion in collusion with Rubius?
That I do not know. But considering what we know about him, it is possible.
What he fears is us allying with Glaciella. And as such, there's little doubt our every move is being watched.
Then...
Right. We should leave here at once. Schützelt, how fare your wounds?
More or less healed, Your Highness.
Then let us make haste.
Very well.
Quickly!
And where might you be going in such a rush?
Father...
Just what I'd expect from King Kuri.
Somewhere you'd rather the head of this castle did not know?
We thought not to bother you with our farewells at this late an hour.
What drivel.
And what are we to make of you loosing arrows upon us?
Make of it as you please.
In that case...
Father!
Leave off if you want to live.
I see you must learn what befalls those who betray me.
We betray you? Were not you the ones who forged an underhanded alliance with Finis and bared your fangs at Leonis?
Fine. Then let the victor decide who speaks the truth.
They've certainly earned the moniker of the Wolves of the North. Escaping the castle will be no small feat.
Your wounds, are they okay?
Yes. Yet, it is rather difficult to coordinate with another kingdom's commander.
Forgive me.
You misunderstand me. At this rate, the surrounding enemies will envelop us. We must open an escape route before that happens.
Do you have a plan?
I will hold the rear.
You intend to sacrifice yourself so that we may flee.
Alas, I see no other way.
I won't allow it. I won't leave a friend behind.
I am honored that you think of me as a friend.
Of course I do.
Then I shall speak so as well. For my friend, for my cherished friend, I will stay behind.
Schützelt. No, wait! To allow such...
I beheld Leonis Castle with mine own eyes just once. But I understood well enough. That castle's walls run high and thick. You understand, Lord Mont? Only you will be able to free Lady Macherie from that prison.
Schützelt.
There is no time to waste. I beg of you, make for Leonis Castle at once.
before it is too late. You need not worry about me. A man such as Kuri would know that I am far more valuable as a hostage to trade with Hourne. I shall surrender when the time is right.
You've made up your mind then?
Yes.
Understood. We are in your debt.
Leave it to me.
Mark my words. We will come back for you.
Yes.
Lord Schutzelt.
I've heard whispers of you. The blunt lancer. They say that frigid white fang of a lance you carry can pierce even steel.
What bombast you have heard.
I see. When you laid your assault upon us, you were clearly holding back. I thought it strange that Wizette's first division, the Great Akito, could be so weak. I do not loathe the idea of having compassion for one's enemies, but such kindness will come back to haunt you.
Your advice is well taken. Now observe. The art of the spear that I have perfected in this frost-bitten prison.
Lilith.
Schutzelt. I have to go back.
We were only able to escape the castle because Schutzelt stayed behind. Do you want his sacrifice to be for naught?
But...
Enough, Lilith. Your concerns are well understood, but there was no other choice. We cannot remain here for long, lest we be surrounded again.
Understood, Your Highness.
There will be countless other cruel choices to be made hereafter. It is the only way we can open a path to Leonis' restoration.
Right.
This is bad. We're still being pursued.
You finally made it. I grew weary of waiting.
I thought it better to wait for the right time.
What do you mean?
Lord Mont's party has outrun us by now. Even for us born to this snowy terrain, they are too far gone.
I see. In other words, we can do battle without restraint.
Will you not surrender?
Before we've even crossed blades, that will not do.
I suppose this is Hourne's pride in action. How unfortunate.
Have at you!
As you wish. Do try to endure until Lord Mont's return. Take him.
Why would someone as skilled as you serve the likes of Wisette?
There are some who live to defy their fate, while there are others who cannot live without it. I would be the latter.
Follow me.
Everything has gone as you foresaw, I take it?
Does that irk you? Do you not feel that your talents are being wasted in such a far-flung castle?
I have no interest in joining you.
Then stay here and suffocate beneath the snow. You're unwed, right?
What of it?
If you want to get ahead in life, You ought to marry someone like me.
It would appear that Elda and his cubs have escaped. How do you intend to take responsibility for this failure?
Take responsibility? And why would I do that?
Perhaps I misheard you just now.
This is all according to plan.
I have no ear for hollow excuses.
All it took was a little push to get Elda and his lot to scamper from Wizette.
So now they won't have a chance to conspire with Glaciella.
We keep chasing them, exhaust their soldiers, and they will be of no help whatsoever during tomorrow morning's rebellion.
Meaning Glaciella and Rubius will still strike as planned.
Precisely. Rubius is nothing without Leonis backing them up. Wouldn't you agree? But of course, this isn't the only trap I've set.
What else, then?
Why spoil the surprise? Let's just say that I'm looking forward to the break of dawn.
Commander Lilith.
Lilith.
I'm sorry. I just can't seem to shake my worries.
Could it be that you have feelings for Shitzel?
You fool! Think before you speak.
It's not like that.
You don't have to hide it.
Shitzel is a good man. That is without question. But I gave up living the life of a woman long ago.
Huh? But why?
For my dream.
Your dream?
To see Lord Mont become a king worth following. War would finally cease to be in this land if he were crowned. I'm sure of it. Even now, Lord Mont's determination is leading us to that future. That is why I have no qualms dedicating my life to his cause.
Lilith.
I eagerly await the day you lead our kingdom, Lord Mont. Then I can hang up my sword and take my time scouring through suitors. Right.
I'll take your words to heart.
All right, then let's make haste. I doubt our pursuers have given up just yet.
Well then, I believe it's almost time.
Right.
Halt. Where are you going?
Worried, are we? No need to fret. If all goes well, I'll soon be your queen, true and proper.
That is not where my concerns lie.
Oh, no? Well, either way, we shall return after paying Glaciella a visit.
Glaciella?
Right, to make preparations for daybreak.
We have to make sure she follows through with her little plan to attack tomorrow morning.
Nothing to fear. We won't betray you. For now, at least.
Victora, you know what happens to those who betray me.
The time has come.
With you two and the combined might of Leonis on our side, victory is all but assured.
Victora, about Mont and his soldiers.
What? Are you worried?
Fennis is afoot. Leonis and Hourne now hail to each other. And the church's shadow looms ever in the background, only seen in glimpses. In such troubled times, I worry that Mont and his party may be stretched too thinly to support our cause. Are we asking too much of them?
You're a kind one, Glaciella. I understand that feeling of uneasiness all too well. But listen to me. The two of you are engaged, correct?
Right.
If so, then Mont should be just as anxious about the break of dawn as you are. To see his betrothed overthrow Kuri and take the throne. Be sure to invite both me and Luartha to the wedding, won't you?
Oh, yes. We'll dress up nicely for your big day.
I will.
If that's settled, we shall return to Wazette Castle.
Huh? You won't be departing from here with us on the morrow?
For now, we will continue to play the part of Wazette's guests.
If we're not seen at the castle, it could rouse suspicions.
As she says. Moreover, dealing with Kuri himself will be the most dreadful ordeal of this battle.
Right. That bow of his poses quite the threat.
That would put us in the perfect position to stop him, don't you think?
Could I ask that of you?
Of course. What else are friends for? Tomorrow morning, we'll spring into action the moment you descend upon the castle. The castle gates will open once we and Mont's party lay waste to those within. All right?
Yes.
Well, how shall we proceed?
How else? We pursue Durando and Gargus. Now is the perfect opportunity to take them down. But first of all, why did you turn a blind eye when you had them within reach?
Within reach?
Do not feign ignorance. They were visiting some boy in the village, were they not?
Have you no foresight? If we had ambushed them then and there...
Harm would befall the village? Is that what you wish to say?
Is that a bad thing?
How naive.
And what do you know? Nitpicking at brothers' plans.
So this is the Red Mage who commands Hourne's 2nd Division, Nitor. I've been wondering what kind of person you are. But to think you're this soft.
You're going too far, Ketone.
War means sacrifice. You would do well to bear that in mind.
You seem to be misunderstanding something. Shall I teach you why they call me the Vermilion Devil? I always complete my mission, no matter how difficult, and I always return home. I do not shy away from making sacrifices if they are necessary to see the mission through, even if it means cutting down my allies. However, this time I held back because you two and Salir were there.
Then...
If we end Durando and Gargus here, we won't be able to utilize that village boy to our advantage. You saw for yourself how they doted on the child. If we take him as our hostage, we could control their every move.
Stop talking like that, brother! This joke isn't funny.
A joke, you say? Yes, it was but a joke. She said I was soft, so I... Ketone, if you desire to pursue them so badly, shall we?
My desire is to fell them.
Very well. Then let us move out. If I remember correctly, we last saw them in this direction. Huh?
Brother?
This presence. King Rob, Your Highness.
Oh, Adelard, how fares the hunt for Durando and Gargus?
In pursuit as we speak.
What timing? You need no longer concern yourself with those two. Instead, I would like you to return to Hourne Castle.
To Hourne Castle?
We have reports that Ziza and Vistral have taken Macherie prisoner as an act of treason.
What? And where have they taken her?
Leonis Castle, it appears.
The Lion's Den.
Hence, we make haste to Leonis Castle.
Then we should also...
No, I need you at Hourne Castle, protecting Dario.
Lord Dario?
I do not know where Macherie was met with betrayal. Yet if it happened near Hourne Castle, Dario could be in harm's way as well.
Understood, Your Highness. I will not fail you. And what of you? Do you intend to weather these circumstances in pursuit of Durando and Gargus?
I will go to Leonis Castle.
A commendable notion.
Then may I request your guidance? Having someone familiar with the castle's design would be most heartening.
As you wish.
Lynx, accompany me.
Understood.
Damn. Where could they be keeping her? I bet you'll be surprised when you see me coming to the rescue. Hey, Macherie! I've come to save you. Could it be? My beloved Lord Camilo! Why are you here? It's only natural, my sweet. You, and only you, are the light of my life. This cannot be, Lord Camilo. Please, you must forget about me. But why? The love we share is so pure. I am a prisoner. Please, you must escape quickly before they... What's your problem? How long have you been standing there?
What's the matter? Is your little play acting over already? What a helpless fellow. Hold still. I'll put your mind at peace. Permanently.
Just who the hell do you think you are?
Elzarel, from right here in Leonis.
Which division?
I don't belong to one.
Huh? There's no way you're unaffiliated.
I'm not one for crowds.
You're a suspicious one.
That would be you. Now give me your name.
Camilo.
From whence do you hail?
I don't belong to any nation.
Stop messing around. Everyone belongs to one country or another.
But you don't belong to any division either.
That's completely unrelated.
Fine. I'll talk. So, go ahead and lower your blade.
So I'm supposed to believe you renounced your country after falling head over heels for Princess Macherie? What an exceptional fool.
Shut up!
But I don't quite understand. You say Hourne has divided into two, and one of those sides is occupying Leonis Castle. But the people in there appear to be warrior monks of the Church of the Crystal.
What is it with you? How do you not know anything? Were you not in the castle up until now?
I was there.
So what were you doing?
I wasn't doing anything.
Seriously, are you really from Leonis?
Yes! Everything I've said is the truth.
You were sleeping, weren't you? I knew it! You've been sleeping this whole time.
I prefer to call it meditating.
Meditating so hard, your consciousness just happened to fade away?
You could interpret it like that, yes. Oh, great. It looks like your loudmouth got us found.
You're saying it's my fault? No other choice but to fight back to back, eh?
Fine.
That's that then. Hey! What's wrong? Pull yourself together. You're sleeping?
What? Is it morning already?
No, it's not morning. How can you sleep at a time like this?
I didn't have much else to do after felling those monks.
I think the normal thing to do would have been to help me.
I don't see any more signs of the monks. Shall we search for Princess Macherie?
You'll help me? Elle's around? Stop sleeping!
Apologies. I don't handle lack of tension well.
Then get a little tense. I'm begging you.
No need for trepidation. Leonis Castle might as well be my home. Consider her practically found. Relax and leave it to me.
All I have is trepidation.
Let's go.
Imprisoned. Oh, I should count myself lucky to still be alive.
Huh? Over here, Lord Schutzelt.
Who are you?
I am called Cayenne.
So you are imprisoned as well. For what offense?
The crime of innocence. It's been about 3 years now.
3 years? What cruelty.
Cruelty? I wouldn't say that. It's quite comfortable here.
But
I feel at ease here in the quiet. Yet I suppose it will become quite boisterous once Rubius attacks at dawn.
Wait, how could you possibly know about that? Answer me! What? How did you...
I've picked sturdier locks than the one on my cell door. Well then, I'll be out on a stroll until morning. You needn't worry. I'll be back in my cell before sunrise.
You rat! Just who are you?
I am but a humble thief.
Electing to rescue Princess Macherie, Mont's party makes for Leonis Castle. However, Victora and Luartha chose not to inform Glaciella of Mont's latest movements, believing she will emerge victorious. Glaciella lets her thoughts run freely, envisioning a false future that will never come to pass. Soon enough, dawn approaches. King Kuri's wicked laughter fills the castle halls. He knows the destruction of Rubius and Glacella's death may well be within his grasp.
I see. Lady Marcherie has been taken to Leonis Castle by traitors of Hourne.
That seems to be the case. Therefore, we must do whatever is in our power to...
Wait just a moment. You're not suggesting that we rescue Lady Marcherie on our own, are you?
What else can we do? Well, I suppose we will need to gather allies at some point. But there's no time for that now.
So you want us to sneak into the castle by ourselves? Because that would be impossible. Impossibly impossible.
Well, we can't just leave Lady Marcherie to die!
A moment, you two. I have received word that Hourne's Solidus are on their way to Leonis Castle, much to our fortune.
So we'll be backing Solidus then?
No. There is something else that I would like to request of you.
What would that be?
I need you to travel to Wazette and inform the Leonis forces there of what has befallen Lady Marcherie. The might of Solidus alone would likely be enough to capture the castle. Alas, it would come at a great price.
Meaning that Lady Marcherie can only be saved if the two nations join forces.
Take this with you. It may prove useful.
Black cloth. Is this your scarf?
If you show this to my husband, or perhaps my sons, surely they would.
We will be sure to let the Leonis forces know that you are indeed still alive.
No, that will not do. We cannot let anyone know that I survived the battle at Anvil Castle.
Huh? But why?
Because to others, I have died. My death can be used to my advantage. It could very well bear us a chance to defeat Soderly and his followers.
Understood. Then I will proceed as you've requested, without letting the rest of Leonis find out.
I must apologize for foisting my burden upon you two.
Not at all. If we hadn't met you when we did, we would be...
We most certainly would have taken a different path in life. With that, we shall take our leave.
King Elda and Lord Mont will be informed of Lady Marcherie's dire situation. We will not fail you.
Whew, I'm beat. Not that it comes as much of a surprise.
Wow, this is curious.
What is... What? Just because Sosha said she's tired and I didn't?
Not that. It just struck me that you really are doing your best.
He's right about that. To think that we're right back on the road to Leonis, just when we thought we'd have a chance to rest in Wazette. I thought you would have at least whined about it once by now.
But this is the first time we've ever worked together with Calum, you know?
Huh. So your sense of rivalry is keeping you going?
It's only natural. We are representing Fordham after all.
Well, our numbers are also terribly low at the moment.
Speaking of which, I've not laid eyes on Etra and the other new recruits in some time. I wonder what's happened.
From what I've heard, their morale plummeted after Lilith berated them.
So what has happened to Etra? She hasn't gone on the run, has she?
Unfortunately, it seems that she's become somewhat of a recluse. Yerma is always by her side, so that's some comfort. But alas.
Was there not one more? What was her name again?
The one that touted herself as the strongest paladin, right?
Right, her! I think her name was Nasha.
I thought they were really giving it their all. I heard that they got the boots knocked off of them by Lilith during a Fordham mock battle.
But why would that old hag even be there? She's not in Fordham.
Because she likes to be seen wherever she can, that one.
All she does is nag. It's no wonder men don't want anything to do with her.
Just who might you be talking about now? I only did as I was requested by Lord Stern, mind you. Were you not aware?
Apologies.
This lecture's postponed. Prepare for battle!
What's the matter?
The stars have grown faint.
It's a sign of the approaching dawn.
Right. Aren't you tired?
Are you actually worried about little old me?
We haven't had a proper night's rest since Leonis.
There's not much we can do about that. Lady Moschery waits imprisoned within Leonis Castle. If we don't reach her soon...
I know. That's why rest is a luxury we don't have right now.
But alas... I hope Lady Glaciella is okay.
Don't worry. Victor said that she would explain why we had to postpone.
Do you believe her?
Huh?
I think your feelings for her might be clouding your judgment.
I don't have feelings for... You don't trust her, do you?
I don't have any proof that she's lying. But my intuition tells me so.
We need to hurry so that we can get back to Wizette Castle as soon as possible. That's all we can do for now.
That we can agree on.
Lady Glaciella, it is almost time to take the field.
Right.
I will venture behind the castle to initiate a diversion.
Are you sure about this, Lady Miranda? You are our guest from the East. Getting involved in our affairs like this.
Not to worry. You have been a most cordial host to us Outlanders, Lady Glaciella. This battle is an ideal chance for me to return the favor. Alas. If only Master were here as well.
Sir Seymour is still on the road, I take it.
Yes. It could be that Rundal will finally declare war on Sodaly. Or perhaps he is inquiring into the current state of affairs.
So, Rundal's invasion has come at last.
If that is true, we have no time to spare in overthrowing Kuri and conquering Wizette.
Lady Miranda, we will not get a second chance. We must win this battle.
I am aware.
However, there is no need to fight to the last if the battle seems lost. I do not want to lose any of you.
Lady Glaciella, I must be off. We will begin our assault behind the castle at sunrise.
And once the enemy has been drawn to your location, we will lay siege to the castle gates.
After that, we need only wait for Lord Mont to open the gates and allow our entry.
With all the pieces in place, our victory is all but assured.
Right. Let us set out, shall we?
My dagger can hardly stay in its sheath.
The day is dawning, Lady Miranda.
Indeed.
Lady Miranda, your orders.
We're ready. You only need to give the word.
We will bring down Kuri, even if we must lay down our lives.
That will not do. Do not get any grand ideas of felling enemy soldiers or storming the castle.
But...
Do
you understand me? Your mission is to draw the enemy's attention. If you are ever outnumbered, do not hesitate to retreat.
Apologies, but we cannot do that while Lady Glaciella is putting her life on the line.
I cannot justify us running away with our backs bent over!
Worry not. Once Lady Glaciella's brigade has stormed the castle, that is when our true fight begins.
Then!
We will make our way to the castle gates and take to the castle ourselves. Then you can draw as much blood as you like.
Yes, ma'am!
Dawn approaches. Move out!
King Rob. Daybreak. Marching through the night is no easy feat. I was considering a brief rest.
No, Your Majesty. We can still...
We must rescue Lady Macherie as soon as possible.
If we stop to rest now...
Be that as it may, now is not the time to weary ourselves. Leonis Castle is notoriously stout, formidable even. The fearless army of Fennis themselves could not take it.
Please, Your Highness, do not liken us to Moraga's lot.
That was not my intention, but alas, it is worrisome.
King Rob?
What those Leonis soldiers had said, that Sottile has come into possession of some other ancient relics. Even one relic would have heightened the threat he poses, but four...
That certainly is troubling news.
I wonder, did Sottile take up residence in Leonis Castle? Or did he return to Dynevor Cathedral? Until we know for certain, we should not weary ourselves by any means. Is that understood?
Yes, Your Highness.
I fear it may have been a mistake to command Adelard's party to Hourne Castle. At any rate, let us advance just a bit further. Once we emerge from these woods, Leonis Castle should be just ahead. There, we will take a brief respite, but do not let your guard down.
Dawn is almost upon us.
Good. I was getting restless.
Not yet.
What's the matter, big sister? If we don't go soon...
If our impatience causes the plan to go awry, it is not us who will be thrust into harm's way.
Ah, you have a point. Lady Glaciella's betrothed is inside the castle, isn't he?
We needn't worry. Mont is a capable man.
I believe so as well. His kind nature did cause me some worry when I first met him. But there is certainly more to him than mere kindness. He is also strong enough to have survived the long, treacherous retreat to Wazette.
A commotion is coming from the castle!
And so it begins.
It seems they've fallen for the diversion set by Lady Miranda and her troops.
Everyone, I am sorry to have entangled you all in this.
Why are you saying this now of all times?
This is unlike you, Lady Glaciella.
Here we are now, Rubius, a fully fledged rebel organization. But just one generation ago, our families didn't even know the next time they'd be able to eat.
Right. And that worry was put to rest all thanks to Lady Glaciella's mother and her hard work in the castle.
But her mother was...
We know, all too well. That rat Curry will never be forgiven for what he's done.
It was not only her mother. For Lady Glaciella to have any hope of succeeding the throne, every last one of her relatives must be eliminated, he said.
Speaking of which, where is your family now, Lady Glaciella?
They are taking refuge at Bordy's castle, at the southern edge of Wazette.
You've thought this out, I see. Kuri's influence will have a hard time reaching them there.
If our rebellion should fail...
Wait, Lady Glaciella. Such faint-heartedness.
No, I want you to hear this. If our rebellion should fail, I want all those left alive to retreat at once, and join my relatives in Bordy's castle. Is that clear?
Understood.
To battle, then.
For our comrades!
For a better tomorrow!
For our pride!
Lady Glaciella, what troubles you?
Do you not find it strange?
Huh?
Though the castle gates have come under attack, why are they so lightly guarded?
We've already told you you needn't worry. The fools have clearly fallen for Lady Miranda's diversion and are all back behind the castle.
I suppose so.
Then that means it's on us to take down these gates.
And once we do, we shall join forces with Mont's party inside the castle.
To arms!
The wyvern vanished?
It must have been evoked from an ancient relic. But why would Lord Sodley send Stern here?
Perhaps His Holiness is uneasy that we are unaccompanied at the castle. He's coming too.
Where? Leonis Castle?
Hourne's 1st Division, Solidus, will be upon us at any moment. It should be quite the battle.
You will be participating as well, of course.
Hourne? That is no concern of mine.
You bastard. You dare defy Lord Sodley.
It's just as well. Go rest in your quarters if it will help you stay out of our way.
Is that really okay, Caesar?
The credit for victory will belong to us alone. That's the only change to the plan, right?
So that's your intent. If it plays out that way, it's not a bad idea.
That is quite a clamor coming from the castle.
My, you are a perceptive one. Glaciella and Rubius began their siege at dawn's first light.
How can this be? I was told that it had been postponed. Lord Mont and the others were supposed to be on their way to rescue Lady Marcherie from Leonis Castle.
Yes, you have it right.
Then why would Lady Glaciella still... Are you not her ally?
Glaciella and I are dear friends.
Then why would you not inform her?
Do you think she would listen, even if I did advise her?
But without Leonis' aid, the chance of Rubius alone claiming victory is...
Nothing would change, even if Leonis' forces were here.
What?
Perhaps you are underestimating Kuri a bit, no? The way I see it, even if Leonis' troops joined forces with Glaciella and Rubius, Kuri could not be felled.
Then what can be done to defeat him?
If Glaciella were to die, Kuri would believe that the threat against him has been squelched, would he not?
You heartless...
Please do not misunderstand. Glaciella has been my friend since childhood. I could not possibly wish for her death. However,
If that were the only way to put an end to Kuri, I would not hesitate. We must be willing to go to such lengths if we are to have any hope of striking down a man such as he.
But how can you just throw away a lifelong friend?
If I were the one to take down Kuri, I would not expect to leave the battlefield alive. It seems as though Rubius has broken through the castle gates. Now then, I wonder what Glaciella will do once she realizes Mont is not here. It would be best if she retreated, but alas.
Follow me!
We're surrounded.
Where are they? Where is Mont's group?
Lady Glaciella.
They are not here.
What?
Lady Glaciella, how can that be?
I sensed something was off from the moment we set foot in the castle. There is no evidence of a struggle here.
Then the castle gates were opened by...
Wizette's soldiers. There is no other explanation.
Impossible. Why would they do that?
That I do not know. Are the Leonis forces here within the castle somewhere? Perhaps they are not here at all.
They have to be here. They gave us their word just yesterday.
Whether we push on or retreat, this lot must be dealt with.
Agreed. Let's take them out. And then we'll find Mont's party.
Lady Glaciella, this is truly peculiar. Where could our Leonis allies have possibly gone? Could it be that they really have left the castle?
You mean to say that we... No. That Lady Glaciella has been betrayed?
That cannot be so! Lord Mont is not the type of person to break promises.
Then where is he hiding?
Lady Glaciella, is there still time? Retreating now would result in fewer casualties. However, if we proceed without reinforcements...
I will not be retreating, big sister.
Do you think we can defeat Kuri on our own?
Don't forget about Victora and Lawartha.
I didn't, but alas...
If we retreat now and leave those two behind, what do you think would befall them? Are you with me, Lady Glaciella?
That was unnecessary.
You bastard!
So you've finally shown yourself.
Minwu, you can't!
Lady Glaciella, please. Trust in Lord Mont.
Don't speak now.
He is an honest man. He will surely bring peace to the land.
Minwu! Kuri, you shan't be forgiven for this.
Father!
King Elda!
Nothing worth your concern.
'Tis a grievous wound.
Did you not tell us that your wounds had healed, Father? Why would you lie to us?
A foe can be deceived by feigning friendship.
That I understand. However...
You would have us turn back for Wizette Castle?
Of course not.
Then you understand. All we can do now is continue onward. Your help is not needed.
But why? Why must you always put on a brave front, Father? Are we not family? You should trust me to help you and lift your spirits in times of need.
What foolishness.
Father.
You believe being a family means going through life licking each other's wounds? I thought perhaps this war had imparted some wisdom unto you, but it seems my judgment was hasty. I've no inclination to rely on someone who says such cowardly things.
Then, please tell me, what can I do that will make me capable in your eyes?
You feel it as well as I do. Stern is at Leonis Castle. He will undoubtedly try to kill me, and you as well. Mont, when that time comes, what shall you do? Knowing you shall say that you can reason with him. Am I mistaken? He has what you lack. Resolution. He will do whatever is necessary to triumph. That is why.
I cannot best him. Is that what you mean to say?
Just so. As it stands, he could cut you down with ease. Consider that as we continue on to Leonis Castle, and think over what you must do. Now, move out.
What's going on? What are you doing over there?
You see something interesting?
Yeah! I'd say this is quite the sight.
Oh, what shall we do? The thought alone is thrilling, huh? Whatever's over there couldn't possibly be that interesting.
It's Elda's lot.
What?
You don't say. They must be traversing the road below this cliff.
What's more, the old lion looks like he's hurting, huh? I'm not privy to the finer details, but I'm told they've fled from Wizette in the direction of Leonis Castle.
What should we do?
Hey, now what is this? Do they frighten you so?
More like he's in need of a fresh pair of trousers, huh?
That's right. I am afraid. So afraid that I can hardly stand it.
You don't look that afraid to me.
Oops. Seems I've forgotten to mention. Zazan is immortal, you see. Immortal? What fairy tale is this? Even after taking a fatal blow, he starts breathing easy again soon enough.
Well, then shouldn't you have no reason to fear death?
You only say that because you've never stared death in the eye. Listen. When you've taken as many death blows as I have, you get to know death in that pitch-black sea. It's more frigid than ice, and burns hotter than flame. It's the kind of thing that would make anyone desperate to escape.
So, that's why you always come back, huh?
I've already been too close to crossing over once and for all. I know death will catch me one day. That's why I'm terrified of dying. You understand?
Kind of. Not really, but sure.
You're an odd one, huh?
Speak for yourself. Either way, I love squashing the life out of others.
Lovely. Now can we get back to discussing what to do with those Leonis troops?
What? That was close!
Who did that? I'll give you what for, huh?
I don't think they were aiming for us.
Meaning, it was a warning shot.
Seems that someone is guarding over Elda, and we surveying the scene has made us their target. What should we do? Shall we try for Elda's head regardless?
No chance. We should turn a blind eye this time.
We have more pressing matters. Ones that don't involve him, huh?
What's the matter, Lord Mont?
I feel the presence of bloodlust.
It wouldn't be strange if someone, or something, was lurking about nearby. Let us proceed with caution.
Right. Gods, how cruel.
This is the village where we sought respite while en route to Wazet, is it not?
It is.
Steady now.
Lord Mont.
This was Venice's doing, was it not? What's wrong?
I don't know. He was wearing golden armor.
What?
Wait. It couldn't be.
I know. I don't want to believe it, but Lord Stern...
What are you saying?
You're trying to pin this on Lord Stern?
Enough with this sick joke!
This is Stern's work. There's no doubt in my mind.
It can't be.
Unbelievable.
Where is Lord Stern now?
He likely awaits us at Leonis Castle. We have no time to spare.
Hey, did you hear?
Hear what?
I heard a report from the Shinobi earlier. The mangy lions are on their way here, it seems.
What's become of Wazet?
Apparently, Leonis dissolved their alliance with Wazet. They now intend to ally themselves with Hourne.
It's not worth fretting over an alliance made in such haste.
On the contrary, Lord Sadali may well look past Hourne's betrayal. Because in the end, we have Ma Cherie. And it seems that Mont, the firstborn prince of Leonis, is head over heels for her.
This should get interesting.
Quite the intricate web we've got woven here, I see. But what is this about Prince Mont having fallen for Ma Cherie? Give me a break! I, Lord Camillo, shall be the one to liberate Ma Cherie. And when I do, she will surely come to see who the superior man is. Oh, my prince has arrived on his white steed to free me from the clutches of evil. Wait, who are you? Sorry to keep you waiting, Ma Cherie. Lord Camillo, you took your time getting here. Forgive me, sweet princess. I have been pining for you since last we met, waiting for you to reach me. Do you know how that feels? I do, because I yearned to see you too. Truly? Truly, because I...
The next chapter of your little play is quite dramatic.
Silence! Come on! Let's hurry up and save Ma Cherie.
This is the 3rd Division, Amorier. Yes, Your Holiness. Mount Ariale will soon come into view. Understood. Please leave it to us, Lord Sadali. The Divine Ruler shall be eliminated at all costs. Yes, sir. Lord Sadali has imparted us with his words of encouragement. Pay no heed to Gilgamesh! The Divine Ruler is our sole target!
This shall do. Let us set up our encampment here. Does your highness expect this battle to last some time? I should hope not, yet we may be left with little other choice. I have a notion.
Darling, don't.
I ask your permission to advance Solidus to the castle. I forbid it. Please, King Rob. While we may not be prepared for battle, neither is our enemy. We should seize this chance while we have it. Do not take the Lion's Den lightly. I believe the Leonis forces will return.
Having them here would certainly be reassuring.
Silence, Lorenzo. We should not count on Leonis to act as our ally. Should they come bearing their fangs at us? Frederica, Lorenzo, begin preparations immediately.
Darling, are you sure?
I am. You cannot put your faith in Leonis? I cannot entrust them with Shizalt. That is all. Forgive my insolence. I will accept whatever punishment you deem appropriate. But now... Sadali is said to now be in possession of 4 ancient relics. Do not act in haste. The well-being of your soldiers should be of utmost importance. Do I make myself clear? Then, you mean? That is my only order. I leave the rest in your hands. We have received His Highness's permission. Now, we invade Leonis Castle and recover Lady Ma Cherie! Move out! These Fennis soldiers are nothing to fear. Run them down!
Hear, hear! So this is the strength of Hourne's 1st Division, Solidus.
How should we deal with them?
I don't think we can hold them off forever.
What do you think you're doing?
Huh? That voice. It couldn't be. Vistral!
It's been a while.
You bastard. How dare you show your face after what you've done?
I prefer the company of strong people. Don't take it personally.
So where is Ziza?
She needn't be here when I can deal with the likes of you by myself.
Well, he's certainly taking us lightly, in that case.
We will show you no quarter. May you rot in hell for your crimes.
That's rich. Do you really think you can best all of these Fennis soldiers?
That's a bit excessive.
This is Solidus we're talking about!
I'm not ready to die!
Oh, come on! Surely you don't intend to...
Not so bold now, are we?
We shan't go easy on you just because you're on your own.
Oh, give me a break! I'm not going to wait around to get killed!
Don't let him get away! Solidus, begin the advance!
That's right. Come after me. I shall show you the hell you condemn me to.
A report, Your Highness. Betrayal is attempting to flee, with Solidus advancing in pursuit.
They are walking right into a trap. You all to me! We must aid Engelbert!
Not a soul in sight.
Those cowards. To think that a group of such cowards could have made it this far.
What are your orders, Commander? Shall we change course and take the castle?
You mustn't. Retreat! Retreat!
King Rob!
Fall not for Vistral's scheme.
Please, Your Highness. The enemy has retreated within the castle. Considering the situation at hand, it seems rather straightforward.
What is this? Where were they hiding?
Retreat! Yes, sir! This wound is...
The bleeding won't stop. What do we do?
We need a medic! Quickly!
Lady Miranda, Wizette's forces seem to have fallen quite considerably in number.
Yes, you were right about that. I suppose now is as good a time as any.
Oh, at last! To be frank, I wasn't keen on participating in the diversion. You, Lady Glaciella, and Lord Vadim are all putting your lives on the line. But I ended up here. I had hoped to be part of the entourage that stormed the castle gates. However...
You have had a change of heart?
Yes, ma'am. I see now that our time to shine is just beginning. These battle tactics, they will surely bring us to victory.
Indeed, they should. Let us converge with Lady Glaciella's group at the castle gates.
This was all you could muster, was it? Pathetic. Seize Glaciella. Kill the rest for all I care.
What now, Lady Glaciella?
At this rate...
I see even you underestimate me. That will make their entrance all the grander.
Huh?
We have incoming reinforcements.
What? Who?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Who are you?
I'm Katia, Lady Glaciella's little sister.
What? Is this true?
We have different fathers, but yes.
I see. Half siblings, then.
Precisely. I look forward to working with you. And my name is Mariluk. I used to belong to Wizette's army, but it has since grown too detestable to ally with. I wandered adrift for some time, but Lady Glaciella found me and trained me up to what you see before you.
Lady Glaciella, why are they here?
They are part of my private brigade, Spirare.
Private brigade?
It's as she says. I guess you could call us her secret weapon.
This is unlike you, Lady Glaciella. Hiding a maneuver as big as this.
Are you not forgetting someone?
Lady Miranda! What a relief to see you unscathed. We have made it this far thanks to you. You have my sincerest gratitude.
Of course, but the real battle is just beginning.
I take it you shan't be surrendering?
Surges.
This battle will lead to spilt blood, to the needless loss of many lives, even if it meant preventing such an outcome.
I shall not prostrate myself before a dictator who treats his subjects like worms. I shall strike down Kuri and end this insufferably long winter that plagues Wazette still.
Then, there is naught else to be done but fight.
We shall settle who is just, here and now. For Minwu!
Oracle, Chapter 23, Passage 6. The Hour of the Two-Headed Lion. Urgent warning. I repeat, urgent warning. Intruders incoming.
Sodali's underlings, I assume.
Just so. We're only here for the Divine Ruler. If you try to impede us...
Child of mortals, you put too much faith in your own abilities.
With a head count like this, do you really think you'll stand a chance?
You have been warned. Foolish. A long-distance communication device. As I suspected, it ended up in your hands. You are listening, are you not, Sodali?
I expected no less, Gilgamesh. Slaying so many Sanctum monks with such minuscule effort. What a fine opportunity it was to test your power.
You are willing to sacrifice this many, yet you cling to your own life so desperately.
What else? The Cocoon of Light is mine. No one else shall have it.
You still do not understand. It is too much for man to handle. Should you misuse it, the world will pay the price with its destruction.
So the world shall perish if I misuse it, you say? My, would that not be grand? A world without Exia is not a world worth living in, anyway. I will use any means necessary to kill you. Oh my. Do you intend to stamp this device into disrepair? It would not be the first priceless device destroyed by placing it in the hands of a half-witted underling. Surely you are not so foolish as to...
Urgent warning. Oracle, Chapter 24, Passage 1. The Hour of the Raging Stag. A descent upon the sacred lands to claim the radiant light.
Rundle.
Hey!
What do you lot think you're doing?
You should know this is Dynevert Cathedral you're barging into.
I am Lucia, commander of Rundal's 3rd Division, Colorum.
Rundal, you say?
Unfortunately, Lord Sottily isn't here at the moment. You'll have to come back another time.
My, how fortunate.
Watch it! If you intend to mock us.
How about it, King Jaden?
Jaden? King Jaden of Rundal couldn't possibly be here too!
I caught word that Sottily was mining illegally all over the continent collecting crystals. I have come today to seize them.
You must be joking!
Do you really think we'll simply hand over our precious crystals?
I suppose not. Then we'll just take them by force.
We won't allow it!
You should be honored. You two are now part of the next chapter of my great story.
Glaciella and her brigade press the assault on Wazette Castle. Yet Bont's party is nowhere to be found. And comrades are falling left and right. Bowed but not broken, Glaciella continues to fight. Surges of Aikido confronts her. Elsewhere, Hourne's forces have reached Leonis Castle. Yet their assault is cut short by the traitorous Vistral, who deals a grievous wound to King Rob. Mont and his troops are en route to Leonis Castle, but Elda's wounds have yet to heal, and Stern is awaiting their arrival.
What is this?
Rundal!
Damn! How dare they attack when Lord Sottily is away!
You swine!
No doubt. They're after the crystals.
As if we would just hand them over! Protect the vault!
Of course. We'll show them why the Dynevert Monasterial Guard is something to be feared!
You're Rundal's...
Lucia, commander of Rundal's 3rd Division, Colorum.
We know what you're after. The crystals, right?
Well, that certainly makes the bartering easier. Turn them over. All of them.
Begone, wench!
Those crystals were gathered by our followers as proof of their faith.
They do not belong with the likes of...
You fiend!
I would have preferred to play with him a little bit. But alas, King Jaden has graced us with his company on this occasion, and there is simply no time.
Besides, you lot need a few more decades under your belt before you're ready for Lady Lucia's playtime.
Lady Lucia, let's finish them all, here and now.
Trample them.
King Rob, forgive me. Spare your apologies. If I had not chosen to charge in so recklessly, I find no fault in the strategy you employed. Though perhaps our miscalculation was underestimating Vistral. But we could have held back and assessed the situation calmly. And yet, the outcome would have remained the same? Yes, I believe so.
King Rob!
Where is that damn medic? King Rob, you must give the order to retreat.
Please, we would be run through if they launched a full-scale attack now.
Alas, I suspect that a retreat would play right into Vistral's hands.
No.
A headstrong man such as Engelbert, not showing his face on the front lines.
Vistral would know that something was awry.
There is no telling what would unfold should he learn that I suffer these wounds.
Then, we assault the castle as originally planned?
It may be the only way to outwit Vistral and his schemes.
Understood. I swear, I'll end him.
Godspeed to you.
Fennis's forces are approaching!
And we shall meet them head on.
I see through you. You yet hold back your full strength.
That would be my line.
Why must we do this? Did we not spend our childhoods learning the way of the spear? Together? I would have hoped that we shared the same ambitions.
You and I are worlds apart. That is the truth of it.
No, it isn't! There's still time. If we act now, together.
You would have me die a dog's death, is it? Like Corello did?
Sergius. Corello. What happened to your brother was regrettable indeed. But
That is a stain upon the royal family. Spurious infighting in the name of succeeding the throne. You still believe yourself blameless?
But I never wanted the throne!
You understand nothing! If the king's blood truly runs through your veins, then do not dare turn tail. Harden your resolve!
Sergius.
This is what you get for keeping your back turned to fate. Do you understand? You must either inherit the throne or be crushed by it. Such are the two paths laid out before you. There are no others.
You have practiced my father's words well.
I would rather you do not equate me to that man. A shame it is that you have yet to grasp even one single thing. May the whole damn royal family burn to ashes. And let us end this petty notion that you and I were ever childhood friends.
Big sister!
Vadim! The rest is up to you.
No. Together. We were supposed to do this together!
You must... Kuri...
Big sister!
Sergius!
Who is next?
Bastard! I'll never forgive you!
Enough playtime!
That voice!
Victora!
You're beyond late!
Glaciella, withdraw!
No.
You're mad! I go nowhere until I've avenged Big Sister!
Wait all you want, but Mont isn't coming.
That's not... But why?
He's dashed off to rescue Princess Macherie of Hourne.
Mont has found himself quite indebted to Hourne, you see.
Wait, Victora. What are you talking about?
Mashari's been taken captive, wouldn't you know, amidst all that infighting.
So Mont broke his promise to his bride-to-be and left for Leonis Castle to save her.
Lies! Mont would never... Would he?
Godspeed! We're fighting to our last here because of that impulsive brat!
Mont, I believed you. Why?
Luartha and I shall take over from here.
You all retreat, and quickly!
No! I shall fight!
Reckless man, you have no chance of winning!
Retreat for now and rebuild your forces. You can do that, can't you? Glaciella, listen close. When I give the signal, you and your soldiers retreat.
But what of you?
Worry not. All right, go!
Victora, thank you.
Retreat!
Lady Glaciella! Sister, be strong! Is she injured?
No. She looks largely unharmed.
I cannot go on.
Sister.
We let Minwu die. We lost Marguerite. And now Victora and Luartha are... What have I done? I have accomplished nothing. Save for the misfortune I have let befall everyone.
You're wrong. You have done well for us. As she says, Sister, you gave us the hope we needed to keep living.
You're better off forgetting what that Sergius lapdog kept going on about.
You all would stay with me? Even after all this?
Lady Glaciella, you were the one who freed us from Cori's tyranny. You fight for the people, Lady Glaciella. We stand behind that. Sister, are you okay?
We make for Bordy's castle.
Bordy's castle? An ancient castle on the southern outskirts of Wizette's territory. It served as a defensive outpost many generations ago, when we were at war with Leonis. I heard it was abandoned after the Alliance was formed. No need to protect the southern border after that.
My group has since made it their hideout. They are few in number, but some know how to wield a blade.
I see. So we rally there.
Oh. Damn. We've got company.
Let us make haste!
Leonis Castle will soon be in sight. Little Leela, could you remind me of the state of Hourne?
Yes! Excuse me, Grandma, coming through.
Hey, just who are you referring to?
Who indeed?
I've heard there are still those in Hourne who do not think too kindly of us.
That would be Engelbert, commander of the 1st Division Solidus.
Engelbert.
He's got a short temper and no ears for the words of others. Him and Schitzelt seem to be on pretty good terms, though.
I see. Which means that if he discovers we left Schitzelt behind in Wisette Castle...
That would be bad. Ophis is hopeful that Leonis and Hourne join as allies.
This is a mess. Engelbert's as stubborn as his shield is thick.
Nonetheless, felling the lion's den would be no easy feat without our help. It makes me wonder just how much King Rob is relying on this little brigade of ours. Though it would be nice to jump in and save the day.
Lord Mont,
Venice is approaching.
There looks to be warrior monks in their midst as well. Which means we'll be joining up with Hourne soon enough.
Let's go!
Right.
Macherie, hold on.
Just what do you think you're...
I am Mont, the Elder Prince of Leonis.
Lilith, commander of Leonis' 2nd Division, Calum.
Lord Mont. We have come to support you.
To our aid? What of Wizette?
Kuri has betrayed us. The alliance has been severed. We will join your efforts to free Macherie.
That is a great relief. I am in your debt.
King Rob, let us treat your wounds. This way, please.
Before you start, answer me this.
Let me guess. Schitzelt. Sorry, but he's still in Wizette.
Darling, no!
Sorry about that. Our dear leader here's got quite a short fuse.
I've dodged faster punches.
When we escaped Wizette Castle, Schitzelt,
He sacrificed himself to let you escape, did he? That's just like him. Yet, do you not find it pitiful?
Find what pitiful?
That you forced your burden on another kingdom's knight while you turned tail.
Watch your tongue, lest I cut it out.
It's your move, wench.
Lilith, enough!
But Lord Mont...
We will head to Wizette as soon as we have rescued Macherie. And we will set Schitzelt free as well, no matter what it takes.
You speak well, but my ears trust not.
Then keep your eyes open, and tell me what they would have you believe. We're storming the Lion's Den!
Lending us your blades, are you?
Naturally. We are not your enemy. Believe me.
Not the enemy? Very well. But don't think this makes you an ally.
Oh, why the long face? Would you feel better if Glaciela's corpse were at your feet?
She could not have escaped, could she?
Don't tell me you think we botched the plan.
Well, I guess killing her would have worked out too, though.
Then perhaps you would like to tell me why you did not do so.
Because Leonis and Hourne have officially become allies. If Glaciela were to join that alliance, Wizette wouldn't stand a chance.
The alliance is already bad enough without her, if you ask me.
So the question becomes, how do we shatter that alliance?
I have been informed that Mont has fallen for Miss Macherie of Hourne.
We can't let that interesting development go to waste now, can we?
Frightful women you are.
I'll take that as a compliment.
This is the vault, huh?
You have been warned. Those who disrupt the balance shall be shown no mercy.
I'm pretty sure I warned you too. I told you what would happen if you keep meddling in my affairs. Show yourself, Gilgamesh!
I cannot bestow the crystals upon you.
Well, well. Saddling up with Sadali, are you?
I do not take sides in this earthly struggle of yours.
Ready, men? Fire!
You fail to understand. Your guns can do nothing to...
No, you're the one who fails to understand, Gilgamesh. But I can't give myself all the credit.
What? This is... Why is Veritas of the Light?
Farewell, Gilgamesh. Now you're just a chapter of my great story.
Did you see what he did to Gilgamesh?
Pretending to go after the crystals so that he could trick Gilgamesh into revealing himself. What a ruse!
That fool has butted in on my crystal gathering operations far too many times.
Ha ha ha! King Jaden knows how to get what he wants.
Gilgamesh lives yet. Find him. Whoever puts a sword through his heart will get whatever reward they desire. Hurry!
Stop! Engelbert, did you not hear me?
Do not give me orders. Only King Rob has that right.
Darling, be nice.
Are you still so convinced that we are enemies?
I am not yet convinced that you are allies.
Are you really friends with Shitselt?
What did you say?
If you wish to rescue Shitselt as soon as possible, we should coordinate our efforts.
I know what your motives are.
What?
Abducting Lady Macherie, extending your own life by making a victim of Shitselt. You're after the throne of Hourne.
Do not mock me! If you so dearly wish to disrupt the peace between our armies...
Oh, are you challenging me? Say the word and I'll accept. What? Chickening out? If you won't make a move, then I will. What? Who dares?
This black scarf... It can't be... Mother's.
Mother's?
But we were told that Queen Helena had lost her life.
She's alive.
I see.
Engelbert.
Darling's parents were... in the war, they...
Do not speak of what doesn't concern you. I suppose you and I both know there is no such thing as a life well lost on the battlefront.
Thank you. Engelbert, please, I entreat you to lend your strength. I am as I stand before you.
Why do you bow your head to me?
I wish to free Macherie and Shitselt as soon as possible. I will do anything to achieve that. So please.
Darling.
Fine. My shield is yours, but only until the two of them are freed.
Understood. You have my gratitude. This defense is locked tight.
Huh. I know not whether to praise your masons or curse them.
Sorry.
Yet, we can't afford to retreat now, can we?
The reason being?
From what I can see, that rat Sottily has not yet infiltrated the castle.
Meaning that reinforcements are yet to come?
Exactly.
The longer we take, the more dire our situation becomes.
Lord Mont!
Lilith, what is it?
It's King Elda.
Father? What happened?
No, he's still with the rear guard having his wounds treated.
I see. That's a relief. You had me worried that his wounds had somehow worsened. Lilith?
King Elda has gathered soldiers together and begun giving out orders. I dug around for information, and it seems that he's attempting to embark for the battlefield.
Impossible! With those wounds, he...
I fear the same.
I must hold this position here. Can I trust you to handle Father?
As always.
Father, just what are you thinking?
Awake, are we? To think you'd sleep in your own bed after returning to the castle.
You were waiting here until I woke up? You must be bored.
This siege is as good as squashed. We'll be clearing out the rubble by the time Lord Sottily arrives. Halt! Where are you going?
Where is Macherie?
Where indeed? Go find her yourself if you're so curious.
Then I shall do just that.
Uh-oh. Someone's coming. Do you know that guy?
Of course. That was Prince Stern, the second prince of Leonis.
Oh, really? So why is Mr. Second Prince idling around with traitors to Hourne?
That's not really clear to me either.
I guess Hourne isn't the only kingdom that's been split in two.
No, I can't believe that.
Well, shall we get going?
Going? To where?
Where do you think? To wherever Macherie is being kept.
What's wrong? Are you sleepy?
That's your problem, not mine. And besides, I thought you were helping me find Macherie.
I have no idea where she is.
No need for trepidation. Leonis Castle might as well be my home. Isn't that what you said earlier?
You sweat the details over much. No doubt Lady Macherie would turn her nose up at you.
Are you sure you hail from Leonis?
Of course. Do you doubt me?
Then you know this castle well, right?
It might as well be my home.
Then I'll ask again. Where do you think Macherie is being held?
How many times must I say it? I have no idea where she is.
Not even an inkling?
Oh, I have an inkling.
Where?
I don't want to say.
Are you trying to start a fight or something?
No. Are you? If so, I accept.
Why don't you want to say?
Because it wouldn't look very good if my prediction is wrong.
I give up. Let's just keep moving.
Oh? Where are we looking this time?
Warrior or not, Ma Cherie is the princess of Hourne. Following that logic, I guess she's either in the princess's or the queen's royal chambers.
You have some wit about you after all. But Leonis doesn't have a princess.
The queen's room it is, then.
Nice work, Camilo. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I can't count on you at all, can I?
What are you talking about? Let's get going!
No, I don't want to.
Vadim.
Are you sure we shouldn't double back to Wizette Castle?
Impossible! How do you expect to fight in this state?
Don't forget about Victora and Lawartha.
But if we go back now, their act will have been for nothing.
So what? We just let them get killed for the sake of it?
That's not what I...
Lady Glaciella, if you turn away from this chance, then you and I...
We head for Bordy's castle.
Lady Glaciella! Fine. Then this is where we part ways. Goodbye.
Wait, you can't!
Men, we're going. Yes, sir!
Lady Glaciella, is this truly the right way of things?
We head for Bordy's castle.
Lady Glaciella... Sister?
Someone is coming.
What?
A foe?
No.
Godspeed! Cherise? What? Why is Cherise here?
Who might this be?
One of our own. A member of Sister's private brigade. Sperare. Though she should technically be at Bordy's castle, guarding over the rest of the troop.
Then why is she here?
Lady Glaciella?
Did something happen at Bordy's castle?
Please forgive me.
What happened?
Slaughter. Everyone except me. They're all...
No, that cannot be. There were mothers and children.
What a savage, heartless act. Do you know who?
Wizette's men. They struck at dawn.
Which means they knew of our plans from the off.
So it would seem.
Lies! You mean to imply that Curry had a spy among us? That is simply not true! Sister, what do we do?
As it stands, we have nothing left but to return to Wizette Castle and dethrone Kuri.
We head for Leonis.
After they betrayed us?
Mont has not betrayed me! We will win him back from Hourne and defeat Kuri together. Let us go!
I hope she is not mistaken, trusting Lord Mont so fiercely.
Where?
My mother's room.
Lord Stern,
You are being held captive. Best behave now. You've been warned.
Wait! What is the meaning of this? You say I am a captive of Leonis, and yet you are...
Leonis is my home no more.
So, you and Mont have parted ways? Answer me! Do you truly intend to cross blades with your brother?
If fate wills it so.
I see. Mont, just where are you?
What's happened?
Reporting, my lord. King Elda has...
Has what?
His Majesty has disappeared, my lord!
King Elda was grievously injured. Where could he?
Engelbert, I'm sorry, but...
If you wish to flee with your father, I shan't stop you.
I'm not fleeing!
I jest. Now get going.
Thank you.
Lord Mont!
I'm told father has vanished.
Forgive me. I only took my eyes off of him for a moment. Do you know where he may have gone?
In my youth, I often heard whispers. Whispers of a hidden passageway leading into the castle.
You think he's using that to sneak into the grounds?
It's possible. Lilith, I must leave you here. Hold the line for me.
All right. But... will you be okay?
Yes. Father!
So you have come.
This is madness. How do you expect to infiltrate the castle with so few soldiers?
Have you any other proposals then?
I shall go.
Hand over the ring.
What?
Have you gone deaf? Now return to the front lines.
What will happen if you find Stern?
That is not for me to decide.
Mother is alive.
Is that so?
Please, tell Stern that she yet lives. It may be his only hope. Father.
So, you've come after all. What a coward you are, tiptoeing in through the rear entrance.
Coward, you say? Allow me to return the insult in kind. What did you? What else have I found here but scared little rats scampering into the dark? You wish so dearly to stride into battle, yet when the war horns sound, you turn tail.
Wrong! Elda, I came here to bury you once and for all!
Do you understand why I've come here, Stern?
To save Ma Cherie, or some such nonsense, I'm sure.
I came so that we might speak, you and I.
Your words matter not. They cannot change my convictions.
I have brought the ring I lent to Mont. The ancient relic bestowed upon Leonis generations ago by Gilgamesh himself. This is what you wanted, is it not? To wield this ring's almighty power on the front lines?
What of it?
Strike me down here, and it is yours. A dream come true, is it not? There is but one condition. Taking this ring as your own means you succeed to the throne of Leonis. This is why I am here. To see if you have the resolve to become king.
It matters not. I'll kill you!
Have at me. I shall remind you what it means to carry the blood and pride of Leonis in your veins.
The King of Leonis. Is this all you have to offer?
Impressive, Stern.
Why? Why did you come here?
I already told you to meet with you.
You were in no shape to fight. And yet you thought you could best me.
Wounded or not, I never believed this old body of mine could match yours.
Then why?
As I said, I simply hope to meet with you. You know full well that I have always been such a man. There's no reason that I would change that now. So, I am not asking you to understand.
But there are certain things that cannot be conveyed without words!
The time is nigh. Stern, make your decision. Will you take this ring as your own?
What of Mont?
Hmm?
Did you press Mont with the same decision?
No.
Why?
But a few moons have passed since Leonis Castle was abandoned. And yet, Mont has grown by leaps and bounds.
I know. I have never underestimated him. Nor will I now.
You believe you can best Mont?
You insinuate that I would lose? And so you insist that I take this ring from you?
Make your own assessment. And then make your decision.
Why? How could that scoundrel command Veritas of the Light? Was I mistaken in bequeathing a ring to the Rundals? Who goes there?
Wait, please. I am no foe. You are the winged one, are you not?
What does such information matter to you?
Your pursuers are approaching fast. Quick, this way.
Why do you help me? If we are found here, you will not escape unscathed.
The name is Seymour. I'm a samurai from the east. They're here.
Have you not found him?
No, sire. It is possible that his wounds were not severe enough to prevent his escape.
So be it. Still haven't learned, huh? Very well. We'll return to Rundal after dispatching this lot.
What of the assault on the sanctum, sire?
We are done here. I need not the crystals, nor do I need the church enfeebled.
Then why?
Don't you understand? What do you think Sadali will do when he sees what he has returned to? Imagine his pretty little face contorted with disgrace and rage. It's beyond exciting, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sire.
Or at least, that's what Lucia kept going on about. I must admit, though, that her enthusiasm has piqued my interest.
How dare you! We'll crush Rundal! Right here and now!
Obliterate them!
What is it? Are you weary? It is still some way before we reach Hourne.
I know. It's just that we've been ordered back to Hourne Castle to check up on Lord Dario. But now that I think about it, I don't know anything about him. He's never left his chambers since as early as I can remember.
Ah, that's true.
Big brother, do you know much about Lord Dario?
I often played with His Highness as a child.
Oh? What kind of person was he?
As average as it gets. Alas.
Alas?
Lord Dario bears the clairvoyance to see his enemies' movements. But that is the least of his true powers.
Wait, what do you mean?
Let me put it this way. A small flame may offer comfort on a dark, cold night. Yet the same flame can level forests with a ferocity far beyond our control. Likewise, there cannot be life without water. But a raging torrent will sweep away people and homes without hesitation.
So what you're saying is that Lord Dario's magic is dangerous?
I suppose so. He himself knows that his powers are nigh uncontrollable. He learned as much the hard way.
The hard way?
Lord Dario and I loved heading out on what we used to call adventures of a sort.
Adventures? Where?
Right around here, actually.
Wait, hold on. You came all the way out here when you were kids?
Indeed we did.
Unbelievable.
Then the monsters came. That day, another of Lord Dario's friends happened to be accompanying us. That friend.
Not the monsters.
The attack sent Lord Dario into a state of panic. To save his friend, he threw whatever magic he could at the monsters.
The magic that you said he can't control? Unleashing that kind of power in an instant would destroy more than just the monsters.
I suppose you can guess the rest of the story.
So, that friend...
Lord Dario feared his magic from that day onward, and he has since resigned himself to his quarters. Let us keep going.
Lord Mont.
Apologies, Lilith.
Do you worry for King Elda?
Yes. I cannot shake this feeling of unease in my heart.
We can hold the line. You can leave it to us.
Are you sure?
Of course. Do what you must.
Thank you.
Forgive me, Lord Mont. If only there was more I could do.
Father must be close. Stern as well. I've got to push onward.
Father! Father!
Mont.
Father. This wound is grievous. Who could have? It was Stern, was it not?
Listen to me, Mont. Do not blame him.
But father...
Stern was only doing... what he... was destined to. You must also fulfill your destiny. Mont.
Father...
Sorry, Mont. I hope you...
Father! Stern, show yourself. Why did you kill Father? Answer me, Stern! Mother is still alive. What reason could there have been for a father and son to cross swords?
Oh, there were plenty of reasons.
Stern.
Perhaps you noticed that Elda's hands bear no ring.
Yes. Stern.
If you want it, pick it up. But know this. If you pick it up, consider yourself the king of Leonis.
I shall take our father's place on the throne.
Very well.
Your declaration of war is accepted.
If so, let us not waste our breath here. The decisive battle will be fought fair and square upon the battlefield. I'll be waiting for you, Mont.
I swear by the royal bloodline, Stern, I will defeat you.
Rundal's forces raid Dynevert Cathedral. Commanded by the confident King Jaden. The raid is cut short after Gilgamesh makes a surprise visit. But even his sudden appearance was within Jaden's expectations. Meanwhile, Elder broke from the Leonis forces, and he finds Stern in the underground passage that leads into the castle. The prince maliciously slays Elda, but refuses Elda's ring, the mark of the successor to the throne. And Mont picks it up. Their actions speak louder than words, because to them, this means war.
King Moraga!
King Moraga!
Leave him be! Kilfe, you must do something!
In his current condition, I doubt our voices could reach him. An adverse reaction to the magic armor, it seems.
Do you think that subtly?
Perhaps he foresaw this outcome.
That wretch! To sacrifice even King Moraga is nothing more than a pawn in his scheme.
What do you intend to do? Should we return to the castle now, Fennis will fall. Though it would be quite the sight.
What are you saying? You understand what would befall your beloved brother Malleus should that come to pass, do you not?
A report! Mont and his forces have returned to Leonis. It appears they have united with Hourne on the battlefield.
Did you say Mont?
King Moraga.
Mont!
It would seem his disgrace fuels the armor. And this will not cease until he enacts his revenge upon Mont.
Are you suggesting we make for Leonis?
What else can we do?
You, return to the castle and escort Melnia to Leonis. We will make our way there ahead of you.
In that case, shall I bring Renelle as well?
Though I'm hesitant, the situation calls for her. Make haste!
Yes, ma'am!
A wise decision.
Huh.
Lord Mont! Thank goodness you're unharmed. You were able to find King Elda, I take it?
I met Stern.
Lord Stern? How did he...
There's a secret passage that leads to the castle.
Then Lord Stern...
He had no intention of coming back.
Where do we go from here?
We return to the front.
No, Lord Mont. You should take this chance to rest.
That will not do. Engelbert and the others are surely exhausted. I cannot sit back and rest while my comrades fight on.
But...
After all, I am the King of Leonis.
Lord Mont.
I'm off.
No, wait! Lord Mont!
Lord Mont. My apologies. I meant to return sooner.
You've made it back, have you? I was starting to think you had turned tail. Merely joking. And what of King Elda? I see. Listen, Lilith. Leave this to Solidus. You all should take the rear and...
No. We fight together.
If you are weary, you must rest. Otherwise, you shall only serve as a hindrance.
Careful, darling.
My thanks, Engelbert. Yet I will take the field. We are to return to Wazette as soon as Ma Cherie has been rescued. That's why.
Very well, then. But fight within your limits. If anything were to happen to you, Lady Ma Cherie would be beside herself.
Understood.
They just keep coming. We should withdraw for the time being.
I can keep going.
I didn't make the suggestion out of concern for your well-being. If we continue on like this, the casualties to our allies would only worsen.
Very well. Then withdraw Hourne's forces.
Nonsense! You wish to make Leonis' last stand here?
Would that not be in Hourne's favor?
How dare you!
Lord Mont, I beg your understanding. We of Hourne have no desire to withdraw either. But alas, our odds of victory dwindle away as I speak before you.
But the odds aren't null.
Still your blathering tongue!
Darling,
Lord Mont, what do you mean to tell us?
Pay him no heed, Frederica. We have no chance of victory here.
If we could only break through the castle gates.
Even so, a fair number of Fennis soldiers surely lie in wait within the castle. If we just rush in head first, would we not be playing straight into their hands?
He's right. Though with a bit of luck, we might be able to storm the castle.
It will work, because I have Ma Cherie with me.
Good gods. What an unreasonable prince you are. And what of us Hourne soldiers?
In just a moment, a section of the gate will be broken, and once it is...
Very well. I shall play along with the willful prince for just a bit longer.
They're coming!
Damn. Just how many of them are there?
Just a little longer.
Again with that? As you say, I'll trust you.
My blade is needed here, I take it.
King Rob!
If His Majesty moves too much, the wound will...
Lord Mont, I have received word from my soldiers. They say we may just win this fight yet.
Do you mean to say that you believe them?
Of course, but what can we do to assist you?
We shall break through part of the castle gates and storm the interior. That said, only one squadron will fully infiltrate the castle.
Wait a moment. A squadron includes but 20 soldiers. Do you truly believe those 20 alone will be enough to get back Lady Ma Cherie?
How interesting. If I may, I would much like to join this squadron myself.
No, Your Majesty. You were in no condition to fight. Allow me to...
No, you are to remain here. Someone must command Solidus after all.
But...
You have noticed as well, have you not? I am not long for this world.
King Rob, you can't.
But if I could make use of what time I have left by guarding Ma Cherie.
So you mean to sacrifice yourself? I cannot allow it!
Ma Cherie is only in such a predicament because of my foolishness.
No, Your Majesty, subtly.
It is all the same.
King Rob.
Lord Mont, I must apologize. For Ma Cherie's sake, please.
No need for apologies. That would have been my choice regardless. And not only for Ma Cherie. I do not wish for Stern's sins to escalate any further.
Ingilbert, cover me. Did you not hear me?
Darling.
As you will.
Please try to return unharmed.
Shall we, Lord Mont?
Yes. Lilith?
I should...
I leave everyone in your hands.
Right. I won't let you down. Stay safe, Lord Mont.
Breach the castle gates! All forces attack! There is a reason Leonis Castle is known the world over.
Your Majesty, is this really the time to praise brick and mortar?
Our victory is all but assured, should we infiltrate the castle, correct?
Yes. It should prove easy enough for one squadron to remain unseen.
Very well. And we need only break through the gates?
Yes.
Then I shall reveal the last trick up my sleeve.
The last trick? That egg, could it be an ancient relic?
Precisely. It was not supposed to see the light until the time came to lay siege on Rundal's castle. But I suppose now is as good as ever. Arise, Golem!
Cover the advancing troops! Lilith!
All right, leave it to me.
King Rob!
I have not felt a thrill like this in quite some time.
Wait, Mont, it's too soon. You'll be under a barrage of fire if you rush in now.
It will work. I have Marcherie with me.
What do you mean by that? Do you intend to use Ifrit to wipe out the Fennis soldiers?
No, that's not it.
Now, King Rob!
I see. You have thought this out well.
He really pulled it off. To think of using Ifrit's flames as a distraction.
Save your admiration for later. Because now we're the ones in the enemy's sights.
Roger!
What do you want?
Where have you been?
I need not answer to the likes of you.
Guilt has a way of snatching one's tongue away. Or am I wrong?
If you want to know so badly, then I'll tell you. I've just returned from killing Elda.
Prove it.
If you do not wish to believe it, don't.
I'll just have to make a report to Lord Sadali based on what you've told me then. It's Vistral. According to Stern, Elda has been killed. Yes. No, but I will get right on it. As you wish, my lord. Wait. You say you killed Elda, but where is the proof?
Proof?
Don't feign ignorance. Leonis' ancient relic. Where is it?
Oh, you mean the ring. I got rid of it.
Enough of this! As if you would discard an ancient relic!
You were hoping to steal it from me and gain favor with Sadali. Or am I wrong? Just as I thought. How pathetic.
Hand it over. And if you refuse...
You truly believe you could best me?
As if I would take you on myself. Come on out! We've been had. Dispose of this traitor.
Over already.
The ring. Give me the ring. Lord, suddenly, Stern has...
A long-distance communication device. What a fool.
By you?
Should you wish to forfeit your life, step forward.
Lady Ziza!
Do as you wish. I shall do the same.
Again?
Move away, quickly!
I'll kill you. I'll kill them all. Kill.
These outbursts are happening more frequently.
Gilfey, is there really nothing you can do?
We should have brought Melnia with us when we first embarked. She is in favor with the king, after all. If she were here.
Silence!
At this rate, our forces will be wiped out before Melnia even reaches us.
What are you?
We have received word of Mont's whereabouts.
Mont!
If we continue to waste time here, his next escape is all but assured.
No, I won't let him.
The air smells of blood.
Blood.
Leonis will soon be in sight. Without a doubt, Mont is there.
No more running, Mont. I will never yield.
Then we make for Leonis.
Right. For Leonis.
We go as well. There will be no mercy for those who desert the front lines out of fear of his fierceness. Now, follow your king, and bring Leonis and Hourne to ruin.
Halt! Where are you going?
I have grown quite bored of this place.
My orders are merely to keep you alive.
Nothing mentioned about making you comfortable. Why don't we see how much pain you can handle?
Entering a bedchamber without permission is the height of disrespect.
You'll find that Solidus has no scruples about that. I'm surprised you're still alive and still trying to escape from here.
Naturally.
Lady Ziza! I bear news.
Of
Stern's betrayal. He, Lord Mistral, is...
dead?
Yes, my lady.
You are certain?
Yes, without a doubt. There are reports that Stern has also murdered Elda. And Rob has suffered wounds that may well be fatal. Victory should be ours if we could just eliminate Stern.
Is that so?
What?
That sound. What's going on in there? Lady Caesar, you are no lady. You traitor!
What is the meaning of this?
You want to live? Then fight with me.
So it is, then. Explain. This turn of events is most curious.
I will explain later. The more we linger, the more the guards will take notice.
And I'm to just trust you blindly? Know this. I have not forgotten the taste of your boot heel.
Yes, yes, I'll listen to whatever grievances you wish to air, after we've escaped from the castle.
Are you implying you wish to return to Hourne?
I never left. It was under King Rob's orders that I infiltrated Sodali's inner circle. My allegiance has never wavered.
You claim to be, a double agent? Save your lies.
It is no lie. And if we are to speak of cold, hard truths, I care not what happens to you, so long as King Rob lives. But upon hearing that King Rob is grievously wounded, I made up my mind. I threw away my entire life and infiltrated the church under his orders. In exchange, he swore to look after my mother.
I see. If anything were to happen to him, that promise would...
Yes, King Rob is the only one who knows of all this.
So, saving me suddenly became a matter of personal interest. Very well. If the worst should occur, I shall take responsibility for supporting what family you have left.
You would have my eternal gratitude. Let's go. There's no time to spare.
I'm beginning to think Ma Cherie isn't even in this castle anymore. I'm so bored walking around these halls. I'm getting sleepy.
Oh, sounds like you've finally begun to appreciate my art. But you're not quite there yet. You've got to give your mind to the Sandman before you even start to feel sleepy. Otherwise, you'll never reach the rank of Master. Watch closely. This is how it's done.
Truly, I am humbled in your presence. Anyway, back to things that actually matter. How much farther is it to Queen Helena's chambers?
We're almost there. Probably.
Probably? Didn't you just say we were almost there half an hour ago?
You certainly like squabbling over the details, don't you? Huh?
What? You think I'm gonna fall for... What? Ah! Who's this supposed to be?
Lord Stern.
You know him or something?
It's Lord Stern. He's the second Prince of Leonis.
Elzirel, you were still asleep?
Well,
Well then, let me make one thing plain to you. I belong to Leonis no longer.
What?
Who's this oaf?
The name's Camilo. I used to belong to Rundal. Well, originally, I was from Heinler. Anyway, I'm here to rescue Ma Cherie, and you'd best not be thinking of getting in my way.
Oh, but I am.
Hold on.
Hourne Castle is in sight.
It'll be nice to see Lord Dario.
You sense something?
The air is tinged with the smell of blood.
We proceed with caution. Salir, wait here.
Huh? What's with the shifty attitude, brother?
Salir!
Lord Dario?
While we accompanied King Rob and Wizette, you were already... Lynx, search the perimeter.
As you wish.
Should you find anyone from Fennis, show no mercy.
Understood.
We make for Hourne Castle now.
Hourne Castle? What for, brother?
To look for survivors. Although Nitor may have already met its end. Let us hurry.
Wait, brother. This is terrifying.
Salir, stop clinging to me.
But I'm scared.
Now is not the time.
Brother, you're so heartless sometimes. Brother?
I hear voices.
Brother, don't play tricks like that. It's not like there'd be anyone left alive here. I've got a really bad feeling about being here.
Wait, I heard them again. Just up ahead.
Aren't those the prison cells?
You can wait here if you prefer.
There's no way I'd be separated from you.
Is anyone there?
That voice. Could it be? Lord Adelard?
Riches!
Ah, no wonder I had a bad feeling about being here.
Lord Adelard!
Hey!
Hold up! Would you kindly keep your hands off my big brother?
Oh, Salir! You're still alive, too?
Brother. You'd be fine if I reduced her to cinders, right?
You're welcome to try, little one. I'll dice you up before you can even say hocus pocus.
Enough, you two. I'm amazed you've held out this long.
It was thanks to Tyrell.
Tyrell? The young lad dispatched from Fennis.
It seems that Fennis intended to revolt against Hourne from the off. Yet Tyrell was not ready to acquiesce to such treason.
He bade us hide in these cells and then locked us in.
I see.
Lord Adelard, what of the battlefront? And is Lord Dario safe?
It can't be.
It is, and there is more still. Lady Macherie has been taken captive. King Rob has formed an alliance with Leonis. As we speak, they are launching an assault on Leonis Castle to rescue her. Huh? Lynx, what did you find?
Not a shadow of a Fennis soldier.
So it was after the retreat. Then we've no time to waste. To Leonis!
I admit you're better than I, thought.
Back down. You're no match for the likes of him.
I know that. But sometimes a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do.
Camilo.
Whoa. Are you going to fight with me? You haven't fallen for me, have you? You have. You have, haven't you? I'm touched, but Macherie is waiting for me, you see? So, how about we just be friends?
Would you please just shut your mouth Any more of your nonsense, and I may side with Lord Stern instead.
I get it. Too much talking ruins the moment. Yet, are you sure about this?
I am simply following the path I believe to be right. Lord Stern, forgive me.
I care not. As I said, I have abandoned Leonis. Expect no mercy from me. Give up. You have no hope of defeating me.
Talk all you want. I'm not giving up. Because I love Macherie!
As I wonder what buffoon could be shouting my name throughout the halls. It's you.
What?
What are you thinking, butting in on this nonsense?
Macherie! How I've longed to see you again!
What are you doing here?
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to rescue you.
And that drove you to engage in such folly?
That's the power of love, I guess.
And you are?
I am of Leonis. I happened to meet Camilo here.
Precisely. Macherie, listen. Don't get the wrong idea about me and El Zarel. We're just partners of circumstance. I'm still 100% your man.
Why would one sworn to Leonis bear their blade against Stern?
Because Lord Stern has abandoned righteousness. That much I can sense.
I see.
Hey, Macherie. You're not ignoring me, are you?
It would seem as such.
Do as you wish. I am only doing as I see fit.
You think you can pierce through this many who bar your path?
There is no going back for me.
Very well, then.
Lord Sodali? You appear quite pleased.
Oh, can you tell?
The report from Betrayal.
Quite. It would seem that Elda is no more, and Stern has acquired his father's ring.
That is most delightful news. Another ancient relic will soon be in Lord Sodali's possession. Yet, Betrayal is not to be trusted.
Right you are. I am of the very same mind. Although I am not one to doubt others without evidence, that ring holds far too much power to leave to chance. News? I see.
Lord Sodali?
I am told that Rundal has ransacked our sacred church. What's more, Gilgamesh attempted to intervene and sustained a serious wound in the process.
We must return to the church immediately, and...
No. We need not hurry ourselves. Both Rundal and Gilgamesh have apparently withdrawn. That said, the damage was vast. You are to head straight for Dynevert Cathedral.
And Lord Sodali?
I am bound for Leonis Castle. It is time for me to take hold of that ring.
An excellent decision, my lord. Soon Lord Sodali will rule over this land as king. No, as a god.
I shall return to the church once I have the ring.
Be careful, my lord.
May the light of the crystals guide us.
What's wrong?
You smell that?
Smell what?
It's him. Moraga is near.
I never knew you had a nose like that.
So, what should we do? We're bound to cross paths if we continue on.
Sounds like a good time. I've been sore that we couldn't make a bloodbath out of that Leonis lot, after all.
And what say you two?
You mean to make a fool of Moraga?
I can't think of a good reason not to, huh?
And what if they come at us in earnest?
It doesn't matter.
It was always our intention to seize the Fennis throne in the end, huh?
My, how confident.
There they are. Moraga and Oldoa and Kilfe, it seems.
And the rest aren't even worth mentioning, huh? I call dibs on Moraga.
Then I call Kilfe.
Oh, wait a minute. So the two of us get Oldoa and the leftover small fry?
I was hoping for more of a challenge, huh? Shall we? Seems like we've stumbled upon a whole school of small fry. Where might you be headed?
Could it be that you've turned tail, fleeing for the castle? Man, it stinks. Like a pack of beaten dogs.
Stop that at once!
So that's it. You've been scared off by Leonis' forces.
Huh? You mumbling something over there?
Kill you. Kill!
It's so ridiculous. It's laughable. He said he's going to kill us.
And we had just gotten his fierceness to calm down.
It's all right. You needn't restrain yourself. Who needs a level head, am I right?
Are you for serious?
We can't pass up an opportunity to catch some fine prey. No hard feelings, huh? Wait a minute. Is this really all the barbaric Fennis has to offer? Or did you just lose your nerve around little old me?
I feel the power welling up. Can't hold it. Kill you. Kill. I will never yield.
Never yield, you say? Then let's see it. I'll spill your life's blood before you even get a swing in. If you won't make a move, then allow me. What's wrong? No fight left in you already?
Oh! What was that?
I couldn't even see him, huh?
Getting cold feet, are you? Tazan?
Ryu's your partner, isn't he? You should be out for revenge, huh?
This man is unbelievable.
Meaning?
We should make a run for it!
Kill you. Kill.
It seems that slaying Ryu has brought him back to his senses a bit.
King Moraga, to Leonis Castle.
Kill Mont.
His fierceness is truly terrifying. Even if we overthrow Leonis, at this rate, what would become of Fennis?
As I thought, it seems there's no one left alive here. The Sanctum and Rundal are equally terrifying in their power. How fare your wounds? You appear to be recovering, and rather quickly at that.
Due to your aid.
Think not of it. Hereafter lies the real struggle.
So you were able to sense our presence.
Wait a moment. Your enemy is Rundal, is it not?
Aye, and Gilgamesh as well.
But in the grand scheme of things, the only reason that the Sanctum has yet to become part of Rundal is because of Gilgamesh's presence. Am I wrong?
Being the enemy of our enemy does not make him an ally. Just who the hell do you think you are, anyway? If you intend to impede us, all the while blabbering on about your useless morals...
Oh no, whatever shall I do? Hey, Gilgamesh.
What is it?
This is the peculiar presence I sensed before. These monks. Who are they?
There is still time. Retreat.
Hold on now. We've already come this far. I shan't abandon you at a time like this.
Do you wish to die?
Not particularly.
Then you will regret this.
Hey, don't be so intimidating. I may not look it, but I'm actually quite the coward. Huh? Well, well, the beautiful sisters show themselves. Ah, now I see. Gilgamesh, treating me thus far as nothing more than a hindrance. You just wanted these three all to yourself, am I right?
Perish.
My, what sweet nothings. My heart is racing.
Hey, Ma Cherie, can I ask you something?
What?
I've been dying to ask since before. That girl that you're with, isn't she with the enemy?
Correct. She and Vistral are in service of Sadali.
So she's betrayed you, huh?
Not quite. Ziza was sent to infiltrate the Sanctum as Hourne's spy.
Interesting.
Stern, your felling of Vistral has forced my hand, bringing my true alliance to light prematurely.
Whether or not you have deceived Sadali is no concern of mine. I will cut down anyone who bars my path. Nothing more.
Against all of us opposing, you refuse to falter.
Be it 1 or 100, insignificance remains insignificance.
I can't wait to make you eat those words.
Marjorie!
There!
Ziza, don't! Ziza!
I thought we had him, but we were nowhere close, huh?
Ziza!
I was too eager. Lady Marjorie, my mother.
Though I suppose there's now one less obstacle in my path.
It's all right, Marjorie. I can handle this.
Camilo, stop!
Your legs are trembling.
Yeah, that's right. I've never been more scared in my life. If I were still the old me, I would have run away a long time ago. But meeting Marjorie changed me. I want to protect her, even from the likes of you. Even if it costs me my life!
Camilo.
Damnation. Aren't you a tenacious one? But this ends now!
Camilo!
This ends now, indeed.
Mont.
You waste your breath. Call out for him as many times as you desire, but your voice will not reach him.
But it will. Do you not believe?
Believe in what?
The two of you are twins. And yet, it seems that your hearts have already been ripped to twain.
Marjorie!
Mont!
Oh, my Marjorie.
Father!
Here they've come to steal the show. Who is this guy, anyway?
Mont, the first prince of Leonis.
So this is my rival. Huh.
So, you have come.
Yes.
Seething with murderous intent, Moraga's hatred for Mont continues. Using the awesome might of the crystal, he fells Ryu in an instant. And now he makes for Leonis Castle. Meanwhile, at the castle, Stern's rampage has begun. His blade crashes down indiscriminately, as if he desires nothing more than to annihilate everything in his path. Before he slakes his bloodlust, Mont appears to stay his blade.
Moraga, that rat. Did he really head for Leonis? I saw it with my own eyes, and yet I struggle to believe it. Ryu was one of Goga's best shinobi. Taking him out in one hit like that.
We should have taken Moraga more seriously.
This is bad. Real bad. There's no one left who can beat Moraga now.
Even so, we can't just do nothing.
Hold on now. You're not thinking of going after him, are you?
And you're not. Maybe I'm missing something here. I thought you were Ryu's partner.
Am I? I don't remember partnering up with any corpse.
That's harsh, huh?
Still, you have one thing right. We can't just do nothing.
Do we go after him?
You think Moraga and his lot alone are enough to stop the combined forces of Leonis and Hourne?
I'd wager they are.
So there's nothing the three of us can do to get back at him?
That all depends on whether Sadali is with them or not, huh?
Wait, don't you mean Lord Sadali?
Uh-oh.
Well, I suppose my oath of devotion to the church wasn't set in stone either.
Can we trust you on that?
Yeah. Sadali's pets are Murmur, Whisper, and Grace. Oh, and Stern, or whatever that kid from Leonis was called. You think I'd fit in with those guys?
Sounds like you've got it pretty rough too, huh?
Anyway, as I was saying, if Sadali is at Leonis Castle, what would happen if we didn't show up?
He might think that we turned tail and ran like cowards.
And if he isn't there?
Then I would see no reason to risk our necks.
Either way, it's looking like a trip to Leonis is in store.
Looks like it.
Let's go see what Sadali and Moraga get up to for ourselves, huh?
So long, Ryu. I'm sorry it ended up like this, but whenever I eat something good, I'll make sure to eat enough for you too.
Marjorie!
Father...
I am overjoyed to find you safe and sound.
Ziza, she defended me.
I see.
Please ensure that her mother wants for nothing.
You have my word.
Father? Father, you're...
'Tis merely an old wound that has reopened. No need for concern. Nothing shall stop me from seeing you wed to Lord Mott. What is it?
So you haven't heard, then, about Dario?
No need to worry about Dario. Adelard is already en route to Hourne Castle. Soon he will... It cannot be.
It's true, Father. When I found him outside Hourne Castle, he was already...
I see.
Mont is the Elder Prince. His destiny lies atop the throne of Leonis. That is why I must let him go.
What are you saying, Marjorie?
I will lead Hourne.
But...
No need to say anything, Father. I have made up my mind. Once I made the decision to wed Moraga, I resigned myself to my fate.
Said your farewells, then?
I won't let this happen!
hope Lord Mont is okay.
What makes you say that?
Didn't you hear? A squadron of Hourne soldiers stormed the castle with King Rob.
Sounds like fun.
Fun? Can't you show just a little concern?
That's asking a bit too much. Isn't Sosha the one who always says there's nothing more unsatisfying than an easy battle?
Precisely.
But look at what's happened to Lord Stern. If something were to happen to Lord Mont as well...
That would indeed be unfortunate. If such were to befall our troops, Miss Ramada would be in danger. No, wait. If Fordham and Calum take to the battlefield together, then this is the perfect chance for Miss Ramada and I to better acquaint ourselves.
Oh, honestly. Why can't you people think of anyone other than yourselves?
Who cares what his reasons are, so long as he fights?
Precisely. What's the point of risking my life in battle if there's nothing to gain by it?
I suppose you have a point.
It's settled then. I may actually get carried away this time.
If we're going to do this, let's wait until we're closer to Ramada.
Huh? You'll really help me?
I was thinking that maybe I'll make that my reason to fight too.
I like that. We'll play matchmaker for Valide and Ramada.
Really? You two are the best friends a guy could ask for.
With that decided, let's hurry and get rid of these guys.
Wait for me, Miss Ramada. We'll be together soon.
That takes care of this area.
Which means...
We head for where Ramada is?
Are you really sure about this?
Of course!
Calum is there too, after all.
Right! Let's get moving! Miss Ramada! Where are you? Miss Ramada!
Oh no, I'm so nervous.
Miss Ramada! Don't be shy! Come on out!
Good gods. What are you shouting for?
Uh-oh, I know that voice. Don't tell me the old hag is here!
Who are you calling an old hag?
Whoa there! I said I wanted to protect Miss Ramada, remember?
I know that. Since Lilith is ever so strong, I say we leave this to her. Now, let's continue the search.
Wait right there. You would abandon your comrades even as they fight a losing battle.
I wouldn't say abandon. We just don't want to get in the way, you know?
There's no way around it. We'll have to take care of them first.
Looks like it.
There she is!
Miss Ramada!
She truly is strong.
Yeah, she doesn't really need me to protect her, does she?
You might be right.
Oh, what are you three?
Miss Ramada! Let's get out of here before that hag can stop us! So this is where you were?
Yes, this is where I have been posted. How nice to see you, Valide.
Huh? You remember me?
Of course.
You make a good impression here. Your wish will definitely come true.
Right! I'll do my best.
What wish?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Miss Ramada! You have no need to worry. Now that I'm here, I won't let anyone so much as lay a finger upon you.
How reassuring. I shall be counting on you then.
And just in time.
Right then! If you Finnish soldiers want to fight, I'll give you one!
Lord Adelard, please forgive me.
What is it?
Even though the dissolution of the Alliance took us by surprise, Rachis and I should have...
There was nothing you could have done. Who could have predicted Lord Dario would fall? Could it be the Fennis forces are being led by...
It's Melnia.
So it's as I thought.
Hey, brother. Who's Melnia?
You don't know?
She is a woman to be feared, attended by her handmaid Renal, who trades in assassinations.
They say she is also Moraga's closest advisor. I suppose we shouldn't expect a sheltered little girl like Salir to know that, though.
Excuse me, are you trying to start a fight?
It wouldn't be much of a fight. I'd have you sliced to bits before you even realized.
Care to test that theory? You wouldn't even draw your katana before I burned you to a crisp.
Stop that, both of you. We always assumed Melnia would only be used as a last resort. This could only mean that Fennis has decided to escalate this war. Grawl, are you aware of where they've gone, now that Hourne Castle has fallen?
I'm afraid not.
I see. I suppose that's to be expected. You were imprisoned in the dungeon, after all.
My apologies.
I thought we had a chance advancing on Fennis Castle while they were short-handed, but... Now it would appear our best option is to reconvene with King Rob and take down Moraga. With that in mind, let us make haste.
Melnia, if Ketone... Please excuse me.
What is it?
Nothing.
You can't fool me. I know what you're thinking. Ketone, if I remember correctly, she was a shinobi from Saiga like you, right? So she's in Leonis?
Yes.
Are you worried about her?
No.
Lynx, be honest.
Huh?
You know Melnia, don't you?
Yes.
Tell me everything.
Melnia, she was in Saiga originally. Not just her, either.
That handmaid Renal, too?
Yes. Renal is obsessed with Melnia. She follows her every word like a mindless puppet. And Saiga was brought to the verge of destruction.
You mean there was an internal conflict of some sort?
Yes, the two of them were banished, and I suppose that's how they ended up in Fennis.
I see.
It was thanks to them that we were able to maintain balance with Goga.
And once they left, war broke out between Saiga and Goga, I take it?
Melnia despises everything about the shinobi.
Do you think Melnia still wants to kill those like you and Ketone? Understood. In that case, you may go ahead.
Huh?
Don't make me repeat myself. Hurry on to Leonis Castle. Warn Ketone and the Leonis forces that they need to be careful of Melnia.
Yes, sir.
We should also make haste.
You've grown stronger, Mont.
Because I have more to protect now.
I see.
You have no intention of coming back, do you?
Enough. My mind remains unchanged. The only way before me is painted in blood. That is my destiny.
Stern.
Though I killed that man with my own hands. Just the thought of him fuels my rage. I burn with the desire to destroy everything he ever built. This country, this castle, and you, Mont, my own self even!
Has that golden armor driven you to this?
No, that's not it. Even without this armor, we would have ended up here. And so... I'm prepared to do what I must.
You're not the only one prepared to do so.
This doesn't sit well with me, but I'll do it for the woman I love.
We shall assist you.
Did we get him?
No.
He's laughing.
Do you think you've bested me?
He's bluffing.
No, it's as he says.
What do you mean?
As it stands, we can't fight Stern right now.
What are you talking about? If we don't fight here, what happens to Macherie?
Quiet, Camilo.
Not you too!
Even if we defeat Lord Stern here, what happens then?
Without Stern to lead them, the rest should be taken care of easily.
I wonder about that.
Stern, you're the one who said we should fight with honor. Let's settle this after we've seen Macherie and the others safely to the encampment. I shan't run nor hide from you.
Fine. There's no point in fighting you until you're free of all restraint.
What are you saying? You mean to let them escape? I see. Your loyalty still lies with Leonis. You couldn't help but go soft on your own brother.
Stern!
All of you, out of the way. Let every last one of them through. And then, come find me. I'll await you before the castle.
Understood. I shall return before sunset.
Good.
Lord Stern! You're terribly wounded, sir.
It was bound to happen in a battle against 3 skilled opponents. Call in a medic. Once this wound has been attended to, I will go wait before the castle. He will come. I'm sure of it.
So Durando and the others are also headed for Leonis. Ryu. I was so filled with hate, and yet... it's strange. Now I feel only pity. May you rest in peace. Who we should really fear is Moraga. For him to defeat Ryu in a single blow. My hands... they're still trembling. Should that monster appear before Lord Mott... that will not do. I won't let that happen. I can't. I must protect Lord Mont. Whatever it takes. Even if it costs my life.
No matter what Stern says, we're not letting you escape.
Everyone, prepare yourselves. We'll force our way through!
Who are you?
Oh, you'll give me a chance to introduce myself. My name is Seymour.
Why do you help him?
Because I had no idea the church had a lady as lovely as you on its side. Does that count as a reason?
Huh.
Consider it the sad plight of a samurai from the East.
In that case, you must be ready to die.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm not quite ready to give up the earthly pleasure of drinking just yet.
He is irrelevant.
Whoa there. You can't have all the fun.
Leave this place at once.
What do you think you'll accomplish by yourself? Even if you weren't injured.
Do not underestimate me.
Why not? You're underestimating me, aren't you? You've no need to worry about me. Now then, let's finish what we started and have a little fun, shall we?
Fools. Expect no mercy from me.
Why would you throw your life away for me?
I intend to do no such thing. No matter what debt I owe him, I would never risk my life for a man. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saying I see you as a woman or anything.
Of course not. Then I shall ask, what is it you want?
As I already said, I am a samurai from the East. Don't tell me you've never heard of the Eastern lands, nor of the samurai.
I have heard. They are a force that belongs to no country.
Well, that's not wrong. To claim a country would only draw us into territorial disputes. Our founders wanted no part of such things, wishing only to come together to practice the sword.
And that is why you only say of the East?
That's right.
And you will help anyone in trouble. Is that also your master's teachings?
You don't look very troubled with a face like that, mind you. But even so, when we take the time to listen, it becomes pretty clear who the villains are here.
What? You dare call us villains?
I guess I worded that a bit strongly. How about bad guys?
Why, you...
What is it you want?
Huh?
As recompense for helping me.
I ask for nothing. If I were to ask for something, it would only be for a long life with plenty of good drink. That's all.
In that case, I will make you a promise. If we make it out of this predicament, I will get you the best drink you have ever tasted.
Oh? I suddenly find myself very motivated.
I have you now! Get down!
I didn't know you could do something like that.
Something? Like what?
Don't play dumb. Something like that flash you let loose from your hand just now. Even I barely made it out unscathed.
My apologies. It is not something I can produce at will.
If you ask me, it's positively monstrous. That said, those three ladies took the full force of it and lived. Just what are they exactly? Well, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't force it out of you.
They were created by Sodali.
Sodali created them?
He stole my knowledge and touched upon many truths.
And from that, you say he created life?
Yes. Eventually, he will find the way to eternal life. And then...
I hear that Sodali has been employing his believers to illegally mine crystals all over the continent. Is it the power of the crystals he wants?
Exactly.
Is that why you're fighting against Sodali? To stop him?
That is not the reason.
Hey, wait a minute. Whisper, was it? We still have time before they can go on the move again. We should get as far from here as we can in the meantime.
Is that...
And who might you be? Oh, I know. You're with Fennis. In which case, I won't go easy on you.
Lady Malnia, if you would give the order.
They are of no importance.
How dare you!
Be quiet!
Why should I?
Malnia. I've heard that name. From Saiga, I think. That's right. Ketone told me. You betrayed your comrades and nearly destroyed Saiga, didn't you?
You say Ketone is with you?
No, she's not here.
Then I have no interest in you.
Wait! You are with Fennis, aren't you? I won't let you run away from me.
Run away? You impudent.
Stand down, Renelle.
But...
They are hardly worth dirtying our hands. Bring Aldoa to me.
No need, my lady. I am already here.
That voice.
Bring Moraga.
Such insolence! You must address him as King Moraga.
Feed them to him. Perhaps then he will settle down.
Did she say feed?
I cannot see the stars. Valide.
I won't let anyone lay a single finger upon Ramada!
What foolishness.
Wait! What is going on?
That's...
What is that monster?
Feed me. I eat Monda.
No. It couldn't be. Moraga?
King Moraga.
I can't believe it. Not even Moraga would.
How did he end up in this state?
This is Sadali's doing. Huh? He convinced King Moraga to wear magic armor.
Magic armor?
Now King Moraga is no longer human. He has no shred of humanity left within him.
Everyone, prepare yourselves!
Right.
This is an exciting turn of events. Let's go!
Hey! Camilo!
Seems like this is it for me. My honey, I only hope that you find happiness.
Camilo! No! You cannot die here!
Oh well, she smells so good! This is great.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Camilo!
Would you look at that? I've come back to life! Ow!
You idiot! I thought you had died!
That hurts, Masherie!
You idiot!
Masherie, please! If you keep this up, I may actually die this time.
Idiot!
Masherie, I...
Lord Mont!
Hey, wait! We were about to have a moment here.
Masherie.
You're late. What took you so long?
Forgive me.
But you came for me.
I knew that you were waiting for me, so... I have returned to you.
Welcome. Welcome back.
Are you certain we can't convince you to stay?
Yes, I've made up my mind.
But why? You won't fight alongside us?
I am well aware of what I lack, my lady.
Huh?
It's clear I have far to go before I can stand at your side. Fear not, for I will return to you a shining prince upon a white steed.
Camilo.
I believe I should go as well, Lord Mont.
With Camilo, you mean?
Yes. With your permission, of course.
I understand. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Your Highness.
News from the battlefield, Your Majesty. Moraga has shown himself.
Moraga. King Rob.
We had best be on our way as well.
Right. Are you all right?
Lord Mont.
What's the situation?
Moraga.
What of him?
A monster.
A monster? What could he mean by that?
I haven't a clue. Has he employed monsters in his invasion of Leonis? Or could he mean...
You have something in mind?
Sadali gave Moraga some sort of magic armor.
Magic armor?
He gifted the same magic armor to us when forming an alliance with Fennis. Normally we would not accept such a suspicious gift, but one of the soldiers did try it on, and he began lashing out violently, not unlike how a monster would.
You can't be serious.
Just what kind of magic was in that armor? We asked Sadali straight away.
And what was his answer?
That is what happens when someone lacking strength wears the armor, he said. It appeared to convert rage into power, a contrivance which we of Hourne had no need for. We decided to get rid of it.
I see. So Moraga could also be wearing that armor.
It is most certainly plausible. When the soldier began acting like a monster, it took the collective efforts of Solidus and Nitor to bring him down.
For just one soldier? I fear for our comrades. Let us hurry and join with the others.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
As one would expect of our commander.
They're not the real threat. Moraga is.
We should perhaps consider retreat as an option.
You may be right. Hey, Aldoa! You said so yourself. That Moraga was no longer human. So, what do you intend to do?
What are you implying?
No matter if you win or lose here, at this rate, there's no future left for Fennis. There's no getting through to that thing anymore. If we don't defeat him, the next person he'll devour is...
I know that. I do. But even so, What can I do? Should I kill King Moraga to protect Venice? I could never do that.
You cannot mean... You would let Moraga...
If King Moraga wishes to devour me, then so be it.
Do not say such a thing.
You would not understand. I will kill you all. Even if I must become King Moraga's very flesh and blood to do it.
We found him. Ramada, are you ready?
Yes. This brings back memories of when we first met.
That's true. It was sort of like this. Back then.
You were prepared to die, were you not?
Yes. I was. I couldn't understand what Lord Mont was thinking, and had just lost my brother, Volcane. I was in the depths of despair. But when I found out about the villagers who had lost their lives in war, and people living in poverty, it opened my eyes. The future Lord Mont envisioned may be utterly impossible, but...
But if we could somehow make it a reality...
Right. I was thinking about how precious their smiles were, and I wanted to hear them laugh more. For them, it wouldn't be so bad to try living again, to protect their dreams.
Back then, you received a warning from the heavens. That death and destruction would follow you wherever you went. That is why I was always concerned for you.
I'm sorry. I've put you through so much. If it weren't for me, you could have served Heindler as a strategist.
Not to worry. Heindler is served well by my sister, Moore. And, according to her, there are signs of destruction in my future as well.
Sounds like we were made for each other.
I can do naught but agree.
Well then, let's get started, shall we?
Right. Risking our lives for the sake of others does not sound so bad. Lilith.
There's nothing to fear. Even in death, I will be by your side. Ramada.
I cannot see the stars. Not just the stars. I can see nothing at all.
Ramada.
But I can hear your voice. It touches me. Deep in my heart.
Ramada. Lend me your strength. Grant me the strength to stop him!
I will stop him!
Huh?
That voice.
No! That's madness!
Lilith! Please, retreat and take Ramada somewhere safe!
But why?
You don't get it, do you? He's in love with Ramada.
Lilith, quickly!
How was that?
We've got Moraga cornered!
Now to finish him!
He's laughing.
That's not all. His wounds are healing.
Why, you?
Stay where you are.
This is bad.
The light!
Huh?
The light!
It can't be. The light is... dead.
Retreat! If you value your lives, retreat!
I can't. My feet. I can't move.
Is this really Moraga?
So, this is it for me.
Leave this to us!
Engelbert.
I will strike this monster down in the name of Hourne's 1st Division, Solidus!
Show yourselves. It's all been tidied up so neatly. You'd almost think there'd never been a battle here at all. However, the smell of blood still hangs in the air. I promise, I will do all I can to ensure you did not die in vain.
Lord Vadim, what is our next move?
We rescue Victora and Loartha. Both are very skilled. I doubt even Kuri could kill them so easily.
In that case, should we head into the dungeon?
Right. With any luck, the first sword of Hourne, Schutzelt, awaits us there too.
With him on our side, we would stand a chance of defeating Kuri.
We would more than just stand a chance. And not only with him.
What do you mean?
I've kept quiet about it until now, but Serges and I are old friends.
Serges? Of Wizet's 1st Division, Akito?
The very same. Once he moves out, our victory is guaranteed. Let's move out. Once we reach the dungeon, Kuri's head is as good as ours.
Yes, sir!
Who? Schutzelt, I presume. We've come to help you.
These people fought with Glaciella in the rebellion against Kuri. They are called Rubius.
I am Vadim, of said Rubius.
What of the others?
The cowards have run for Leonis, Mont, as well as Glaciella.
You fool! What do you expect to accomplish only by yourselves?
That's why we've come to rescue you. With you on our side, surely victory won't be far off. Wait just a moment. We'll have you free in no time.
Cayenne. Unlock the cell. Cayenne!
I refuse.
It's no use.
What do you mean?
He's a coward. He has no desire to be free. He remains in a cage of his own making.
Lord Vadim, someone is approaching!
Ah. They're onto us already. Sorry. Looks like we'll have to handle this first.
I wouldn't sound so confident.
voice. It can't be. This woman was only pretending to be your ally from the very beginning. You can't be serious.
Oh dear. Is Glaciella not with you? Pity.
It would have been much more convenient to deal with both of you at the same time.
I guess only Vadim was foolish enough to come here.
I trusted you.
How foolish of you. The only thing trustworthy in this world is money.
Damn you! Because of you, Margaritas! I'll never forgive you. I'll make you pay! What's wrong? You're the only two left.
Well, well, you're not half bad.
Indeed. Appearances really can be deceiving.
So, Vadim, what would you say if we wanted to join forces with Rubius again?
Don't even try it! I will never forgive you!
Is that so? Well, I guess there's no other way around it.
Sergius!
We heard something interesting, that the two of you were childhood friends.
Huh.
Yet you went down different paths.
I wonder how your goals in life have changed in that time.
Sergius, please help me. With you and Akito, we can defeat Kuri. We can change Wizette together.
I don't agree.
Huh? How could you say that, Sergius? You despise Kuri. Oh, Sergius.
Thank you, Sergius.
With this...
There's no going back, Sergius.
That's... Are you all right? Lilith, Ramada, where is everyone? This can't be. Lilith, Ramada, even Engelbert, Odoa.
Astonished, I take it? Not just Fordham and Calum of Leonis either. Hourne's proud Solidus have all been completely taken out.
Moraga did all this?
Yes, King Moraga did all of this on his own. King Moraga is unstoppable. No one can defeat him now.
This is what Moraga has become?
It's impossible. Nothing can stop King Moraga now. Not until the whole world has been destroyed.
I will feed on your
kiss.
Mont and Rob infiltrate the castle, and together they rescue Macherie. However, Stern's fearsome power is all but impenetrable, and Leonis and Hourne's warriors continue to fall one after another. Outside the castle, Moraga has transformed into a serpentine beast. Lilith calls upon Leonis' second division, Calum, while Engelbert draws Hourne's first division, Solidus. They combine forces to face Moraga. The deadly battle rages on. But just who is awaiting its outcome?
This is unsightly.
It has gone beyond that. I would even call it repulsive.
Indeed. That said, how is it that Moraga became like this?
The magic armor.
Magic armor?
He was foolish enough to put his faith in subtly.
Now that I think of it, I have heard it said before. Abandon one's humanity to attain formidable power. Ridiculous. Do you intend to follow this fool until he meets his fate? Lady Melnia?
Could I get even a moment's peace from your incessant pestering?
My apologies.
We shall continue to follow him and observe the final days of the last king.
Uldoa, answer me. Why? And how did Moraga end up like this? Moraga has turned into a monster who devours even his own allies. Even so, you would choose to remain loyal to him.
The magic armor.
Magic armor?
The armor he received from Sodali. It allows the wearer to acquire great power by feeding on negative emotions.
I see. So that's what was behind Fennis's rapid rise in power.
I was opposed to it. I told him over and over.
What do you mean?
Such power erodes not only one's body, but also one's very soul. That is why King Moraga will never...
You mean to say he will never return to normal?
Right. So, once King Moraga has destroyed all who are allied with Leonis, I will sacrifice my body to him.
Why? You said so yourself. The Moraga you knew will never return. Why would you do that for such a king?
Do you understand how I feel?
Why do you laugh?
Because I realized something. Mont, like it or not, you will understand this pain soon enough.
What?
The golden armor worn by your younger brother, Stern. It too is...
His magic armor, you mean? That can't be!
It does not really matter whether you believe me or not. The sun will soon set, and then eternal darkness will befall us.
can't see you hiding there. Or perhaps you understand that you have no hope of winning face to face. Not even against one lone shinobi.
No hope, you say? You think too highly of yourself. You're outnumbered. You should be thankful that Lord Sottily would mercifully allow us to put you out of your misery before you saw an attack coming.
Fools.
What?
Leonis Castle is close. Once reinforcements arrive, Fennis will have no hope left of victory. So you were lying in wait. You need only have said so. The Church of the Crystal only teaches how to pointlessly twist the truth, it would seem.
Why, you dare mock the teachings of Lord Sottily?
If they've blocked the path to the castle, that must mean the battle to end all this has already begun. I must hurry to rejoin Lord Mont and the others.
Well, what are you just standing there for? If you won't come to us, allow us to come to you.
Stern will become a monster? That can't be.
We will protect Lord Mont and show them the pride of Leonis here and now.
Yes, sir!
There you are!
King Rob and Lady Macherie!
Mont! What is this monster?
It is Moraga.
That's impossible. I was about to allow myself to be married to this man.
So it was the magic armor.
Mont. King Moraga hungers for you.
This is unforgivable. No one who threatens Leonis shall be forgiven!
Macherie, please remain behind us.
But Father...
I have a bad feeling about this.
Father...
This should be far enough.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Where do you think you're going?
Do you want to end up like Valide?
No. But to desert our allies at a time like this is a terrible offense.
An offense? If being eaten would weigh easier on your conscience, feel free to go back.
But...
Honestly, if you didn't react with such unbridled joy whenever we have to fight our way out of a bad situation...
Oh? Are you trying to say this is my fault?
I'm only being honest.
Is that so? If we're being honest, then... who was it here that lit a fire under Valide, If you hadn't gotten it in your head to play matchmaker with Valide and Ramada...
That was... I just wanted Valide to be happy. Because we're friends, you get that, don't you?
I do. I'm sorry.
No, I'm the one who should be sorry.
Ah, what a shame. Here I was, all ready to watch you two fight it out.
You're...
Dorando.
Oh? I'm honored you remember me.
I remember you too. I remember you very well.
From the sounds of things, it would seem you've abandoned your allies again.
I probably don't have to remind you that you're the reason Helena and O are dead, huh?
You're wrong! We didn't abandon them!
We were ordered to leave.
Easy for you to say now, huh?
But there will be no running from us. But I'll give you an out. There's only one way you can live through this.
What?
Stop! Don't listen to them!
What should I do?
Oh, come on. Don't tell us you've forgotten.
You just have to do what you've always done before, huh?
What I've done before?
Don't listen to them, little Leela!
That's right. You run as fast as you can.
No! I don't want to. Not anymore.
Oh, are you sure? Do you see them behind me? All these scary guys. Just waiting to kill you.
No! I don't want to die.
That settles it then. Run! Run far, far away. Go on!
If you run, I'll never forgive you.
That voice.
Whoa! Who the hell are you?
What is Fordham doing here?
Well...
Moraga turned into a monster and devoured Valide. So we...
Ran away, I see. We return to the battlefield once we've taken care of this lot.
Oh, you think so, do you?
We'll make you eat those words! Take this!
I guess you weren't all talk, now were you?
Let's have a little more fun, huh?
What are you doing? Focus on the battle before you.
Hey now, that's my line, ain't it?
Damn.
I have you now! Oh. Uh-oh.
Brother? Ow! What was all that about?
A shuriken came flying at me from nowhere. Of course I was gonna get out of the way.
Show yourself. Lynx, why are you?
My reason for being here doesn't matter, right?
Right.
Let's get rid of them.
I'd like to see that.
Let's see you try it, huh?
Did you really think this was enough to stop me? What is it? This isn't like other serpents. Just what is this?
I commend you for noticing. It is now different from before.
Oh, that is quite good to know. In that case, I shall split it in two along with your vile intentions.
Go right ahead, if you can.
Father.
What is the matter, ma chérie?
I have a bad feeling.
It is but one serpent, nothing to fear.
But...
Watch out! That was nothing. Lord Mott, are you unharmed?
Yes. King Rob!
You fool, you fell for it!
Nothing to worry about. A serpent's bite such as this...
Is he laughing?
One of our soldiers was bitten already by that serpent, you see.
And what happened to them?
They became a monstrous serpent themselves.
You lie!
If you don't believe me, check Rob's body. You should see skin that is not of a human. Don't tell me you don't see the slippery scales already forming.
Mont...
Tell me, what can we do to save King Rob?
Nothing. He cannot be saved.
This can't be.
If you have any mercy in your heart, you would kill him now and put him out of his misery.
It's unthinkable!
Father!
Lord Mott, if I may make a request.
Anything.
Please, kill me.
Father!
I cannot. I will do no such thing.
That Fennis woman speaks the truth. I can tell. Not just my body, my soul as well. I can feel it slipping away. I beg you, Lord Mott, before I lose my humanity, my final request.
But...
I shall do it. Mont, step away, please.
No, you can't. I can't let you do that. I'll do it.
Mont!
I can't let you bear that burden.
Mont, but...
Please step away, ma chérie.
King Rob. Soon. I'll join you soon. Mont. No. You mustn't. Lower your sword.
Please step away, Marjorie.
No! I can't let you do this, Mont! I can't!
Then, you want I should leave him like this? Abandon King Rob to his fate?
I don't know.
Killing one's own father is a grave sin. One I'd rather you not bear the burden of.
But...
Are you sure you have time to argue? It will not be much longer now.
Lord Mont, quickly! Quickly! Please!
Mont, stop! Father! Father!
Mont. You bastard! So it's true. You were after the throne all this time.
What are you doing here?
I was on my way to join Lord Mont at Leonis Castle. When...
You ran into those people behind you?
Right.
Are these people not soldiers with Leonis's 1st Division, Fordham?
They are.
I see.
What?
Stand down, little Leela.
But doesn't it bother you? You saw it too, didn't you? That look in her eyes. She's definitely looking down on us.
If you're so offended, why not try justifying your actions to me?
That's...
You can't, can you?
You would've?
Little Leela.
You would have done the same thing in our situation. If you'd watched that monster, if you'd watched Moraga devour your friends before your very eyes.
What monster? You mean Moraga himself?
That's right. She speaks the plain, honest truth. He's become such a monstrosity. One could scarcely believe he was ever human.
I see. How interesting.
It's not interesting at all!
Lynx.
You don't need to say it. You're worried about your master.
Yes.
I understand. Go on ahead to Leonis Castle.
But... are you certain?
I have a decent idea of how strong these three are. All that remains is for that pair behind you to act as they must. Then we just might get through this. What's wrong? Get moving.
Could I have one of your flash bombs?
Take this.
Thank you, Lynx.
Just go.
Very well then.
Well now, it looks like we're down one opponent.
Allow me to take her place.
Hear that? Quite the confidence. Looks like we can still have a little fun, huh?
Over already? Well, nothing to say. That just leaves 2. If you have no regard for your lives, step forward and meet your end.
No more. I don't want to fight anymore. Let's just let those 2 go.
Are you really with Fordham?
You have no idea what we've been through just to survive. He wouldn't understand.
Wait. Stay back.
You dare give me an order?
Just listen to me.
I refuse.
Idiot! You were only pretending to be dead.
I don't particularly like how that sounds. Can't you come up with something more impressive? Like, I returned from the dead, perhaps? Zazan the Unkillable! Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Gotcha!
Looks like now it's time we asked you. Well, nothing to say?
Played you like a fool, didn't we?
Got any last words? We'll listen for you.
How very kind of you.
You see, people just don't get us.
We may not look it, but we're very caring people, you know?
That shinobi just now. Ketone, was it?
You don't have anything you want us to pass on to her?
Ketone was like a sister to me. Alas, I was sold to Hourne, and she to Leonis. It was then that I heard that Hourne had entered into an alliance with Venice to bring Leonis to ruin.
Which meant you would eventually have to fight your sister to the death.
I hid away my feelings. I was prepared to do what I must for King Rob after he looked past my shortcomings as a shinobi and took me in.
But Hourne broke off their allegiance with Venice and now have joined ties with Leonis.
What's the problem? Sounds like a very touching story.
You can count on us. We promise to pass it along.
We may be enemies, but
we have the utmost respect for strong warriors. Truly.
Ketone, was it? What message do you have for her?
That even now, I think of her as a sister. So...
Right. We'll be sure to tell her.
Yeah, we'll tell her. Right before we kill her.
Wait for her on the other side. We'll make sure you're reunited real soon. Now!
You don't really mean that. All of your friends are dead now. Don't you think they'll be lonely without you?
Please! I don't want to die.
Come on! You don't want to ruin the pleasant atmosphere that Shinobi just created for us, now do you?
Don't you have any guts, huh?
I know this arrow. That's right. So it was you.
The one who shot at us in the mountains. That was you, was it? Huh? We've been wanting to meet you again.
Moraga! This ends now!
Mont! No, we have to escape! Mont! Ketone!
I don't believe it. That's Moraga?
You can't be here! Just run!
And with that massive jaw, he... lied. If you wish to devour me, then go ahead and try.
Ketone!
Ketone! Ketone, you're alive!
Yes. It would appear he doesn't have a taste for Shinobi.
Ketone, promise me. Promise me you won't do anything reckless like that again.
Understood.
But alas, I must also ask for your help, Ketone. With your help, together, I'm sure the two of us should be enough to.
Of course. Your word is my command.
He's strong. Ketone! This wound is from when he nearly devoured you a moment ago.
Yes.
We must defeat him quickly and get this treated.
On the way here, I ran into some members of Fordham.
Little Leela and the others. I hope they are safe.
They told me the light had been devoured by Moraga.
I see.
And they gave me an idea.
What kind of idea?
There's no time to explain. But if you could keep him at bay for just a moment.
I'll hit him with everything I have left within me. But do you think it will work? Just stopping him seems...
Yes. It will only take a moment.
Here he comes! What was...
It was a flash bomb I received from Lynx on the way here.
And you fed that to him, at the cost of...
The rest is... up to you. defeat Moraga.
I will. I promise. I won't let this opportunity go to waste!
You did it!
No, not yet. I still need to deliver the finishing blow.
No, please.
Uldoa?
King Moraga does not have much longer. And he no longer has the power to command Fennis. I wish to send him off, not as a king, but as a man. So, please. For him, I offer my own life in exchange. I beg you.
You mean for me to leave Moraga in that state?
I know that I am asking too much of you. Mont.
Ketone, hurry and tend to your wounds.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We would have been done for if not for you.
My flash bomb was only barely enough to hold Moraga back. It was you who defeated him, Lord Mont.
Mont.
I want to be with you, but forgive me. There's somewhere I must go now.
To Stern? Mont, all I ask is that you come back alive. Promise me that.
That voice. Lilith, is that you? Lilith, steady now.
Lord Mont. Oh, thank the gods. You're alive.
I should be saying that to you. Are you all right?
To think that Lord Mont should worry for my wounds one day. Who could have seen this coming?
I defeated Moraga.
I knew you could. You really have grown stronger. You have no need for me anymore.
Don't say that.
We can rebuild Leonis. I'll devote myself to the task too. Lord Mont. Lord Stern.
Right. I need to settle things with him.
There's no point in trying to stop you, is there?
No. Ramada, you made it too.
Yes, somehow. However, I see no sign of Balo or Leart anywhere.
Is that so? Ramada, my apologies, but could you take care of Lilith for me?
Do you truly intend to go?
I do. Don't try to stop me. If you do, I won't hesitate to cut you down.
King Moraga. Is he finally dead? Melnia! Melnia, please! King Moraga does not have much longer. Now, at the very least, at the very end, be kind to him, I beg of you. Please. That is all I ask. No. Be kind to him, you say? To this revolting creature. Melnia.
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to the future queen of Fennis.
Fear not. You will still have your place leading my army, Uldoa. King Moraga!
My beloved Melnia, are you there? My eyes, I cannot see you. Please, let me hear your voice.
Melnia is... I'm here.
Oh, Melnia.
I will always love you, King Moraga.
Thank you. Finally, you have opened your heart to me. I leave Fennis, my country, in your hands.
King Moraga. For you, King Moraga, King Moraga!
A Hourne soldier.
Just so. Why did you betray Leonis and join sides with Fennis? I wish to know your true intentions.
A foolish question.
What?
Allow me to correct you on one thing. I did not join sides with Fennis. I will have nothing to do with Sottile or his church. But I will destroy Leonis. That is my only intention. And I will fell any who dare get in my way.
If you have no intention of returning to Leonis, after Hourne has made an alliance with Leonis, does that not make you our enemy?
Oh, I see you hold no value in your own life. Very well. I'll give you the fight you want. Huh?
Move it, you!
Lord Stern.
I caught them trying to run from the battlefield, sir.
Run?
Lord Stern! Please forgive us. We don't want to fight anyone. Not anymore.
Hold your tongue! You'll find no one to listen to your lies here.
He speaks the truth!
The two of them belong to Leonis' 2nd Division, Calum, I hear. We can use them as hostages and force Mont to surrender.
No! Lord Stern, I beg of you. Do what you must with me, but please, Liart, at least! Please let her go! You see, she is with
Please, stop! Don't hurt him!
Let them go.
Huh? Lord Stern.
Thank you, my lord.
How dare you! You haven't abandoned your loyalty to Leonis at all! All that talk about settling things with Mont was all a feint! You mean to betray us! Why, you?
Go.
But... are you certain?
Next time we meet on the battlefield, with child or not, I will kill you. Do you understand?
Thank you so much.
Well, you won't draw your weapons? My back is turned towards you. Is this not the perfect opportunity? If you won't take advantage of it, that's fine with me. Now to meet Mont, and then... he and Leonis. I will cut myself free of everything tying me to the past.
We've met before.
I am Dia. I hail from the kingdom of Ovis. I'm pleased to see you are safe.
Yes, it's good to see you again. But I must apologize.
Huh?
Were I able, I would join you in the fight for Ovis. But alas... given the state of things, even if the war with Fennis should end, it would be difficult to go to Ovis's aid right away. That is why.
Lord Mont?
That is why it would be best if you return to your country immediately.
No, I'm afraid I cannot do that.
But why?
I owe a debt to the people of Leonis for leading me to where I am today. The people of Ovis honor our debts for life. Therefore...
I see. Then, I ask that you only do what you are able. I'm sure there are many who await your safe return.
Yes, Your Highness. Where are you headed?
The dissension between Stern and I remains unsettled. I go to end it. And this war.
Stern? You mean the second prince of Leonis? Must you fight against him? Your own twin brother?
I'm afraid this is our unavoidable fate.
And there's no way I could convince you not to go?
None. My mind is made up.
In that case, allow me to accompany you.
But why?
If possible, I will be the one to deliver the finishing blow to Lord Stern.
You're thinking of the future of Leonis?
I apologize. I overstepped my boundaries.
No, I appreciate it. However, I cannot allow you to do that.
Lord Mont.
I am the King of Leonis. I shall bear all responsibility, and I will live. Live so that we may meet again. Stern.
I could wait no longer, so I came all this way.
I won't run away.
Yes, I know.
Stern.
What are you doing?
We can't trust the likes of you. There's no guarantee you won't betray us as well.
I warned you. I won't hesitate to cut you down if you get in my way.
Oh? If the last of the Leonis bloodline is eradicated, that only works in our favor.
Leonis blood still courses through my veins as well.
Stern.
You catch on quickly. Do you really think you stand a chance against all of us?
Let's find out, shall we?
As expected of the twin princes. However, there are still more Fennis soldiers waiting to take you on. So, let's see how far you get.
Why must we still fight?
You know very well. Fennis will reign supreme.
Moraga is dead.
What did you say?
I defeated him. There's no more reason for us to fight.
You killed King Moraga? Don't make me laugh! The likes of you couldn't lift a finger against the great King Moraga!
Is it true?
It is.
As I thought.
What do you mean?
Unlike Elda, I can actually read people. So tell me, what has changed?
I found something I wanted to protect. Perhaps that was it.
I see. Then, shall we do this?
Right.
What's with these two? They completely defeated all of our soldiers. Just the two of them.
That was fun.
Fun?
I used to dream of this. Fighting side by side with you, and crushing powerful enemy after powerful enemy together. We would spread the name of Leonis far and wide. Yes, that dream may very well be within our reach. But there's no going back now. Isn't that right?
Mont! I will show no mercy to anyone who threatens Leonis. Not even if that person is you, Stern!
Brother.
Stern.
I've lost, as expected, of the King of Leonis.
Stern. The Golden Helm. The ring is not here either. Well, he's still alive. Which means we may still have a chance of acquiring the Ring of Leonis. Stern, my beloved son, there's still so much you can do for me. Could this be? So my suspicions were correct. When the holy ground is soaked with blood shed in sorrow and hatred, the cocoon of light has finally appeared.
Such a large crystal. Here, under Leonis Castle.
Finally, I understand what my father said.
And what did he say?
That whosoever accepts this ring must protect the land of Leonis. That is the duty of a guardian, even should we fall afoul of gods to defend it.
A guardian who must protect this crystal with their life. But for what purpose?
Leonis Castle was ruined, and in the rubble, a giant crystal appeared. What should I do now? Mont, where are you now? Can I really put my trust in you?
Are you certain we can convince you to stay?
I am sure. There is no place for Solidus and Hourne, so long as we would be fighting under you.
Engelbert, you have the wrong idea. Mont and Father.
There's a difficult path ahead of us.
The stars in the western sky tell of misfortune.
Soon, Stern's wounds will be healed. When the time comes, we shall form an alliance with Wazette and see how they stand against the combined forces of Leonis and Hourne. This leaves precious little time. Preparations must be made.
Subtly. For the crystal to be awakened so soon. So be it. I have no choice but to interfere any way that I can.
I see. A giant crystal appeared from Leonis Castle, did it? Interesting. Oh, very interesting. I hear that Leonis has also received the ring from Gilgamesh. I wonder what kind of vision he means to call forth. Were it me, I wouldn't stop at the light. Mont, the new king of Leonis. I wonder what kind of man he is. I hope he can provide me with some amusement. All right, everyone. Prepare the troops.